Hi, welcome everyone. Welcome to this wonderful, wonderful lecture about the Crystar, Cry Machina sort of global encompass thing. You're probably all wondering, what the hell am I even talking about and what the hell this is? So we're gonna, dive right in. Oh, okay, yes.
Is this related to Higurashi and the When They Cry series?
I wish. Unfortunately, no. This is a completely separate sort of thing. Well, yes.
Is this related to Devil May Cry?
No.
Are we going to be sad?
A little bit. So, any more questions? No, we're going to dive right in. That was supposed to be later. We'll worry about that later. Yes, Andrew.
Is this related to the boy who cried wolf?
No. No way around.
Was that my doorbell? Do I need to go check the front?
No. Yes, Michael?
Are these games made in CryEngine?
No. Really
They didn't get anything right.
So basically, this is a series about, I guess, sort of two different things or whatever. The whole encompasses, or the whole series itself is about, I guess, sort of like people who have to go and explore in the sort of other sort of dungeon world thing or whatever. Specifically, the first one, Crystar, which came out in 2019, is about a couple of girls who end up in a little purgatory, have to find sort of one girl or whatever's like soul to get her back to sort of come back to, I guess, the rest of the world or whatever. So this series was created by Naoki, I can't speak, Naoki Hisaya. That's like, he's like a famous sort of guy. He's like, what is it from? What's the studio? Key? Yes, Key. So he's responsible for like Kanekon and some of the other stuff like that. So that's like, that's really good. The major artist or whatever for this is Yanagi Nagi and Sazuko, which is the other like musician composer guy. And those two people, I really love their work. I'm like, whoa. So when I saw this like way back in like 2017, I think I first saw a trailer thing for it. I was like, oh, this is amazing. All right, yeah, I'm all on board about this. And then the artist for like all the characters is Ryukuchi. He's an interesting guy. I never heard of him. He makes all these fancy things. And then Cry Machina as a series, it's technically the sequel to the series in a sense. It is, but it's its own separate thing, but it's also a sequel because it follows something. They like completely changed some of the stuff or whatever, like Naoki is no longer like the main writer or whatever, but he's like the director or whatever. They have Hikaru Tano, who's like one also the voice actress or for this game. It's like the singer replacement, and then yes, click.
Is Cry Machina out yet? I thought it was not released.
Yes, it's that's the thing. It hasn't been released, and it's okay. You're probably thinking, yes, go, I'll let you.
So the Crystar logo is like, okay, I get it. But how in the hell am I supposed to read that logo on Cry Machina?
That's exactly what I said. Like, as you can see, the art is completely different from the other one. They have Ryukuchi, I thought was a little more like able to be seen or whatever, versus Riola, which I'm like, it's a little weird. So the second one is actually. Sorry, did you say?
Oh, I was just gonna say I can't even tell if that's supposed to be English or Japanese. Whichever one it is, it's illegible.
It's supposed to be or English, but it's written backwards apparently too on the.
Oh!
I can see it now.
Yeah.
Yes, Michael.
So to correctly see the logo of Cry Machina, we would have to mirror it and then probably invert the colors, and then it would look normal.
Yeah.
Have you done that on another slide?
No. That's how the title and that's how the box is supposed to look. So.
Have you been playing the pre-access, early alpha, internal build of this game? Do you have secret details?
I don't have secret details, and you're all probably wondering why would I put a slide or a part of a lecture thing with that has I have nothing to know about or anything. That's because you'll see later as we get along. But you'll be all surprised and all sorts of different things and stuff like that. But yeah, so the first series is about these people who want to place purgatory where to find a girl's missing soul or whatever. The second one is about a different group of characters or whatever who go to through a virtual sort of world, and they're sort of trying to find out what defines humanity and things like that, if they're human or not. Yes, Michael.
Who's crying in both of these?
So everyone's crying in both of these. There's a lot of really dark and really sad themes or whatever. We'll talk about it. We'll move forward a little bit. So, oh man, it didn't move on this. That's so sad. I had set up all the little PowerPoint things that have a nice little transition. So these balls are supposed to swirl around, but So anyway, it's like a hack and slash RPG dungeon exploration game. It's you go inside the dungeon, you like fight these enemies or whatever. You beat them up, and you gain like currency and other like equipment pieces and stuff, like armor and all that stuff over from fighting them. The enemies themselves are technically like souls of other people who are in like sort of stuck in purgatory, but they don't really. Well, they do talk about that, but they don't really go deep into detail. And it's like these girls just go in there and just kill them. Don't even care how about like things. But there's a thing outside the thing, or outside the like main game, like you can go back to your world hub sort of thing or whatever that has like a long like exposition thing that talks about like who you just killed, what happened about their lives, and it's like some of them are pretty sad, and some of them are like this guy's just trying to live a life. Yes.
Is the teardrop in the bottom left the Crystar?
Yes, sort of. So the actual thing, there is no actual Crystar in the game. The tears are these concepts known as ideas that are supposed to
Concepts.
Yes, to be honest, if we're going back, it's kind of like the Kimono Friends thing. The ideas give birth to sort of like a like just any concept or whatever to sort of come back to sort of reality.
What does that mean?
Yes.
It kind of sounds like Persona.
Yeah, it's a lot like Persona too. Yes.
Kind of looks like Neptunia. Is that why you like it?
I mean, it's not really. I like it because of the sadness, I guess, or whatever. Yes.
Is the Crystar logo at the bottom right corner of every part of the game, or is that just something that happens when you take a screenshot?
No, these are screenshots from the website when they're going to explain stuff or whatever. So, the series is super edgy. There's like lots of really sad things. That's probably why I like it. No, yes.
So can you like click the idea when the gauge fills up to use a super attack or something? Because it looks like it it fills up during combat.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. So, actually, I can talk about it here. So basically, each of the characters has a sort of like a stand, I guess, if you want to say it or whatever, some sort of things, and the stands are based off of Greek sort of philosophers or whatever, like. I'll go to talk about them, but so each of these are, don't worry. You're probably wondering why I'm laughing. I'm sorry.
Whoa!
I understand why it's 2 gigabytes now.
We'll go to talk about the characters. So, the first girl, the main girl, her name is Hatada Ray. She really loves her sister Mirai. Basically, this girl was bullied at school or whatever, kind of after her friend died in like a car accident or whatever, and she just had like no one else. Yeah.
Did she get bullied for having a friend who died in a car accident?
No, her friend, was the only one that really talked to her at school, and everyone else was kind of mean to her, so she just kind of like started living and staying at home because she was getting bullied, and everyone was just kind of mean to her. Yes.
Did they bully her worse after someone in their class died?
Yes. There's some really sad things that happen and stuff like that. She's just kind of goes home or whatever, and like her sister Mirai is the one that like kind of takes care of her, like feeds her, like knocks on her door, is like, "Oh, Nishan, are you okay?" And she just doesn't come out. The only other person that kind of cares about her is Thelma, which is the dog in the game, but they have a fun feature. And Heracles, which is this little man over here or whatever, is like her sort of like stand thing or whatever that comes out or whatever. And he's the only one that actually can talk, I guess, to her or whatever throughout the game. Next character. We have Fudoji Kokoro. She's really nice. She's really friendly or whatever. She really likes Ray and stuff like that. Her backstory is that she was a student at school or whatever, and she met with the fuckboy, and the fuckboy does the fuckboy thing, and now she is expecting as a mother or whatever. But what happens is that the soul of her child gets taken away by someone who comes into the real world, and so she comes here to try to get the sort of soul of the child back or whatever. Yes, Andrew.
Is she still pregnant with a soulless child in her belly? Oh, that sucks.
Yes.
She doesn't look it.
Yeah, she doesn't look it. I thought that too. For this one, they had a yes in.
Never mind. I think I know the answer.
All right, so for this one, they had a different character designer and stuff. Oh, I went backwards. I'm sorry. They have a different character designer or whatever for this. I don't know why they just said that she's designed it. There's another character that's also designed by the same person or whatever. I guess that was like a split thing. Yes.
Is her her chest thing, is that metal?
Yes.
So will the point on the end spike the baby when her belly eventually gets larger?
I assume so.
She's on a time limit.
But like these clothes only appear when they're in the world of purgatory. So otherwise they're just like wearing regular stuff.
Does she have a baby bump in the real world?
No. So.
I mean, it usually doesn't show up until a few months in.
Yeah.
So that just happened.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
So she's also kind of hates. She doesn't hate the dude, but she kind of hates the dude or whatever. Yes.
At what stage of pregnancy do you think a baby has a soul? Answer carefully.
Whenever that won't get me canceled or in trouble or my house firebombed or whatever. So. Yes.
Who's Nittany?
Nittany is the artist who designed, I guess, the character himself. So.
I thought that was a typo.
Let's go forward.
Whoa!
The character is Megumi Basen. She was actually in the car accident with Ray's friend or whatever who died in the car. She's the only survivor of that accident. Her father is a state prosecutor, and her like fancy sort of like stand thing is Socrates. So that's fun. But yes.
So all these girls go to school together, right?
No.
No?
They all go to different schools. Like Kokoro, or go back. Yeah, Kokoro is she's actually like goes to like I think it's like Gifu University or something like that, and then like she goes to like high school, and Ray goes to some other high school somewhere else.
Because I was going to ask if they all still bully her after she was in the car accident with her friend who died.
No.
Oh, okay.
If I saw your hand next.
How old is Kokoro?
Kokoro, I think, is 22. I think at the beginning.
Okay, so it's not high school pregnancy.
Yeah, it's like late college. Like she's about to. Michael.
Do their Greek philosopher stands act like the Greek philosophers? Like, does hers just troll people by asking a bunch of questions? Does the Diogenes one just like not even care and just like make fun of people?
Not really. Mostly just so they can have their fancy names of their sort of special moves named after their sort of like school of thought sort of thing.
I think Diogenes like hated Socrates, if I remember right.
Yeah, that's it's funny because like some of the character things or whatever. It's like, oh, these guys would never get along, but sometimes they're like, oh, these two are really close or friends or whatever. It's like, that's funny. Anyway, let's keep going.
That is pretty funny, Richard.
And then, what the fuck? Why? See, that's what happens when you make a 1.2 gigabyte.
She's not supposed to look like that?
She's not supposed to look like that. I don't know what happened. There's this girl, Nana.
You didn't do that on purpose, where it's that because she's a ghost, she's a revenant.
Well, yeah, she's a revenant. I think I broke some things. Anyway, she's like a revenant. Basically, revenants are, like I told you, the soulless people that sort of explore the thing. Most of the time they look kind of like funky, weird little things, but for her, she's just like, she actually looks like a character or whatever. She's the only character that fights in range combat. Yeah. Is
that picture that popped in supposed to be upside down?
No, it's not. There's something.
You're trolling. You did this on purpose, right?
No. Like I said, this is what happens when a 1.2 gigabyte. Michael.
Is she friends with a certain Jedi Knight who wants to kill the Mandalorian?
No, unfortunately not. But Nana is a very interesting girl. She has a backstory that's sort of really talked about later in the game or whatever. But she's Nana. She's really all about fun and excitement and joy or whatever. And she's just not. I guess I don't know. Did you see your hand or was I going crazy?
I was.
Did I see your hand or was I going crazy?
I was just going like this.
Okay.
Oh, and someone's at the door.
There we go. Lore and story. Alright, so we'll actually get into the meat of the content now.
Bruce is absolutely coming. What was that?
Isn't that the bad guy from Loser?
Can you find me? I'm here. Behind you. I am right behind you.
Now that one was actually fucked up. I messed up on that. Alright, so let's go forward. Hair.
not what it is.
So guess what, everyone? I actually was joking and trolling the entire time. This project is. I thought it would be something like, I was trying to think of something that would be a little more like, informative if I was going to come here and talk about something. One thing that you probably don't know is that I love this fucking series. I've seen so much of it. I played like all the games and like this has been like my childhood, so yes.
Was any of the information about Crystar even true?
Most of it.
Oh, okay.
I do like that series. There's no way I'm going to do a PowerPoint on that ever because that's like, it's better to, I think, just play it rather than just like talk about it. But same thing with these, but you can still have fun. We'll actually go into the franchise.
There's a lot to get into.
So the goals of this PowerPoint or this lecture is a basic understanding of the franchise. I promise you will come out here understanding a couple things. By the way, if anyone else has this, this is why I said it. I would, be willing to work on do another one. I don't know. Basically, here's another question. Sorry. Is this really boomer SAO? We're gonna answer that question here today. You'll see. I'll let you come up with your own response. But I'll give you my answer. Basic understanding of the games. So I'll get basic understanding, but like and basic lore of the series. So, right from the beginning, is this boomer SAO? I'm gonna actually first. How many of you actually Are the series different? Absolutely. Fucking kidding me. These series are completely different. Like anyone who tells you that SAO has the same thing as Duck Hack, no, they've never seen it. Also, because it has more action, more things. Duck Hack is just like slow, methodical, and oh fuck me, I just hit the button. Well,
Just full screen it again, Richard. Use the mouse.
oh my god, I'm sorry.
So I'll stay in it.
You know what?
Kidding.
I got a better idea. I know how to do this.
Oh my god, what's happening? It's all glitching.
I fucked up.
Oh,
Well,
boy.
can't you just double click the slide?
Can you?
You weren't that far, Richard. Just spam through it.
Alright, yeah, you're right. We'll just hit the button and we'll just go.
Cut the static.
there's
Cut
somebody
the
like-
static.
Yeah.
Yeah, so those sounds, that ping, that's like the super important ping that actually goes throughout the entire series. It's a sign usually that like something important's about to happen. It's related to a specific character. Go through this. So yeah, it's completely different. I think SAO is better. I think SAO has a lot more action in comparison. God Hack is, I think it's good. Don't get me wrong. I think both of them are wonderful series. I think they're both great. I just think that if you want to watch a series or whatever, that's like, has a lot of excitement and action, I think SAO would probably be better. Even when I watched this as a kid, I'd tell people, oh man, you should watch God Hack Sign. And everyone would be like, that show's so boring. Why do you like this shit? And I'm like, I don't know. Keep in mind, I was like in second grade. So this game is actually created by is Yoshiyuki Sadamoto, which is the same character designer for like Ava and stuff. Like he's a guy, and he's also a founder of Dynex or whatever. Great G's probably taught you that and told you all that like 150 times. I'm gonna tell it here too, and like you'll see some of the characters and like you'll think, yeah, it kind of looks like Shinji a little bit or whatever. So, or anyway, what did I put on here? Yeah, so basically this game is sort of an alternate reality of like our world that we live in today. At the time, it could have actually, when it first came out, you could have actually said it was like a possible future or whatever, but now we've kind of gone past the actual time of where the games and other content take place or whatever, so that's unfortunate now. And actually, it's actually better. It's a better world that we live in. But there's some really cool stuff that they do within the game and the books and stuff where they talk about things like, oh, we're putting in fiber optic cables now into places and stuff like that. And it's like 2010, and it's like, hey, we're doing that. We did that in 2010 and stuff. So it was like, it's really, they got some really good, like, understanding of, like, technology and stuff. So what does it say? Yeah, mainly focuses on a game known as The World, which is really terrible for people who are, like, I guess sort of, translators or the English people are, but it's probably actually a little easier. But I actually have no idea if they write it in katakana or if they just say, like, I don't know if actually The World is world in Japanese or whatever, but I don't know what they say. I don't really remember what they have for the Japanese. I didn't really watch any of the series in Japanese. Yes, Michael?
So what do they call the world that's not the world inside the game?
The world. That's what they call it. You hear the word. You'll hear the world like for 3 different usings. They'll say the world as in like talking about the real world, the world as in the game world, and then they'll say the world as in like the world within the world, if that makes sense. Like the map world of the world, and that you say and it's just like it's ridiculous, and I feel bad for somebody anyway. Yeah, so there are, what did I put in there?
9.5.
Yeah, so there are 9.5 mainline games. And you're probably thinking, what does that 0.5 mean? Well, one of them is actually like an MMO that they had created back in like 2004, 2005 or whatever. And it's not technically a mainline game, but it does relive some of the events from some of the anime stuff or whatever. So it's pretty interesting. To be honest, it closed down, I think, pretty soon. It never had an English release, but it was, things where people have patched it and made sort of English, patches and stuff for it. We'll keep going forward. Oh, there it goes. Alright, yeah.
3 worlds.
Yeah, broken up into 3 worlds. I feel so bad that I'm going to have to keep peeking around because now I see that it's white and the light's coming in. I don't remember what I wrote on these, this extremely long slide.
They don't close all the way. They're not long enough.
But yeah, so basically the world or the game itself or the series has 3 different versions of the world, in other words. And you're probably thinking, what do you mean by that? Well, basically, they create the game The World 3 different times. Because the sort of series takes place from like the years of like 2009 to like 2023, basically. So there's a lot of different changes and stuff like that, and the world has to go through. And you'll see why some of the reasons why the world is remade throughout the lecture. So here's a chart of just sort of some of the content. This is not all of the media that's available. This is just part of the stuff or whatever, like the things that are a little more accessible and readable. Basically, the start of the series, I guess I was going to use the laser point, but it doesn't matter, is like, way over there. It starts with, Epitaph of the Twilight. That is not available in English, so good luck. And a lot of these stuff were actually, as you can see, are not like in chronological order made in time-wise or whatever, if that makes sense. So like you see like The Legend of Twilight, like which is the end of the like canon sort of like timeline or whatever, came out like after the 4th game came out, which was in April, or came before the end of the 4th game or whatever. So it's like they have us, and then this other one, Legacy, which came out in 2011, which is literally like 8 years after the end of the 4th game, and then like it's not all like straight line, but they do a pretty good job or whatever. Some of the stuff or whatever that are like sequels or continuations don't fully are necessary for you to know or whatever, but there is like a super good connection, I think, which really throws me to a shock sometimes, where it's like someone actually did read or followed a piece of media from the franchise or whatever, and then like made sure that they got the majority of the facts and stuff straight and made it sort of at least cohesive with everything else. So basically for this lecture, we'll actually just be focusing on these for the most of the series. So starting with what's down here, the AI Buster novel, and then the anime. Then we go into the games, and then we'll talk about the Legend of Twilight, both the manga and the anime itself. And that's just the first part of the world. The second part of the world, which is probably the more famous part, which I think a lot of people more know.
Yeah, GU.
Yeah, the GU world is the one that I think that actually had like a bigger like basis and like more of a thing, because they actually sold I think a lot more copies, and more people probably know this one than any of the other ones. And you're probably thinking, I don't know. Yeah.
I don't know what this is.
Yes, Michael.
So are they playing a different version of the world in this one?
Yes. So this is after the world has technically been shut down. And I'll explain more of that as we go along or whatever. To be honest, we are not probably going to get to this part of the lecture, because this part is like just as long as the first part, and it's absolutely insane. I do have unfinished, but yeah. Basically, I would have just gone through the games and then most of the series or whatever, like the movies and anime, because the majority of these, though, except for the games, are not available in English, and they don't have many translators for a lot of it. Like, the only thing that pieces of media that you can really find are really just the like I said, the games or the anime, because those are the people who translate it. Yes.
So could you, I see you have it at the bottom, could you go over the order for the recommended order and your reasoning for that?
So these are actually the recommended order. So Dog Hat Roots is the first one. That's the anime. It is a prequel to the game series up here. It's definitely, some people actually say the other way, will be like, you should play the games first and then go back to Roots. But I think it's better to go through Roots first and then go through the games, because Roots gives you like a better understanding on the basis of why the main character is why the way he is, what he's doing, and stuff like that. And, you know, some people are like, oh, well, if you go through the games, you'll go back and you'll get to learn, like, you know, some of his backstory things. And I'm like, why didn't you just learn in the first place? It's also the actual first thing that actually came out, like, in the order of the way that it was, like, you know, put into the market. And then people say 1 through 4 plus Last Recode. So Last Recode on here is a actual remaster of the first 3 games, plus an extra volume they added to the game or whatever. It's sort of new content, but what it does is it connects Last Recode to the rest of the timeline here or whatever. And it was really sort of important when it actually came out. It's a really good remaster. They like buff a lot of the stuff. They do a lot of really good fixes that make it so that the game is a little more fluid or whatever, and sort of, you know, fix any sort of missing issues. Yes.
Which one of these is the best one?
Best one is probably I would say, it's hard to say. I would say Last Recode. Only the reason I say Last Recode is because it has all of them or whatever. And it's, you know, you have all of them. You can go to any of them and then the extra story. But like if I'm like excluding that one, then I think the best one's probably the second game. The second game has a lot of content. It's really good. There's a lot of really interesting things, and it just like opens up a bunch of stuff. The third game, I feel like they rushed a bit, but that's just my personal opinion. Yes.
How important is the fighting game's story to the rest of the plot?
There's some story parts that are like, that are really important, that continues that. It's only important because it pushes this sort of stuff down here. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like as important with the rest of them.
I guess it only connects to mobile games and an OVA. So.
Yeah. But as I was going back, so then Link, which is the PSP game, which is not available in English, by the way, which is fun. That's cool. Then Beyond the World, and then Versus. So like Link is just like a good thing. You need to know Link or whatever. You have to know the first part of the first part, as well as part of the first parts of the first half of the World series or whatever, to understand like Link and stuff like that. And then Quantum, which is, you should know some of the other stuff in the first part and stuff. Yes.
So if you're a little boy, a second grader today, and you walk into the video game store and you find a dot hack game, and you just, if they're selling them, and you just pick it off the shelf and you play it, will you have any idea what's happening?
Here's the thing. They do a really good job that if you wanted to play any of them like out of order, it will give you at least a bit of a good recap of everything that's important that you need to know, so that you can continue forward. Yes.
Is that true for anything on this spider web, or just those games?
Just those games.
So I can't start with that one episode OVA right in the middle and understand what's happening?
I mean...
Versus Thanos Report or whatever that says?
The first Thanos Report, that's actually a really crazy one. That one would probably be the one to be like, what the fuck is even happening? This makes no sense. That one you really need like all of like everything from like this and the first part of the series stuff. But like Quantum's actually not bad. You could probably do Quantum and get through, because most of them are actually like sort of contained. They have their own story, but there's like other stuff that branch out that give you like a bigger understanding of the entire world. Go forward. Any other questions? We'll keep going. Okay. So now we'll actually talk about the lore and sort of the backstory of the world itself. And I mean the actual world we live in, not the game. So the world is basically the same thing that we live into up until 1989. So basically, you have all your things. You have World War II, you got Vietnam, you got America being top dog and everything, USA. And so there's a organization that's in the 1980s that is created by a lady known as Dominique Mirabeau. She creates this organization called MAMA, which is like a sort of global protection agency, if that makes sense. It's not really an agency, it's more of that they're trying to make sure that the world's kind of getting a little bit polluted and we should do something to try to help it or whatever. And she basically came up with this sort of understanding, because she is I think she's like an ecologist or whatever, and she wrote a book that talks about, or not book, but like a scientific paper that talks about it's like the world is going to die, and within I think it's 150 years that humanity is going to start having extreme problems, and then 1,000 years from now humanity will go extinct or something. And so she has this heavy belief, and because of that sort of organization she created, she invited a bunch of people like Emma Weiland, who's super important because she is the creator and founder of the Alamut Corporation, which is the sort of OS that everyone uses. So they're the Windows, basically, or Microsoft of this world. Actually, to be honest, they're more like Linux, but I'll explain why they're sort of the Microsoft of this world. Then you have Veronica Bain. She's not super important. I put her in there because it'll actually go to the Thanos Report and other stuff later on, but we're not going to get that far, so don't even worry about that. See. Oh, and she is also, I forgot, she is the the founder and owner of the CyberConnect Corporation. So the CyberConnect Corporation created themselves into this world, in other words. So they are the creators of the game, the world in this world. So they just sort of self-insert themselves to be like, we're really good. Yeah, look at us, everyone. Look, we can make stuff. So there's the World Network Commission that was established in 2003. So basically, it's like a global internet service sort of thing where they monitor everyone's sort of, they don't monitoring your internet history, but they're making sure everything is good. It's to make sure people aren't trying to do cyber attacks and stuff like that on the world. And that's one of some of the stuff that's sort of deviated from the real world or whatever. It's like a global internet police. And the reason why it was partially established was because of this thing called the Deadly Flash, which was a sort of virus thing that that somebody had put onto the internet, where basically people would be flashed with a bunch of images or whatever, which would then cause people to have seizures or whatever, even if you weren't sensitive to the seizure thing or whatever. So people were like, hey, we can't do that, and they arrested. By the way, the guy who made it or whatever, at least in the world, I think they based him off of Ted Bundy or something like that. So it was really funny. So Harold Hodwig, which is this man right here, is super important because he is the technical creator of technically the creator of the world. Yes, Michael.
So why are these companies that are presumably made to deal with an ecological disaster, why are they making a video game instead?
Because they're supposed to be sort of helping reduce uses of electricity and things. They're trying to be they're invited to, in a sense, to try to help reduce some of the problems. So, specifically, the Alamut Corporation, like I said, is an OS company. So their idea is that they create like I said, some of the stuff is a little ridiculous or whatever, but they're supposed to create low energy using computers and other stuff like that, and low energy something that's supposed to help not use as much fossil fuels and things like that. Yes.
So Mama is a cooperative that Altmit is a part of.
Yes.
Okay.
well, specifically, Emma Wyland is a member of the group Mama, and she owns the Almond Corporation, which means she's going to force her company to sort of follow a little more of those trends because of it. But yeah, so Harold Hodwick is a very interesting man who becomes obsessed with Emma Wyland at the beginning of the series, beginning of this timeline of the world or whatever. And he becomes like, when I say obsessed with her, like he's like, I love this woman or whatever with everything, and she doesn't love him back at all. Like he's just he's a freak. One of the big things that he sort of likes and really is obsessed with is her poem that she wrote, which is called "The Epitaph of Twilight" or whatever, which is a poem. I should have wrote it down. I didn't bring it, but it was also super long, so I was like, nah, maybe I won't talk about it. But yeah, it's like the super crazy thing that he based his new game called Fragment on or whatever. So which is the beta for the world, the game The World or whatever. So he like took everything that was ever in that poem or whatever, and then sort of put it into the game Fragment, which was like the beta for, like I said, The World. And the game had to end early because some weird stuff started happening within the game of Fragment or whatever. So they had to do a cover up. There's we'll go further as we go further. I'll explain more stuff about it. But one of the important things was that when he had the creation of Fragment or whatever, when we made Fragment, there was this thing called the black box that was in the files of the system, or when they were beta testing Fragment. And when they sort of changed Fragment into the world, they carried like, for some reason, instead of these people are cheating half the time, because instead of them actually trying to make the game themselves and sort of they just kind of copied his files over and just like were like, hey, we'll just copy the files of the game and stuff like that, and we'll just put them in there and everyone can play stuff like that, rather than trying to write their own code or whatever and stuff like that. And it's like, y'all are stupid, but anyway. And within that black box, there's the file known as the ultimate AI or whatever. And everyone just kind of looks at that and it's just like, oh, it doesn't matter. It's just a thing or whatever. And they're just like, they sort of ignore it. And then in the year, why do I have the date backwards? No, it's right. I'm stupid. Yeah, so it is. It's on December 24th of 2005. I was like, wait, why is it? Yeah, so on December 24th, there's an event called Pluto's Kiss, which is basically their world's version of Y2K, where everything just sort of shut down, a bunch of stuff out of the sky, a bunch of it was something like 37 of the U.S.'s nuclear missiles started to be aimed at different places of the world or whatever, and they were like, what the fuck happened and stuff like that. And what happened was that there was a kid named Warren Block, who's like 11 years old or whatever, who was just fucking around on his computer, and they ended up uploading a virus to the internet and fucking breaking it. So everyone freaks out. And because of that, Almond Corporation ends up having the only OS that actually didn't have any problems during the when that virus got uploaded. Everyone had was clicking links and things like that or whatever. And so because of that, they become the only sort of OS in the world, or as I say, the Microsoft of the world, because they're the ones who have anything that didn't really break when that happened. So everyone starts using their computers, their operating system, everything that they have, and that was established by the Network Commission or whatever as a deterrence to stop this, I guess, happening in the future. And then The World comes out in 2007, which is the game. I did put random paints in here. So now we'll actually talk about the first part of The World, R1. And we're starting with the visual novel AI Buster. So the AI Buster novel is... What I have written down. I am so sorry. This is canonically first in the series or whatever. It's about this guy. I don't know what his name is. I just know his online character name. What I have written there.
Tatsuya Hamazaki.
Saki and Rei Uzumi. So those are that's the author and the manga artist or whatever it's not the manga artist, but the artist for the light novel of this. Basically, the story goes and talks about Albreo, which is his name is supposed to be based off of the fancy constellation or whatever and stuff like that. And he is a system administrator for CC Corp or CyberConnect or whatever, who is going through the world and is supposed to sort of squash bugs. So, fun thing about this world is that this company is very good to their employees, because they let their employees basically, like, you know, like, hey, you can go play the game, and if you find any bugs, you can, you know, tell us about it, use your system administration privileges, and just get rid of the bugs right there or whatever on the game. Because for some reason they can just like go up and like touch a bug or something like that, and it just disappears from the game. It just deletes the file. I don't know. I don't get it, but you know, I think that's pretty cool. It's a fun thing. What else do I have written here? Yeah, so he is the leader of a group known as the Cobalt Knights, which is technically just the corporation's way of like guild or whatever for squashing bugs. Everyone who works in that like guild is a corporation member or whatever. They're a company member. Let's say I have Kamui, which is another character who's not on this page or whatever. She's sort of important because she is under him during the like sort of Cobalt Knights thing or whatever, and she shows up later in the stories or whatever, and she's an interesting person. She's just an interesting person. What do I have? Hokuto, which is the like orange elf girl over here on the other side or whatever. She is sort of follows this man or whatever and sort of harasses him until he's like, all right, fine, we can go play the game together while I do my work or whatever. So yeah, this is really fun. And so she sort of gets to be sort of important or whatever because she writes her own poem, which describe the descendants of Fianna, which they make really important to the game or whatever. And I'll explain those things later as we go on. Yes.
How many poems are there in this universe?
Just really like 2 or 3.
Okay.
And those 2 poems are like super important because they are what define everything that happens for the rest of the game, in a sense. And then there's Licorice, which is the little tiny lolly over here or whatever. She's she is a like a rogue or vagrant AI that's just sort of in the game or whatever. She is just hangs around and goes around, does whatever. Yeah. Yes, Michael, I still think your hand.
Is it his job to bust her?
Yeah, that is his job to bust her. And you're probably thinking, oh, he's holding her hand and things like that. And that's more, to be honest, towards the end. Reed, yes.
Oh, I'm sort of confused because they're not trapped in these video games, right?
See, they do get trapped in these video games, but that's later on.
But, like, what? But it's most of the series they're not?
Like, there's a weird sort of thing. There's times where they do get trapped in the game, and to be honest, that time when they get trapped isn't super long. But most of the reason why, I guess, sort of things that are sort of deadly to them is that people go into comas or whatever from playing the game. So, like, when they get killed in the game, they go into, like, a comatose state and they go to the hospital, and it's like...
I'm just confused how, if they're not trapped, why it matters what happens in the video game. Just log out.
Sometimes that happens. Is that some of them will just log out. Others will not log out and take this way too seriously and end up getting themselves hurt. Yes, Andrew.
No, that was my question. What's their incentive for playing this deadly game?
Sometimes it actually does have like important consequences. Like it'll be like, I need to do this or else it'll make the internet explode or something like that. But that's not usually the case. But yes, Michael.
So is this game made by Ultimate?
No, this game is made by CyberConnect.
Okay.
Literally and in the world of the game, so which is funny. Yes.
Are there bot farms that grind money for gold farmers? Real life traders?
Unfortunately not. There are traders though. There are plenty of traders, and the majority of the traders are actually just one guy who is a corporation like NPC player. Well, sorry, I say NPC. He plays as an NPC, but he's not actually an NPC. He's an administrator. Yes, Michael.
Does he use that stick in his hand to whack her in her big forehead?
Absolutely. At the very beginning of this story, he finds her like in a specific church, which has become super important in the game or whatever. He basically is like, I'm going to fucking kill this child right here now. You don't belong in the game. And, before he can do that, she sort of just like runs away, and she doesn't run away. She segments her data or whatever into different pieces or whatever, and he has to go find them throughout the the series. Yes, Michael.
Is the name of the church he found her in the Delta Hidden Forbidden Holy Ground?
Michael, where did you learn that word?
It was on the
Oh,
slide.
it was on the slide? I'm sorry. Yeah, that's super important. Never forget that. Yes.
When that young girl fragments herself into smaller pieces, is it smaller versions of the smaller girl running around, or are they all the same size?
Now they're all just like floaty cubes. And,
Oh, it's not even a girl anymore?
No. And then he has to put her back together and I'll go back. So basically he gets her back together. This one actually is available in English, which is fun. I actually own this one, so I own a lot of these. Yes, Mike.
Is CyberConnect part of Mama?
No. Well, sort of. The girl who works under Emma Lilac is sort of, what is it? She works for Owlmet as like a CEO, and she also created CyberConnect and is also the CEO of that company. So she's kind of double dealing with that, and so she can just kind of play both things. That's why I said she was kind of important, but not really. Basically, the whole story is that this man is trying to find the cubes and fragments and put her back together.
I guess he does.
What?
I guess he does.
Oh yeah, he does, and then he kills her. So. You're probably thinking, why would he do that? Well, it's there's a little more to the story than that. It's like there's a good reason. So then we'll talk about Dot Hack Slime. The thing that most of you, well, I say most of you, that you have seen on television or whatever. Your thought is probably, when did you see it on television, Andrew? You don't know, like, were you a kid or were you a kid? Or you...
I was a child.
When Toonami was on, so probably when I was a kid.
Yeah. So like this show, I remember watching watching it on Toonami or whatever, and then I remember watching it again because it used to like show reruns or whatever for it like at 4:00 in the morning. So I'd wake up at 4:00 in the morning just to try to watch and like get the stuff for the anime. This show is really cool because if you bought the DVDs for this or whatever, they had specific special like words and codes or whatever within it that lets you use them in the game or whatever to go to specific special areas to get special hidden weapons and items and things like that. So that was really fun. Yes.
Have you yourself used those codes in your game
I
and gone
did.
to those areas?
Yeah. The only problem is that you have to buy each of the volumes or whatever, and as we know how anime DVDs go out, it's like, here's 4 episodes on a $23 DVD. So I was like, I'll buy them little by little, and I think I only have like maybe like 2 or 3 of them. Yes.
Can you just like look them up nowadays?
Yeah, nowadays you can look them up, but this was before really there were like places like GameSpot or like any sort of website that had like good information. I keep hitting these buttons. Any information about the like stuff. Yes.
If I look up a GameFAQs walkthrough of .hack sign the game, will I find all of the codes?
Probably. Nowadays, I mean, like I said, nowadays you can find most of the stuff easily. Although this is the actual anime series, this isn't the game. But yeah, so this was the first project they actually created that was like actually created. Like this came out before anything else. Say 2002. It had I think it was a spring anime if I remember right, or no, it was a winter anime. Has like these people, as you can see. Koichi Mishima, that's a different guy, never mind. But Kazunori Ito is the writer, and Yushi Sakamoto is the character designer. So they're super like famous or whatever at this point. And they're like, oh, we're losing right now. Also, I put Yuki Kajira as the composer. Yes, Michael.
Is this the first Yuki Kajira anime?
Yes, it is.
Music that you ever heard?
This is the first Yuki Kajira anime that I've heard. I think she may have done something else before it, but this is, to be honest, one of the things that sort of gave her like good ground level to like sort of promote herself and get herself to like higher things. If you don't know Yuki Kajira, she's like a super famous composer. She makes like basically, if you've seen an anime from like 2010 or whatever that was famous, like thing from like Sword Art, Fate, Madoka, stuff like that. That's that lady or whatever. She does a specific thing. She's like the founder of like Calafina and like some of the other stuff, like some of the other fancy bands that do all the like la 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 things. She's fancy and she owns her own production now. And this was her start, and I thought that was funny. Yes.
The la 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 thing singing? Yeah. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure.
So yeah, like I said, it was the first piece of media that was ever created for the Fright series. It was unique. It was different. people were like, this is cool. I guess at the time, others were like, what the fuck is this or whatever, and had like a weird reception of people being like, this is really good, and other people being like, this is really fucking stupid. So, and you see that nowadays a lot, but this one was like super divergent. If you didn't like it, you didn't like it. If you hated, or if you liked it, you liked it. This is a prequel for the actual, I put IMOQ games, which are the first set of games. IMOQ is like the acronym that people use to describe the first set of games, which is, it's just the first letter of each of the things. So like I is infection, M is mutation, Q, O is outbreak, and Q is quarantine or whatever. So this is like I said, a prequel to it. And then it was licensed in English pretty quickly, actually, because like I said, this show came out in 2002, and I think the anime like got adapted and like translated by like 2003. So I was like, that's pretty fast, I guess, in terms of like, at least in the old school anime days, because it's just like, nowadays, it's like they just do it like this, but back then it's like, whoa. Next slide. So we'll talk about Sign. I'm not going to go super bunch. Basically the Sign of story is that this little kid here named Tsukasa is basically playing the game. One day finds out is like, oh, I can't log out of the game or whatever. So
he's stuck.
Yeah, he's stuck in the game, and he's like, I can't figure out what's happening or whatever. So he meets this girl named Black Rose or whatever, and she's like, oh, hey, what's happening? You said you can't log out. Here, I'll help you. And Tsukasa's kind of an asshole and is like, fuck off. I don't want any help from anyone. And literally, I'm not even joking. Tsukasa is an absolute asshole. Just kind of walks away every time everyone's like, hey, let me help you or whatever. And everyone just kind of just like tries to help him. Yes.
Is she resting the edge of her sword on her exposed neck?
Yes. That's just they do weird things. They're in a video game. He meets another character named Bear or whatever. Bear is a very interesting man. Did I write right here? Yeah. So Bear, like I said, Mimiru is a very... that's Mimiru. Sorry. Hey.
Black Rose?
No, Mimiru. Sorry. This is Mimiru. There's two characters that look extremely similar. There's Black Rose and there's Mimiru. But they're actually two different characters, and there's like a special OVA thing at the end of like the entire series or whatever, where they meet and they're like, no, you're copying me, no, you're copying me, and it's like, but they're two different people, and so sometimes I may say the wrong character, and I apologize for that, but you'll see what I mean later on, why they look super similar. Yeah, so there's a guy, same thing with Bear. Bear looks like another character or whatever that you'll see later on, but but they don't really have the same issue as Mimiru, because the other character has some interesting things that happen to him. Yes?
Is that other character also a bear?
No.
It's too bad.
He's an orca.
Okay.
Anyway, so Bear is a deadbeat dad who's playing this video game. Like, he has this, some of the episodes you'll see him talking to some guy, and that's usually his son he's talking to, and his son's like, hey Dad, I could use some money to get a new car or whatever, and he's like, I'll think about it or whatever. So that's his only way of connecting with the son, is playing this video game. Which is, it's interesting, but he never spends any time with him, so. And then the other important character is, there's more important characters, but these are the four or whatever, is Subaru. She is the leader of a group known as the Crimson Knights, which is technically just its own guild within the game that sort of copy the same thing that the Cobalt Knights did. They don't have admin permissions or anything. They're just like the biggest clan or guilding. They all wear the same armor and things like that, and they're just like players that try to help sort of police the world in a sense, and that's just what their guild does. Yes, and she is a cripple in the real world, so she can't use her legs. She's a Katara shoujo. What else we got here going on? So basically, Tsukasa runs into this thing. This is in the first episode. This is the Twilight Guardian. Basically, this thing is something that follows Tsukasa throughout the entire series. It is a fun little ball thing with like a little bracelet thing in the middle or whatever, and it hits people and does a sort of, I guess I'd call it a move or whatever, called data drain, that ends up putting people into comas and things like that, because it just fucking, I don't know, I can't tell you all the real details of how it works with, like, I guess, sort of, you know, putting people into comas, but it basically, it kills you so hard that you die in real life, or die you go into a coma. And this sort of follows Tsukasa throughout the entire series. There it is, hitting somebody and fucking, like, drain their data or whatever. They just fucking die. Next we got, so then, you have another, yes, Andrew.
Does getting data drained kill you in the real world?
It puts you into a coma.
Okay.
Which is, I mean, you basically, in a sense, death because you don't really have control. Yes.
Does anyone ever wake up from those comas?
Yes, people do sometimes. Like, the first guy right here, he went to the coma for, like, literally, I think it was, like, 3 days or whatever, and they just woke up, luckily, in the hospital, so.
Oh, it's not that bad.
It's not always that nice, so that's the thing. He is a lucky case, yes.
Do they log into this game with VR headsets like
They
the
do
Nerf gear?
log into this game like VR headsets, which is another reason why people probably like, this is just like Sword Art. And it's, I mean, they're different. Yes.
I'm not gonna lie, it sounds a lot like Sword Art so far. The fact that he stays in there, and then there's this clan that's taking care of people that's Crimson themed, and
But this came first.
They were, to be honest, they're actually around the same time because I think the original like novel Sword Art came out in 2002. The light novels came out in like 2007-ish, 8-ish. I don't know the time, but like the original novel came out around the same time as this. People are like, oh, they're just copying. It's like, no, they're different. Yes, Michael.
If Tsukasa's mom realized that he wasn't...
Tsukasa's mom is dead.
If Tsukasa's dad realized that...
Tsukasa's dad beats him.
But if he wanted to beat him but realized he was still in his game and he wanted to like have him be awake to be beaten, and he just yanked the helmet off, what would happen to Tsukasa?
Tsukasa would still be trapped in the game and is stuck there. There's a thing that happens later on that you'll see that's in one of the game sort of things that they explain, like what happens when people try to like get people who are stuck in the game sort of out of the game. Yes.
if you try to log out, even though someone's taken off your helmet, can you?
No.
So is that what happened? Did his dad take his helmet off to beat him up, and now he can't log out?
Unfortunately, no.
Unfortunately.
I mean, I better probably be out of the game. Well, actually, Tsukasa like kind of likes being in the game, so that's the interesting thing. But so there's this character Aura who's really sleepy throughout the series. I didn't have a picture of her, but she'll show up. The girl who popped up on the screen at the very beginning part, that's Aura. She's sort of asleep in this sort of part of the game or whatever, and part of the series, and she's just sleepy right now. Yes.
Is she sleepy because someone drained her data?
She's sleepy because she hasn't been born yet.
That's really
What?
sleepy.
Yeah. Like, you're probably thinking, what do you mean by that? Like, she's technically, like, she has a physical form, but she's not sentient or alive, basically, in a sense.
Is she an AI?
Yeah, she is an
Okay.
AI. So, she's really important to the series. She shows up throughout, like, everything and that stuff. And then there's, like I said, the Crimson Knights, which is one of the founders, which is Krem. He's a guy who started out with Tsubasa or whatever, but then he leaves the Crimson Knight because he thinks it's boring and he just wants to play the game. I think I saw Michael's hand.
Is there a clan of people in the game that think it's fun for other people to get data drained so they can mess with them in the real life without consequences?
No, because no one knows really about data drain except for a couple people. Cliff.
Does Krem have a son?
Krem does not have a son. Krem, I think, is like a police officer in the real world or whatever. So, I'm trying to think what else. And then there's BT, who's this other character who's kind of important. I don't think she's that important. She's just kind of is there or whatever. They make it seem like she just kind of shows up and does things, knows some things or whatever that people already know about, and she just kind of shares that information with everyone. Yes.
What does the BT stand for?
That's really funny because there's an episode about that. BT stands for her favorite type of sandwich, minus the thing that she doesn't like on the sandwich.
What?
Yes.
So it's just a bacon and tomato sandwich,
Yes.
no lettuce?
No
Yes.
I made a few of those.
She doesn't like lettuce. she really talks about that. Anyway. So, and then another important key factor to remember is the Morgana factor, which is this thing that is sort of like it isn't technically an AI in the world or whatever. And what it is, it talks to Tsukasa, gives Tsukasa the little floaty ball thing or whatever and stuff like that, and is like sort of has more administrator privileges than the administrator because it's an AI that can just sort of change things or whatever. At least Yes.
One, are there still AI busters trying to kill these AIs?
Yes, there are still plenty of like admins in the server in the game, but the AIs are like hiding in places or doing other stuff that to make sure that they don't get caught or whatever. Specifically like Aura and stuff like that. They would kill her if they saw her on site, but they can't find her because they go to like weird location things or whatever.
And two, are these AIs from the Ultimate AI file?
Yes. So everything basically was in there or whatever. They didn't. Nobody checked to see what was like stuff, and they just kind of copied files over or whatever. Like let's just keep the game the same. Now next. So another important character, super important. This character does absolutely almost nothing in this anime really, but is extremely important to the entire series, which is okay. But that's because it's stuff later on or whatever. His name is Sora. In the real world, he is a 10-year-old little boy who likes to troll people online. And he loves to kill people. And that's basically what he does throughout the series, is that he wants to make friends, but he also, and anyone who doesn't want to get friends, he just kills them, like, PK or whatever. So, and that's just what he does. He is super, super important in the series. Yeah, PK, or he just does what he wants. I have these kind of things online. But yeah, so, and one thing that everyone is searching for is this item called the Key of the Twilight or whatever, which is supposed to be something to help Tsukasa get out of his thing or whatever. So, Sora kind of knows about it somehow from before, like everyone else does. They don't really expand on that too much. Yes.
Is the Key of the Twilight useful to anyone besides, Tsukasa trying to get out of the game?
Yes, it's supposed to be an item that lets you basically like get whatever you want. In the game. So you can basically, if you have the item, you can just make it to be like it's the rarest item. Technically, it's the quote unquote rarest item in the game that you can just use to be anything. So so there's this cat named Maha that shows up or whatever, and technically is kind of guarding the Key of the Twilight throughout most of the series. So, but Maha is also hanging out with Tsukasa and stuff like that, and just being there, being friendly and things. It doesn't say anything throughout the entire game. It just kind of floats around and eats grass. Yes.
Is that cat avatar controlled by a real life cat with a VR headset on, or is it a person?
No, it is also an AI.
Okay.
It's also built into the game, stuff like that. And then there is the Queen of the Dark, Helba, who is a hacker in the real world or whatever, who is sort of knows basically everything that's kind of going on or whatever. And she is sort of like, I guess how to say it, she's like the sort of person trying to help fix everything to go to the right way. Yes, Michael.
What's the difference between a hacker and a dot hacker?
Dot hackers are the groups that are the group. Well, Helba is a dot hacker technically later on, but the dot hackers are the characters who are the the ones who are trying to save the world. In all forms, the meaning of the word world. And she owns this place called the Net Slum. They visited a couple times and things like that. I'm just trying to get important stuff or whatever on these slides or whatever. Just remember the keywords because they just pop up again later. You don't have to super remember them, but the ones, if anything, I would say remember is the Key of the Twilight and Helba, because and Maha. Those three things are probably the biggest things. Net Slum is a place where it's like it's an external part of the game or whatever. That's sort of where all the reject stuff goes to or whatever, sort of deleted or thought to be deleted stuff. Yes.
So like not bugs, but just like obsolete content.
Yeah. Oh, bugs go in there too, but it's basically just everything that the world doesn't want in it in the map sort of sense. Yes, Michael.
How often does the world get expansions and new seasons and stuff?
The new expansions and seasons are the new versions of the world that they create. They don't really do... I mean, they do events in the games and in the series or whatever, and most of the time they're just like, oh, look, we got, like, pig farming or whatever, something like that. There's, like, these little pigs you can raise in the games and the show, but they're, like, super events. Anyway, so this character right here who shows up, this is Skaith, the Terror of Death. He is a very important character that will be sort of reoccurring throughout the series. I will say, if you saw this, I guess, as a child or whatever, and then I guess see the rest of the series, you'll be like, holy shit, that's really fancy, that's really cool. Anyway, but yeah, Escape. So remember, just remember the name Escape. Remember this character. So now we'll talk about Infection. Infection is the first game in the series of the IMOQ trilogy. Fun thing, if you would like to play these games, it is very hard to get your hands on the actual physical copy of these games because they are no longer, one, in print, and then two, the people who have these like to really raise the price on them, and they're ridiculous. That's all I can say. So, luckily for me, I was a stupid little boy and bought like all of them. So, when they were cheap. So that was wonderful, and now I can sell them for extreme market. So, the Epitaph of Twilight. These are just titles. I'm just gonna call it for the slides of the thing. Hello, there it goes. So basically, at the beginning of the game, wait, before I start, if anyone has anything, there will be kind of spoilers throughout the series. If you have any idea or want to play like on PSX or anything, just tell me now and I'll stop and I'll change or I'll skip around things. Yes, Michael.
Tell me there's a PlayStation 10.
What?
You tell me there's a PlayStation 10?
It's the emulator that you can have. Emulators are not. Look at this. Look right at the camera. Emulators are not illegal as long as you own the content for those things that you're emulating.
But we don't own the content.
I do own the content.
So he'll just give us the copy of the game.
I'm so sorry.
We'll play it on emulated.
I own the content. I own all these games. Yes.
Are these games not on Steam? Because I remember they added a bunch to Steam like a few years ago.
That's just the last recode, and that's the second part of the world. These have never gotten a remake or anything like that. They've always been on PlayStation 2, and they you can't really get them nowadays.
Oh, that's lame.
Yeah. Yes.
Are the games any good?
The second generation is really good. The first generation. It's not bad. There's a lot of bullshit that happens. It's like playing Knights of the Old Republic. Basically, is the combat style.
I was about to ask what kind of gameplay of it. If it's like Crystar, my favorite video game I just learned about.
But yeah, the basically it's kind of like Knights of the Old Republic combat. You have a party system of 2 extra party members. You go fight like in a dungeon. Basically, it mimics the really interesting. It is a single player MMO experience. In other words, so. Yes, go ahead.
I was just curious. I don't remember, where exactly does World of Warcraft's ascendancy fall into like the creation of these games?
Like right around the same time.
Right.
So like this was like going like right when World of Warcraft was starting to like get popular in the market and stuff. This series was like playing all on the same time. Yes.
If you could live in an MMO, would it be this one?
Kinda, but. Not really. I mean, there are certain things that are really cool because they do things in the world in this series or whatever where it's like they're basically there to a certain extent. However, some of the effects of stuff in the world and being sort of, if you're not an important character, your chances are, you're not going to really experience any of the bad stuff. But if like stuff going on in the background and the stuff that's happening, it's like. I don't know if I want to be, experiencing that for like, a couple hours or days or weeks or whatever. So, and it's any chance of you getting fucking hit by some random thing that you have nothing to do with and you get put into a coma for who knows how long. So basically, I forgot to mention this. Also, I have like a small spoiler for probably .hack sign if anyone wants to know. Okay, just making sure. Don't want to be an asshole. All right, so. Explores the dungeon. So it's basically said like you explore a dungeon with your friend Orca down here, who looks almost exactly the same as Bear in the first part or whatever. Fun thing is that you can name your character Kite, or you can name your character whatever else you want, and that is super cool because there's a really cool thing that happens like when you get to the second set of games or whatever. That if you have the same like memory card and save data and file like that, it will remember something really interesting. So. It's really cool. Yes.
Is the interesting thing it remembers your name that you typed in?
A little bit.
Only a little bit?
But there's also more things to it. So. Basically, you go and explore a dungeon. Dungeons look like this. You basically have a bunch of different floors. I'm going to explain the dungeons. They're really interesting. Yeah, you go through them. You have these different areas where you fight enemies or whatever, which are like these little spirally things that fly around or whatever. And you try to get to the bottom, which has this thing called a beast statue, which usually has really fancy rare treasure or whatever. You have like an above ground area outside the dungeon that you can like walk around and stuff like that. Like if you later on you'll get a pig thing you can ride or whatever and stuff like that. Makes noise, yes.
What's going on in the screenshot where your main character has 63 hit points and 13 special points, and then your second character has 1,050 hit points and 160 special points?
So, like I said, Kite joins the world. Kite is your main character. I was gonna get a little more later, but basically, you were invited to play this game by your friend who is Orca. Orca is like a super famous like player in the entire game.
Oh, so he's like Max.
He's like Max.
And you're like a noob.
Here's the thing. He's not even Max at this point, because the Max level you can get so much more health and so much more. But he's just like super famous because him and another character are like I said before, the Descendants of Fianna, which is the poem thing that one of the girls wrote in the early things, because him and the other character did a special event and beat an unbeatable boss that no one else could do or whatever. So they get a special title, and the other character gets literal wings that he can use. So, and you get named as Orca of the Azure Sea, or he gets named Orca of the Azure Sea. Yes, Michael.
Did Orca play Fragment?
Orca did not play Fragment, but the other character.
So he's not a beater.
No, he's not a beater. The other character is a beater, and also a very kind of an asshole, but he has a good reason. So, what's the game basics mechanics? Yeah, like I explained, you go into dungeons. It's like KOTOR. You do things. You have what's it? Items and stuff and weapons. You have to like equip them to your party members. You level up. You don't put skills into your stuff. Your skills are kind of automatically done for you because you're a specific class or whatever. So you'll gain like new like skill moves and things like that. And then you also have to like manage your party members in combat and be like, hey, switch to healing, switch to attacking. You know, it's kind of like MMO managing, I guess, if that makes sense. Clip, was that a hand or?
No, I was just thinking.
But yeah, it's kind of basic. And then weird shit starts happening with you and your friend Orca. Basically, when you start going down deeper into the dungeon, you see a little ghosty girl getting chased through the dungeon by a big-looking rock man that's just kind of falling after her or whatever. And you're like, what was that? And your friend's like, I don't know, it's maybe just a bug. And so you just keep going around and things like that until you get to the bottom, when the game starts bugging out some more and the little girl shows up again. And when the little girl shows up, the little rock man misses and completely and fucking crucifies your friend on a fucking cross, and he gets put into a coma. So,
Orca?
yeah, Orca.
No.
Oh no, he had so many hit points.
Yeah, he instantly dies. He got data drained. And that's the start of your investigation, the start of the game. It's like the prologue stuff or whatever. So, here's the beginning. So, you're this guy, Kite. You're probably wondering, why is this color different from what was on the previous screen? And I'll explain that later as we go forward. And you run into this girl named Black Rose, which looks a lot like the other character. You know, she's got pink hair this time, but, you know, face-wise and design, it's almost the exact same thing.
How customizable is the character creation in the world video game? Not in, like, the real-life video game that you're telling us about.
Super customizable. Like, you could be whatever you really wanted to be.
So it's not like they had 3 faces to pick from and, like, 5 hairstyles and, like, then just the color? So this is, like, a really crazy coincidence.
Yeah. And so it's just, like, that's, like how you do. To be honest, there's more characters that look similar to each other. Like, there's another character that you'll see later on that kind of looks like Tsukasa. Yes, Michael?
Because Tsukasa kind of looks like Kite, too. Do they ever meet each other?
Yes. Later on.
He's in the box art.
Oh, yeah.
It's covered up now. But.
Oh, no, here's the thing. That's not Tsukasa. That's another character that looks like Tsukasa.
Oh.
See? So like I said, there's a lot of interesting. So basically, Black Rose wants you to come visit this cathedral at Hidden Forbidden Holy Ground, which is that's basically a place where she said something weird kind of happened. Yes.
Is the triangle silent?
No, the triangle is actually dubbed in. So let me actually. I don't think I actually have a slide for it. But let me explain. So basically, the game has like almost an infinite number of dungeons. You take basically the first part, like a Greek letter, and then you have a first word which is like hidden. and the second part is Forbidden Holy Ground. So you take those 3 parts or whatever. Each of those there's like 150 different words or whatever, and you just select the combinations and create your own sort of dungeon sort of name or whatever, and it will generate a seed or whatever that you can that will create a random sort of dungeon for you and like give you random treasure and items and things like that. And that's all throughout. That's not just like the world thing, that's actually in the game, so that's really interesting. Yes, Claire.
Do they pronounce Delta Hidden Forbidden Holy Ground every time, like
No.
the whole thing?
No,
Or they just call it...
They just say, let's just go to Hidden Forbidden Holy Ground, or they'll just say...
For short.
I mean, they'll say the names, but you only hear those once usually. They just call this place Healgrand's Cathedral, because that's the name of the place that they just did, so that you don't have to worry about. Or they'll say, let's go to the church.
Right.
Basically, while you're at the church, a winged knight appears or whatever, while you're like looking around, and he tells you, hey, look out, or whatever, and you're like, what do you mean look out, or whatever, and there's this guy, this is the winged knight man, or whatever, he's like, hey, look out, and you're like, what do you mean, and then there's this big fucking green bug monster thing that shows up or whatever, and he fucking smacks the shit out of winged knight man, and smacks the shit out of you and Black Rose, or whatever, and at that moment, you sort of get knocked out or whatever, and then your character sort of hears some voices and stuff like that, and starts having through a transformation, which then makes him orange or whatever. And when he becomes orange, he gets a really cool. Do I have a slide for it? No, I don't have a slide for it. Anyway, but he gets this fancy little bracelet thing or whatever that appears around his wrist or whatever, and it allows him to actually data drain the monster and remove the bug that's sort of around it or whatever, and then Mr. Winged Knight's able to fucking slay it, so, because he's like fucking high level, yeah.
Does this bracelet he gets also let him data drain people?
Technically, yes, but he doesn't do it because he's a good boy. And then, before you can leave, you get a message from Helva, basically. But here's the fun thing. I forgot to mention, one really interesting aspect that's also kind of fucking stupid is that this game literally is, you're not playing like as the character Kite in the game, you're playing as the player who's playing the character Kite in the game. So, in other words, you have a like OS screen, like a mock OS, like computer, like desktop that you go to like go to mail and stuff like that and check messages and things like that, and and then you have to like go to a thing that logs you into the world, so then you can go back to playing the character.
Oh, that's really cool.
It's absolutely ridiculous because it takes up so much time sometimes. Because for some reason you don't know how to push Alt Tab, and you have to go log out completely of the game to go to your email to read an email so that you can progress the story to go log back into the game and go back there.
It's less cool now.
Yeah. They don't actually fix that in the remaster either. Yes, Michael.
When you log out, can you also like get up from your desk and go to school and get beat by your dad and stuff in the real world?
No. This character actually doesn't get beat by his dad. This character is actually a pretty decent guy. He just goes to school or whatever. He's worried about his friend who's now in the hospital in a coma, and he's like, how the fuck is he in a coma? We were just playing a game.
I wonder.
Yes, Cliff.
Is Tsukasa like an asshole because his dad beats him?
A little bit. He's a bit of an asshole because his dad beats him, and he doesn't want people to bother him and sort of figure out why he's stuck in the world, so he can stay in the world, so he doesn't have to go outside and get beat by his dad and other stuff because he hates it there. Yes.
Is Tsukasa worried about starving to death in real life while this is happening?
Yeah, they even say, when's the last time you eaten? And they're like, he's like, I don't know. And basically, like, they don't figure it out, basically. But ends up Tsukasa was actually in the hospital without the like headset and stuff, but his like mind is still stuck in the game. Yes.
So in this game, you're talking about how you use like a desktop and stuff. Is he playing a non-VR version, like a non-full dive VR version of the world in this one? If you could just be on the desktop for it?
It's still a VR version. It's just that rather than having a monitor, everyone uses the like VR headset as like their monitor. In other words.
Oh, okay.
So like if you're like on your monitor or whatever, everyone's like, oh, you can just take it off or walk away or whatever. But like when you're in the game, you know, people can do it like normally, but other times, you know, it's like if you get stuck, something's weird, they can't take it off or whatever. Yes, Michael.
So, like, when they're logged in, are they seeing the game with their real eyes through the VR headset?
Yes.
Or is it more like an avatar where their mind gets sucked elsewhere?
It's technically it's that they're looking through the their eyes and seeing the game like on the VR headset. But if you've played VR for a super long time, sometimes it feels like you're a little bit there.
But you said they can take the helmets off of people and they would still be in the game.
Yes.
And seeing what's happening in the game?
Yes.
But their eyes aren't seeing the game anymore.
Yes. So in other words, like their mind has sort of been uploaded to the game, and that's like part of the mystery of things of why it's so weird or whatever that these people are stuck in the game. So can you forward? Oh shoot. Oh, that didn't move. That sucks. Well, there's Sandro, but I'll explain him later.
That's just bad.
Sandro's really funny. So then you meet this furry thing, this cat who says, "I'm a hacker," or whatever. And when you first like meet her or whatever, after you log back in after reading Helpa's message or whatever, she's like, "Holy shit!" Runs up to you, grabs your arm, and it's like, "That's a really cool fucking bracelet." Keep in mind that no one else can see the bracelet at this point. No one else knows that this bracelet exists or whatever. So yes, Michael.
Is this one a real life cat wearing a VR headset?
No. And her name is Mia. Yeah, her name's Mia. Anyway, and she has a friend whose name is Elk. Elk is a very interesting boy. Elk is super important to the series. I say her friend, and I didn't really care because I was like, we'll talk about Elk sort of, but Elk is kind of an asshole too. Well, he's an asshole later on. At first, he's pretty chill or whatever and things like that. But Elk is like when we first meet you, he's like, "Oh, you're cool. Hi, how are you?" And then later, Elk's like, "Fuck you, I hate you. You're such a bitch," and wants you to die a little bit. Basically, Mia teaches you this concept known as gate hacking, which is basically you go into extra like protected parts of the game or whatever that are blocked by system admins. Yes, Michael.
Is there a song called Hacking to the Gate from an anime, and is it related to this?
It's not related to this, but yes, that's Steins Gate. But yeah, so she teaches you gate hacking, which basically is so you can go around these, system like blocked like sort of codes that are like, "Hey, don't investigate this area because we heard someone got fucking like killed and maybe put into a coma here or whatever." Yes.
Do the admins ever ban people for hacking?
They do if they can find them, but most of the time they can't find the hackers. That's the thing, because they're just like everyone else. They really don't know unless they're like, "Hey, this is an area you're not supposed to be, and get the fuck out of here." Yes.
Is there PvP or is...
Yes.
Okay.
There's PvP. There's like you're supposed to be able to do PvP anywhere outside of like once you get outside of the like the main towns or whatever. It's a bigger part in the second like World Series thing or whatever, like being able to player kill and do stuff like that or whatever. But this part, it's like, people don't really PvP as much or whatever, but there's still PvP. Yes, Laura?
If you get banned for hacking, do you die in real life?
Some people wish that. There's specifically the where is it? Sorry. This guy right here, he really wishes if he finds you're a hacker, finds out you're a hacker, he wishes that you would die, like in the real world or whatever. And people take hacking very seriously because of the Pluto's Kiss Y2K thing, and people are like, this is scary because it literally, like, like I said, things shut down. Airplanes started falling slightly or whatever, crashing a little bit because they lost certain
Falling
things.
slightly.
Yeah, because they're using autopilot and they're using other things that are connected to a wider network. So yes.
So do the hackers like max out their player stats and give themselves aimbots and stuff, or is it like they're corrupting the game world?
Technically, hackers aren't really doing anything to the world. They're just playing the game and like doing, like you said, max stats and sort of just playing the game. But a lot of people assume that they're just like adding the bugs or whatever, that like the weird stuff that where people get put into comas and stuff like that. They assume that those are the hackers that are causing that issue because of, like I said, the one before with like the Y2K thing, and then the other thing before where I talked about the like I said schizophrenia, that's the wrong thing. The what's it called? The extreme. What's the light sensitivity thing called?
Seizure.
Yeah, like seizures.
Epilepsy.
Epilepsy. That sort of thing or whatever. So that was because people were hacking into people's computers and making them like do stuff like that. So people kind of are like a little more on guard because those events were not like just like something. Well, Pluto's Kiss wasn't actually as bad because I think it was like only like 10 people died or whatever. The Y2K thing, but like the
people is a lot of people.
Yeah.
How did only 10 people die from planes crashing?
Well, I mean, they didn't crash because pilots would take control, but like the autopilots weren't functioning and other stuff like that. And, things weren't working right anywhere in the world. Yes.
So it really wasn't a big deal at all.
I mean, that one wasn't as big of a deal, but no, it was a big deal because what was it, like 37 nuclear missiles almost went off and like blew up like half of the world.
But only 10 people died.
Yeah, but they, like I said, only 10 people. It was a lucky thing that everyone was fine, and that's what they kind of expressed. They're like, it was great that no one died, but this could have been worse or whatever. Yes.
Where did the 37 nukes hit where only 10 people got killed?
They didn't hit. They got armed and were about to launch.
Oh.
They never actually went off. And then I think Cliff had his hand real quick.
No, you go ahead.
Was one of the 10 people that Crystar girl in the car?
I wish. But let's see, what was going back? Gate hacking. Gates look like this. They're little blue things. They whirl and go and make really fun, cool noises or whatever. So, yeah, that's what the graphics look like, by the way. So.
Let's use the whole legal name of that location.
Yeah. So along the way, you'll meet a bunch of side characters. So like after she teaches you how to gate hack, you start meeting people in town or whatever. By the way, one really cool thing is that all the NPCs that like walk around the city and stuff will actually be like talking about stuff like just like random stuff or whatever. It's like all randomly generated, like almost like it's a real like MMO where people are doing stuff. You can also talk to basically every NPC in the towns and trade like items with them or whatever to get stuff or whatever. And they have like unique dialogues and they'll be, I'll give you a dagger if you have like 3 healing potions or something like that.
Or some emeralds.
Yeah, or some emeralds. Yes.
Does anybody offer GF?
I don't remember seeing any of that, but it'd been really good if they did that. And then sometimes they also talk about stuff that's like happening out in the real world. Another thing I keep going back. Another thing I forgot to mention about the like desktop version, there is a news article things that sort of pop up from time to time or whatever, and we'll talk about stuff that's happening in the actual world that they have. And they're like super detailed like articles, and I had to read all of them. Let me tell you, it was ridiculous just to make sure I wasn't missing. But they do explain sometimes things that connect to other parts in the series, so it's really cool. But you meet a bunch of side characters. You meet this girl named Mistral. She is a housewife, and I think that's about it. And you meet her or whatever, and she thinks that you're being like fucking too into the game or whatever. You're role playing 90% of the time when you're like, we have to do this, we have to do that. She's like, oh, you're just having too much fun, or whatever. And she still thinks you're still fun and cool or whatever. Pyros the third. Pyros is a character who actually shows up a bunch in the series or whatever, and in like almost all variants and all versions of the world or whatever. He is based off of the I think if I remember, he's based off of the CyberConnect 2 lead. I don't know if it was the lead developer director of this game or whatever. And so he kind of just implanted himself into the game. He is the most like he's kind of annoying, but he's really good, I guess, in the sense of that he gets kind of funny. He does really stupid things, and he's just kind of weird. Yes.
You're telling me his dad actually works at Nintendo?
Yes. In this game, he doesn't actually work at Nintendo, but he just kind of put him in there. Later on, he does work at Nintendo, but that's later on in like the series. This girl named Natsume, she's not really important, but she does show up a bunch in the series later on or whatever. She's just a normal girl who actually goes to school with you or whatever, so she's in a different class, but she knows you and you know her or whatever. And then there's this other girl named Gardenia who likes flowers and at one point is very weird and says some things that you're like, hey, hold on, those sound like some red flag things or whatever. But she's just kind of weird. People in the world like follow her and sort of like have like a fan club for her, but she's just like, I don't want to do that. I just want to play the game. And then Sanjuro is he is a man who loves Japanese and Japan culture, and he is a Japanese like language a Japanese like language teacher who lives in South Dakota. So then yeah. So what you do after you like meet all those people, you just do a bunch of side quests. Like the game is, there's a main story and then there's like side quests or whatever. You play the side quests because that will basically help you level throughout the game. You technically don't have to do any sort of grinding on your. There's probably a little bit, but most of it you don't have to really do on your own. You can just do the side quests and you'll kind of level yourself up with it or whatever. And the side quests do have some small connections with like story stuff, but really they're not that important. Yes.
Are they at least interesting?
Yeah, they're all fun. A lot of them are like bonding stuff or whatever. in this in this game or whatever, the bonds don't really matter as much. In the second one, or the second set of series, bonding is is really important because you have like a whole level thing, and it gives you like special events and cutscenes at the end of the games and stuff like that. So you just keep doing random quests or people until Black Rose gives you a lead or whatever, and then you investigate with her to a place where you go through the dungeon and you find this thing at the bottom of the dungeon where it's like a weird little like white room with like teddy bears and stuff all over the ground, and you hear a voice in the background and it says, and so I shall name her Aura. Without you, she would not exist. The shining girl Aura. Basically, you're like, what the fuck does this mean? What are they talking about? What's happening and things like that. And it's just like this weird. So then, I write this in here. Right. So then, after you leave the dungeon or whatever, you run into a couple people who used to be Orca's guildmates or whatever. Bob and Linda. And basically, Bob and Linda are like, hey, you're friends with Orca, aren't you? What happened to him? You know, and they're like, Orca's in a coma. He's not able to play right now. And they're like, huh, that's weird, because he was telling us about this weird stuff that he saw before like all this happened or whatever, and he was just kind of like, he just kind of disappeared. He just hasn't been talking about it. And then so they're like, yeah, that's fine. And that's also when you learn that Orca from his friends was a descendant of Fianna, which is, like I said, the thing from the poem that the girl wrote about. The poem was based off of an event that happened where they killed this thing called the One Sin from a special event or whatever. And both Orca and Balmung, which I now am giving a name drop of the wingman or whatever, defeated some special boss or whatever. And from it, Balmung got special wings that he can use to fly in the game. Orca got absolutely nothing, so I don't know why they said their title. Yes.
How well known among people is it that people who play this game keep going into comas?
It's not. There's been like things that have hinted at it where people heard about stuff like that, but they're like, "Oh, it's just baseless rumors." There's no. We don't actually know that. We're just like, we'll see it on the forum boards or something like that, and it's like no one really believes that it's happening or whatever. But until you see it, no one really believes it. Keep going. So they tell you to go to a certain place, and then you go there, and this is what you find. You find a chair in a white room. This chair in this white room is actually super important later on in another part of the series. You're basically going through most of this game looking for stuff or whatever, just kind of investigating. You get another message from Helva. Helva tells you to go to this place or whatever, which is now, I think that's Sigma, if I remember right. No, it's not Sigma, is it? Theta. That's right. So Theta, Chosen Hopeless, Nothingness, or whatever. Yeah, there's some really like weird ass names. There's like one thing in there. It's like beaten, sad, divorced mom or something like that. And I'm like, what? I don't get those names. There's literally like a bunch of different combinations. Yes.
If you're playing through the game for the second time and you know where these like story important locations are, can you go to the combination lock and just head into these places whenever?
Some of them you can, and some of them they won't let you. And you can't like I told you about the gate hacking thing where I'll be like, oh, you can't go there. You know how to go around the protector. But the thing is that with gate hacking, they make sure you can't do it because you need special items to be able to do specific gate hacking stuff or whatever. But some of the places you can, and there'll be nothing that's happened. You won't see anything or any events or whatever. And then other times you'll go there and it'll be like, oh, it's cool. So like even if you went there right before that event happened, you wouldn't, it wouldn't show you anything. It wouldn't like let you continue the story. But basically, you go to the message board and they tell you stuff like that. You look for the thing or whatever. And then Helva's actually the one who sent you this post that actually was deleted or whatever. For some reason, you're like, you keep going to the message boards, like trying to do stuff for your investigation. And each time you try to go back, sometimes things get deleted. And you're like, why do things keep getting deleted? And the things that's getting deleted are stuff that's related to the people going to comas because the CyberConnect 2 Corporation is deciding that, hey, let's cover up this stuff so that no one stops playing our game. We can keep making money. So that's always funny. You also get this weird ass message from this weird ass thing, and that's Aura technically. I used to be able to like I don't remember these things. There's a deciphering thing for it or whatever that you get, whatever. But I don't have it all. But basically, Aura sends you messages. Something about there's still time for something. I don't know. Anyway, Aura sends you these messages a lot throughout the game, and half the time you're like, I don't know what it's saying or whatever. And you're just like, why do I keep getting these messages? Who is this? What is going on? Is this some sort of glitch or bug or whatever? So yeah, see, that's what the dashboard thing looks like. You got the data, which is where you can save your game. You got audio, where you can listen to like music tracks or whatever in the game. I don't remember what accessory does. And then you have news, which gives you like news stories or whatever. Your mail, and then of course you have your game. So you go to this place or whatever that Helba had told you to go to, that you were looking for in the investigation, and you're like, what's happening here? And then, Aura shows up, I guess. Okay, and she's like, hey, look, thanks for coming here, because I think she was also telling you to come here, but she's like, you're kind of too late, or whatever. And that's when the game starts bugging out and freaking out and stuff, and the little cross thing appears behind you. So guess what? You fight now the first phase of the first phase, Scathe the Terror of Death. That is, like I said, remember the Rocky Man thing before. Remember him throughout the entire thing. He's like super important to the series. So then you actually have to fight this thing immediately. You have to fight the boss that you would think that, this is like, like I'm gonna save Orca. I'm gonna fight. The game seems super short, which I forgot to mention. I should have probably mentioned earlier. So the games, like I said, are broken up into different games or whatever. Each game is at full price, by the way, for this time. So like each game is like $40, and there's only like it's like part of the story or whatever. So I think like in a modern day's terms, it's like you buying like it. How do I say it? It's like if you bought Mass Effect or whatever, Mass Effect 2 or something like that, and you only got like the first part of the game or whatever.
Like before the base.
Yeah, and that's basically a lot of it. And some people were really complaining about it. I don't think it's that bad. I mean, it is in a sense because it's like when they first came out, they come out with like in 3 to 4 months apart from each other, which is kind of good in one sense because it's like, I can get the story faster, but also it's kind of bad because it's like, you have to pay another $40 for the continuation of the story. The reason why they did that was because they were trying to simulate something like Michael's been saying before, expansion content, and that's basically what each of the games are. Is like an expansion where they add new mechanics and like improve upon things that from the last game, which I think is interesting. But it's fun. So as you see, now you're not a little baby boy. You got 600 health now and like almost zero. Anyway, so then you fight this thing. He does like a lot of fucking crazy ass moves or whatever that can sometimes one hit you and one KO you or whatever. He can hit you with Data Drain, which will fucking give you every status debuff in the game at one time, and it's absolutely terrible. So you should always have like a bunch of items that like heal you and change your debuffs. And there's a lot of managing, like micromanaging, when it comes to like your team skills and stats and stuff like that. Anyway. You eventually kick the shit out of Scathe, and he turns into this little gooey puddle on the ground. And you're like, oh shit, he's a little gooey puddle thing or whatever. Like, I did it. But then this fucking gigantic ass monster comes out of the fucking puddle out of the ground, and you're like, oh shit, what the fuck is that thing? And then you get fucking like knocked back, but before you get knocked back, you get sent back by Helga or whatever. I kind of put these slides across. I remember some of the shit. I guess not. Anyway, but that's the end of the first game. The true battle's about to begin, and now this is where I stop. Well, we can stop here. I'm like, I don't think
it's like 12 o'clock.
Yeah, it's 12:05.
Okay. That was when I go to lunch. Or you guys want to continue forward?
We can continue. Have a lunch a little later.
Because, like I said, I'd be honest, there's a lot of good stopping points. Like, I can stop in the middle of things. I can stop in the middle of a bunch of games. Anyway. But this is where we talk about .hack Liminality. Liminality is actually like amazing because every game that you bought, you get a special anime disc, which is Liminality that comes with the game or whatever, which is extra content that talks about stuff that's happening in the real world or whatever, while at the same time you're playing the game or whatever. You can see some of that by reading some of the news stories and stuff like that, and you'll know exactly when like it happened in the game versus when it happened, or whatever and stuff like that. But liminality just shows you the things. Yes, Michael.
So if you just buy like the second game, you'll get episodes like 4 through 6 of the show, and you have to buy all of them to have the whole thing.
Yes. There's also a really cool thing where if you buy in all the entire games, you get like a nice little picture that shows at the bottom of the thing where it's like, you get like a piece of it. Yeah, that makes sense. Like, you get like, I think the whole picture is like you riding like one of the like pig riding things or whatever. Like, each game that you buy, it's like a part of the complete puzzle. When you get it all, you get to see the whole picture or whatever. But yeah, no, liminality. So the thing about these DVDs too is that when they were bundled with the game, they each have like different like links. Like the first one is like 45 minutes of like an episode or whatever. There's only 4 episodes technically or whatever. So technically you only watch like a 4-episode series. First one is super long or whatever. But to be honest, in comparison to like some of the other stuff, I think this is more. Like I think it's better than some of like the main stuff. Like even like Dot Hack Sign, I think this is more interesting than that. Dot Hack Sign is, if someone tells you that Dot Hack Sign is their favorite series, I don't know what to tell you. They're either crazy or they're wrong. But yeah, so basically we'll talk about liminality. It's about this girl named Mai or whatever, and she is waking up or whatever because she was playing the world or whatever with her boyfriend, who is actually super important in the series later on too, which is really cool because there's some really cool stuff how all this stuff connects or whatever. But yeah, she is waking up in the hospital. Unfortunately, her boyfriend is not. That's the wrong guy. That's a different guy. But yeah, I thought I had a slide for it. Both of them were playing the world or whatever, and then something happened or whatever. By the way, they were at school when this happened, and they're like, "What the fuck happened?" or whatever. He's stuck in the coma, and she's just kind of like, I think Michael's hand came first.
Were they gaming at school?
Yes. Like they were playing, like they're part of the like PC, they're part of the PC club or the like computer club or whatever, and they're playing games in like their little PC club warehouse thing. Yes.
That was going to be my question. Yeah. Why were they playing video games at school?
It's doing their club activities. I mean, they do other stuff. I think they actually build PCs and stuff too. Yes, Clive.
This was back in the days where you probably could only get a computer at school.
I think,
or like, I mean, I didn't have a good enough computer to play video games at my house.
Yeah, I can see that 100%. I got a nice computer. I don't remember. Anyway, that's not important. What's important is what's happening to Mai and her boyfriend, who's in a coma right now. And so basically, Mai goes back to school after like a week or a month or something like that. And their other friend Masaya is there or whatever, and he's like, Mai, how you feeling? You've been fucking like in a hospital bed for like a week or a month or something like that. I don't remember how long it was. And you're finally coming back to school. It's good to see you or whatever. And they're just kind of talking and doing their thing when it kind of pans up. Yes, Michael.
Have the hospitals or the government realized that a bunch of people who play this game end up in comas?
Both the government and the what is it? Both the government, hospitals, and the company know sort of that this is happening, but they're kind of just pushing it more and more under the rug because they're kind of like, you can't get in a coma from playing a video game. That's impossible. It's just a video game. And so the corporation, I think, is a little more like there might be an actual connection, but everyone else is kind of like, that's impossible. It's just a fucking game. So at the same time, this man, Junichiro Tokuoka, is getting his ass kicked in San Diego, California by a bunch of the security people because he went to like the board and was like, hey, people are getting put into comas in our game. Should we do something about this? And the company's like, stop asking questions, and so they kick his ass. By the way, CyberConnect 2 in this world is based in San Diego, California. So I don't know why. It's just a fun fact. Anyway. He's getting his ass beat, and so he gets the idea of, why, if the corporation will help me do this, I'll do my own investigation of this stuff. So he, so he basically goes to Japan and talks to Mai or whatever, and he's like, I heard that you were in a coma from playing the game The World, and I want your help on my investigation. Would you be willing to help me? Where she's like, yeah, I'll help you or whatever. He kind of follows her in like some really sketchy ways or whatever at the start or whatever, where he kind of like follows her to school and stuff. And Mashia's like, dude, get the fuck out of here. What are you doing following this girl around? But basically, this guy Jinichiro was the lead developer, or one of the lead developers for when they made the world itself or whatever, and he's just trying to fix it so that people aren't getting their fucking brains be put into comas or whatever. There's your boyfriend over there, and they have like a quick flashback and building computers. Basically, Masaya kind of like Mai or whatever, but the other guy's got the faster draw on the gun. It's like, I'm taking the girl first or whatever. But they're still bros. They're still friends. It's nice. I don't know who else I had to slide. I feel like there's something else, but I don't remember what it was. Anyway, but so to try to figure out what's happening, Jinichiro and Mai actually have to play the game or whatever. So they go into the game or whatever. They try to replicate everything that happened in the event or whatever. He even like logs and like uses administration like game privilege stuff or whatever to get the character that her boyfriend was playing or whatever in the game. Which also, by the way, you actually get to see Masaya's character in the game or whatever asking questions like a lot of times, like have you guys heard of this guy? As well, I think you get to see her boyfriend's character also in the game asking questions and stuff like that, or like early on in the game or whatever, if you're like paying attention, like looking at the character, because they talk about the character names and stuff like that, which is, I thought was really cool. That's fun. Anyway, yeah, so they play the game, they try to replicate the experiment of everything that happened or whatever, and so they get into the game, but Jinichiro gets something. Mai hears that one, like, I said, the ring, sort of the bing, sort of like a C. I don't even know. I got it. I don't have perfect pitch anyway, but she hears it or whatever and stuff like that, and she's like, "Oh shit, something's bad's about to happen" or whatever, because she keeps sort of hearing that throughout the entire like episode or whatever, like in the background, just like in her head, and makes her feel like sick and nauseous and stuff like that. And she hears it, and so she's like, "All right, shit, I'm taking the helmet off real quick," and so she does. But then Junichiro's like, "I'm not taking. I need to keep testing the experiment or whatever." And so she tries to fucking stop him and like, "You gotta get out of the game. It's gonna be too dangerous or whatever." He fucking goes into a fucking full like I'm almost dead mode or whatever. She fucking rips the controller out of the port or whatever, and he's still like playing or whatever. And she like throws the thing off, and he's like still staring, just playing with his arms up or whatever and things like that. She's like, "What the fuck is happening?" or whatever. And so she's like, "Fuck, dude, he's gonna fucking die." Yeah, she ripped the fucking. She could have just unplugged it, but as you can see, she fucking like ripped the whole like metal thing out from the port, which I'm just like, that's some insanity. Like she even like makes the computer fall or whatever. So she tries to drag him outside. By the way, the room was locked when they try to get in. They had like boarded up and locked, so they go through like a secret entrance outside, like in the back of the thing, so because they knew it's their clubhouse or whatever. So she tries to drag him outside or whatever. And that's when Masaya shows up and is like, "What the fuck is happening?" And she's like, "Bro, he's fucking dead on the ground," or something like that. But turns out he's actually okay because some water hits him in the face or whatever, and he finally luckily wakes up or whatever. And they're like, "Yeah, you know what? Let's keep doing this investigation. Are you willing to do this, Maya?" And he's like, "Yeah." And so then they high five. That's it. Yes.
Is the cure to getting data drained just having someone splash your face with water?
No. This was a lucky case, but probably because he had his stuff. And that's where the second game, Mutation, sort of begins. Or starts to take off or whatever. So, we'll wait before. Still good. Still don't want to...
Oh, to stop?
Yeah, do you want to keep going? You guys want to stop? You guys, I'm not trying to... I know that was like only like 5
I
minutes,
was
but...
like, yeah.
Yeah, we could do Mutation.
Alright, Mutation. So, basically, it starts off where Infection ended. Black Rose is fucking freaked out about everything that just happened because, she saw the whole thing with Scathe show up and Aura getting fucking blasted and stuff like that. And you're just still trying to figure out stuff or whatever. And she's like, "I don't want to die. I'm scared to die," or whatever. And they're both like, I'm scared to die or whatever. Will something actually happen to us in game or whatever? Or is it just normal or whatever? Because they start realizing that, that's the same sort of creature that showed up and... Well, actually, not the same creature, but that's the same girl and stuff that showed up when, like, Orca got fucking blasted. And for Black Rose, they don't mention it at this point, but when her brother got blasted, so... and so then, fun little knight, Balmung shows up. Oh, wow, I thought I had a picture anyway. Balmung, the little white-winged knight dude, shows up, and he's like, "Hey, fuck you guys, you're the problem of the game. You guys, I bet you guys are just hackers, fucking doing shit. I don't want you in this world. Get the fuck out and go die in like a corner somewhere. And like he literally says for them to go kill themselves and basically stuff like that. You know, the classic internet
Average MMO player.
Yeah. But the reason why he's so upset and hates hackers so much is because if I remember it, I think it's like people that he knew were some of the people that died during the Pluto's Kiss event or whatever. So that's why he's so. Yes. 10
people on the whole planet died during that event, and he knows several of them.
I think he knows like at least 1 or 2 of them. So,
AKA several of them.
Yeah. So that's why he hates hackers so much or whatever. So he just kind of an asshole, but he blames them. He doesn't have a good reason to blame them. Anyway, I forgot to mention that. But that's okay, so the same thing happens here. So basically, you get a fun little email from from CyberConnect saying, "Congratulations, you have won our special like lottery thing, and we're going to give you a special character upgrade thing or whatever that'll help improve your character stuff or whatever." So go talk to the NPC shopkeeper. You go there, and then you try to do it, and this error comes up where it says installation error, character data character data overwrite is forbidden or whatever. And basically what was trying to happen there was that the company was trying to delete your character and remove it from the game. So they tried it again. This is the second time. They actually did it once in the first game, shortly after you left the field where Orca died. Yes, Cliff.
No, you'll probably continue. So
okay. So that's not all I had for this slide.
Okay.
That's kind of stupid.
Hey, I might forget, so I might just say it now. Is this a failsafe that's in the system?
What do you mean?
About the installation error, character overwrite data is forbidden? Is that something that the game itself has installed, and the company is just trying to get rid of it and isn't understanding its own rules? Yes, basically. So it's not the game itself that is sort of protecting it. It is the game itself that's protecting him, in other words. I see. The company tried to do it. It's their game, but like I said before, the company didn't understand anything that was happening when they decided to sort of port the game over and create whatever. So basically, your character is being protected by some sort of outside thing or whatever, so the company can't delete your character or whatever. Okay. So, and you get this from an NPC shopkeeper or whatever and stuff like that. You're like, oh, that's cool. And you're like, so. And then you get another message from Aura or whatever, and it's like, whoa, I thought she was fucking dead. And it's like, oh, no, I'm alive or whatever. And she's like, I actually segmented my data into different parts or whatever. Please go find the parts and restore me. You're the only one that can help do this, and I need your help. Yes.
Isn't that the same as the very first thing you told us about, where the little girl separated into different parts?
Yes.
Okay.
So that's to be honest, I think they just kind of took that part and put it into their story, because this, I think, actually came out before that light novel.
Oh, okay.
So you get an anonymous email telling you to go to this place or whatever, and that was from basically from when after you got the email from Aura talking about that or whatever. You get there and you go to that place or whatever, and you're like, oh, what is this this white world or whatever. And Black Rose also got the same email or whatever, and you're like, there's nothing here. What's happening? Why are we here? And Black Rose tries to leave the location, and she cannot leave the location. She's like, why can't I leave? There's nothing here. This isn't going to help with our investigation. When all of a sudden, a fancy little cube thingy appears in the sky or whatever, and it turns out to be the shopkeeper that you got your fancy item from. And he's like, hi, my name's Leos, and I'm kind of an asshole too. And there we go. Wait, that's it. So he's like, hi, I'm Leos or whatever. It's like every shopkeeper from all parts of the game or whatever. So Leos then shows up or whatever and is like, by the way, that's him from the anime. So he shows up and he's like, it's all your fault for all the stuff that's happening in the world. I'm going to delete your characters and I'm going to remove you from the game. And they're like, whoa, hold up a second. Don't just jump to conclusions or whatever. And he's like, no, I see Kite right there. You got your illegal little item or whatever that we can't really see, but we can see that you have in your inventory. I don't know where it came from, so let's get rid of that right here. And so he's like, I'm going to delete your character or whatever. Yeah, he says it's against the EULA is his reason. So, and he's like, you can't do that. You're breaking the rules. And so right before he deletes him, he's gonna be like, I'm going to delete you now. And then before he deletes him, Helga shows up. This is our first picture of Helga, by the way. She's weird. Helga appears or whatever and stops him from data draining. And what was it?
Is that less data drain?
Oh, no, it says, so basically, Helga shows up or whatever, and he's like, you can't delete Kite, you already tried it before, you saw where you tried to do it with the item and it didn't work, and she looks at Kite and she's like, Kite, why are you dealing with this guy? You could just data drain him and just get him out of here. And he's like, no, I'm not going to do that, I'm a good boy, I don't try to kill people or put them in comas or whatever and things like that. And, Helga's just like, yeah, I know, I'm just joking. I was just gonna see. He's like, hey, Leos, you see that? This is a good kid. If he was really bad and like the hacker that you thought he was, he would have probably done to you right here near there. So basically, they go through this whole thing talking about stuff or whatever, and Helga talks about how Leos, his name Leos, is in the poem of the Epitaph of the Twilight that talks about, like, basically, you know, everything that's supposed to happen in the world or whatever. So, Leos is like, oh, am I really? Or whatever. And they're like, yeah, Helga, Queen of the Dark, and Leos, King of the Light, are supposed to work together, join forces, and help defeat the waves or whatever. So, they have no idea what that means at this current time, but they're just talking about that. Leos is like, okay, I kind of back off just because you said he could have killed me and he didn't, so, you know, I'll leave for the day. God, I actually had this thing. I had it. That's funny. Yeah. Design is based in the world, is right. So they have a tap of Twilight. Yeah. So they talked about that. So then, Leos approves of Kite from this point forward. He sends you a message saying that, all right, from now on, you can do what you want. You can keep investigating. However, you're gonna have to work under me if you're gonna want to be able to do your investigations or whatever. So he gives you a list of different servers or whatever, and you now basically have access to like also you basically have admin privileges now or whatever. So you can go to a bunch of different places. To be honest, you actually cannot go to the Sigma or Lambda areas. Maybe you can go to Lambda, but you can't go to Sigma. And then I know you definitely can't go to Omega or whatever because there are actually no Omega like codes or whatever because they actually didn't put that in the game. They just showed it there. So it's kind of like that's kind of BS. But yeah, you get access to more locations that you can go visit or whatever. And he's like, all right, you can do what you want. Just follow my orders, and I promise not to mess with you and do anything. Yes.
So can you still go back to the Delta Hidden Forbidden whatever thing now?
Yeah, you can still go anywhere, and like I said before, there's that like list of combinations of like different stuff or whatever that you can create or whatever to go wherever you want. The thing is that a lot of the Delta server is like lower leveled or whatever, so it's like you go there.
We don't need to go there.
You don't need to really go there because you don't get the experience. I think it's all cliffhangers first, and then.
Are some of these server types inaccessible until a different game?
Yes. So, yeah.
Do the other servers also have hidden forbidden fortresses?
No.
Okay.
I think in the R2 universe there's a couple of different ones on different servers, but for the most part, Delta Hidden Forbidden Holy Ground is the only important one, and that's because actually that was also in the beta version of the game. They just kind of copied it over, but in the beta version of the game, instead of it being like a floating, church in just like a random area, there's like water all around it and stuff like that. Yes, Michael.
So if you went to, I guess, the input area where you choose which one of these to go to, and you went through the scroll wheels and you picked Theta Hidden Forbidden Holy Ground, would it just not be an option for you to go there?
It would. You could put it in, and then it would come up with like a thing that says like something like incorrect, not a real code or something like that or whatever.
So there's a lot of combinations, but only really a few you can actually do.
Not exactly. There's if I remember looking at the actual list, I think they said that there's like 3 300 something or whatever different locations that you can go to, but they give you a list acting kind of like you can go and just put in whatever, but I don't actually know the actual number. Yes.
So I'm a little confused about these servers. Are they... Because usually in MMO when you have multiple servers, it's the same locations, just different people on them. Mm-hmm. Are these actual, like, fully different places in the game? Okay.
So basically, the servers in this game act as sort of a different... Well, not in this one, but in the later ones, they act as like a whole different like field type a little bit. Like in the Delta servers and the other ones, it's like you go to Delta servers, so you get like a grass field or a like big like I don't know like machine area or like something of like I don't know like it's like a big I'm trying to think of another weird like a cave or something like that. Whereas in the if you went to like the Theta server and the other ones, you'd go to like the beachfront, or you'd go to like a mountaintop or something of that nature. Like they act as a whole different like thematic, or a whole different theming like area, sort of with different sets of enemies and stuff like that. But yeah, they to be honest, the servers aren't like separate sort of things that everyone logs onto. They're just like sort of level progression areas. So like, if you're a high-level player, you'll be hanging out in the Omega server. If you're a low-level, you'll be hanging out in the Delta server. But, yeah. And I think he asked for an assignment, so you go meet him, and he's like, I'm going to give you this thing, a virus core, which are the items that you need to hack the gates with or whatever. So now you basically have, free reign. They kind of just give you the virus cores. You can get the virus cores by defeating enemies, like the special bugged enemies or whatever, but... most of the time, those are only on the quest line stuff. So you do your mission, and sometimes I'm not gonna skip over like the actual mission, because sometimes you just go there, you kill a bug, you defeat it, you're done, you come back, whatever. So on your way back, you run into Mia and Elk or whatever. And this is technically a side quest, but it's not technically because you needed to do it. Because there are some side quests that you're required to do or whatever to help progress the story or whatever. But this one it's kind of a side quest, but not really. So you run to Mia and Elk or whatever, and Mia cannot speak or whatever. So you're just like, what the hell is happening or whatever. So they ask you to go to a place and go find a specific item or whatever. So you go there, you find the item, you beat the fucking infected bug monster, and you come back and you give her this grass item thing that she's been looking for or whatever, and you're just like, okay. So she puts the grass and she's like, it worked or something like that. Yeah, Mia touches grass to get better. So
something we could all do.
And just kidding, she goes back to town and her speech is still broken or whatever. And she's like, what the fuck? And this has been happening since like the end of the first game or whatever, but they didn't tell you because they're just like, we couldn't find you, right? You've been missing, you've been doing other stuff or whatever. So then now you start a new set of like companion quests or whatever. You meet this girl named Rachel, you meet this guy named Nuke Usagi Maru, and you meet this guy named Moonstone. Rachel is like wants to be like a super like shop trader sort of person in the world or whatever, so you do a lot of quests with her where she's like, oh, we're gonna do a delivery service today, or oh, we're gonna do trading service today or something like that, and you do inside. Nuke is like a showman who wants to like be like like just to show off and like make a show or whatever, like, oh, like welcome to the Nuke show, we're gonna fucking kill people today or something. And then you have Moonstone, who just says Moonstone all the time. He really just says Moon, Stone, Stone, Moon. That's basically what he says. These companions they're cool. They're not that important, but they're fun to play. Yes.
What's the cast of the Dot Hack Sign anime doing during all this? Because you said they're going to meet each other, but they're still not here.
Yes. So, like I said, I think I said before, what was it? Dot Hack Sign is technically a prequel to the game series. Basically, they're actually doing a lot of the stuff. Sort of, what is it?
Concurrently?
No, like right now they're doing a lot of stuff that's like happens after the anime, which is them sort of. They don't really talk about it in this. I think if you have to read like the, I think it's the novelization stuff or to figure out what they're doing. But like they're kind of doing their own investigation on the outside world to try to figure out how to help fix the problems and stuff like that. So it's just what they're doing. You get a new assignment, go investigate the world. there's an infection area. They give you the thing or whatever. As you can see, you still go back to Delta sometimes to do your weird stuff. But you go in there, you do an investigation, and you show up here. When you get here, the world looks like this. That looks normal. You're like, this place is really fucking bugged out. What the fuck is happening? I don't know what's going on. And so then you go into the thing. You find this weird looking map thing or whatever, and you have to chase it throughout the majority of the dungeon or whatever. You keep fighting it, and then it just runs away. You fight it a little more, and then it runs away some more. And then, turns out it's the second phase, the Mirage of the Seed or whatever. You're like, what the fuck is this? You're probably thinking, what the fuck is happening? What the fuck do any of these things mean? It'll be explained later on, I guess, or whatever. So you fucking fight it, you kill it, you hit it with data drain or whatever. It's a little bracelet kind of looks like, or when you shoot people with data drain or whatever. And then it turns into these weird little like stone glowy things or whatever after you hit it with data drain or whatever. And then you have to fight the stone glowing floaty things or whatever. You had to do the same thing with the last boss, but I didn't mention that because I was like, I forgot. But then I forgot it actually kind of is. It's not. I mean, it's not that important, but it's a good thing to kind of see. I just want to get visual ideas of how some of the things go. So then you have to fight this thing. So the thing about it is that when you fight it in this other form, the health and stuff like that is a little more like bullshit. Like it will give you a health bar or whatever. You just kind of, it'll say like at like 3,6 some like out of like 3,600 HP or whatever. So like the HP is just kind of like, it's not there. It's more of you just fight, I think, until a certain time and then it switches over. But it turns on this rock things, then you have to beat the shit out of the rocks. At the very beginning of the game, which I guess I didn't mention, but it's kind of interesting, is that you see like this sort of formation of rocks just floating in the sky or whatever, and they tell you that. So you're like, oh shit, okay, we killed the thing. And after you kill the thing, it turns out that, hey, we're having some really bad bugs across the entire server, so we're going to have to shut down the server for the day or whatever, for the game for the day. Good job. I don't know what happened, but go home. And that's basically what Leos tells you. So you go home, and you're done for the day. So then they bring the server back online the next day or whatever, and you hear nothing from Leos or whatever, and Black Rose is like, we need to go do something. I need to figure out what's happening. We need to get my brother out of coma. And so she's like, I'm tired of waiting and just hearing stuff. I'm just going to go do something. So she looks for her own information. And at the same time, you also get a message from Aura once more saying, hey, you're my last hope. I don't know if I can't read all of it, whatever. But she's like, hey, come meet me here or whatever. And the very last thing in the line there says, be aware of Kubia. So you're probably like, I have no fucking idea what Kubia is, what the hell's happening, what's going on. But before you can actually leave, Mistral runs into you at the gate, and she's like, I really, really want to come along. And you're like, I don't think you should come along for the entrance. She's like, no, let me come along, come on. And so you eventually just let her come along, even though you know this is not going to be safe for someone. So you head to the dungeon, you go down there to the bottom, and whoa, look who's there. Aura, she's actually in like a weird form or whatever, and you have this little red glowy thing that comes out of your chest or whatever, flies over to her, and then goes into her, and you're like, holy shit, what the hell's happening? Then at that moment, something kind of weird's going on or whatever. The map sort of disappears, it becomes a black background. Everyone's like, what the hell's happening? Or flies away, the screen starts tearing, and all this other weird shit starts happening. And then you see the same fucking weird blue monster thing that showed up from last time coming by the ground, and now you have to actually fight it or whatever. And you don't actually fight it itself. It will do things, but that's later on in the battle. First you have to fight these core things or whatever. The really fucking annoying thing about the cores is that they switch. There's like two of them. One of them will be magic based and the other one will be physical based, and so you have to hit them with the right element or right sort of, thing or whatever to actually do damage. Yes.
So, since this is split up into multiple games, do they do the thing where you inexplicably go back to level 1 at the beginning of each game and have to start over?
I forgot to mention that. That was, I thought it was a really cool thing when I was a kid, was that it will save all of your progress from the previous game as long as it's on the same card and bring it over to the next game. So, like if you have like you don't keep all your items, everything, all your like bond levels and everything that you have with all the characters, and bring it over to the next game. There are like certain bosses that happened after the game that are like at the end of the game after you beat it, like after story bosses that give you like specific special items that are sometimes some of the best or whatever in the game for the first game. You bring over and will be really useful for the first part.
This is like I noticed that still many of the characters are nowhere close to Orc's HP from the very beginning of the first game.
Yeah, Orc is a high level, but he's not max level. Like by the end of this game and like the middle of the next game is when you actually are like in his level area. I think I saw Cliff's hand next. I'm not coming.
So, on that note, is there like level scaling, like XP scaling, that you can hit a max like at the end of that game,
Yes.
and then you can't go further until you start the next game?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think first game, I think it's around level 40, I think it is. And then I think this one is around level like 50, 60, somewhere around there. And then, it kind of just goes up in increments until I think the last one, which I think is like 110 or something like that. Michael.
Say I get like halfway through this game and I save, I pop out the disc, I put in the disc for game 1 again. Would I have to start from the beginning, or could I bring my character in and just curb stomp everything in the first game?
You can still keep your data from the first game, so you won't get anything from this game to bring back to the first game, but you can get, you will keep like all your stuff that you had at the first game. Like the save is still there, it just incorporates that save or whatever and just kind of sort of is like, oh, this character existed before or whatever, and gives you a little thing or whatever. And you also get a nice message from the director being like, thanks for buying our game or whatever. Here's the second volume, have fun. So you fight the monster or whatever, and as you defeat the monster, like this weird purple smoke comes out of its mouth, and it sort of is like, and just flies away and flies up into the sky and then teleports away, and you're like, that was fucking weird. And then Helba shows up and is like, holy shit, you fucking beat Kubi, I'm really impressed by you. That's really good. I'm surprised you were able to do something like that. Yes, Michael.
If you only had the second game and you didn't have a save from the first game, and you start at level 1 or whatever, is there a way to like easily grind back up to story relevant levels?
See, the thing is that they took that into consideration, and you will actually start at a level they think is sort of in the area. So I think the starting level for like 3 is like for 2 is like level 30ish or somewhere around there. And they'll start you at that level. You'll have like some of the items. You'll basically have all the companions from the previous game or whatever. And it's just that you'll probably, I don't know who these people are or whatever. Yes, Cliff.
Are the levels not as good? Like, in certain games, if you level up naturally, you'll be better off. There'll be certain, like, stat gains that are better than if you just, like, essentially hit a whole bunch of rare candies or something like that,
Like, yeah, no, the levels, I think, are pretty... If you play the previous games, you would definitely, I think, level up better and faster than if you played the I guess, one before. Because, like I said, the previous games, if you do, like, all the quests and, like, everything about it, you'll probably be at, like, level, 40-ish, like I said, or 40, which is the max. You'll be, like, somewhere between the range of 30 and 40 or whatever by the end of that game, so that when you go to the next one, you'll technically be a little bit over-leveled at the start, because level 30 is, like, the enemies are tough, but you can still get your ass beat, whereas, like, if you're level 40, it's like, I can beat these enemies, no problem, I don't have to worry about as much. That also answered your question all the way, Michael, too. Very good. Yeah, so... You meet Helba. Helba's like, I'm impressed. You killed that thing. I've never seen that before, or whatever, stuff like that. She's like, you ask her what that is, and she's like, to be honest, I don't really know myself. And Helba's like supposed to be this sort of all-knowing hacker that's supposed to be like basically like king and the queen of the hackers out there. So she should know everything. Basically, you get back to town, and like I said, Mistral came with you or whatever. And she was like, she really wanted to come. And you're like, you shouldn't come along for this adventure or whatever. And that's when Mistral finds out that every time that you were being like serious about talking about this is, important, I'm trying to save my friend or whatever, that you're actually being serious. You're not like I'm just, getting into character or whatever. And she's like, oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were just joking the entire time. But, she's like, if you ever need me help, I'll be willing to help you and stuff like that. So then you get to meet your other final companion. Sorry, Michael, yes.
Why did Mistral say X open bracket at the end of that?
Because that's what, it's gamer speak,
Oh, it's like a emoticon?
yeah. just, being, I guess, I don't know, Moe, I don't know. So then you meet this other guy, your last companion, Marlowe. He's kind of he is an asshole. He's just a freak. He basically asks you to come out in the middle of nowhere or whatever to like talk to him and tell you, he's like, I've been hearing this about this kite kid. He sounds like he's getting pretty famous or whatever. Why don't you come fight me out here in the middle of nowhere? And then you get there and like 2 other players are out there giving him a rundown of how he's not being polite online. He needs to act more like a proper player. That's not proper player etiquette. He's just like, whatever. So then after you go meet him, you go back to the board and you check and you see a interesting note from Bear on the message forums or whatever. And it's like, hey, I need to I'll be able to access the world. So something like that. He hasn't been online for a while or whatever because I don't know I don't remember. I think like he's doing something else in the other series or like in the mangas or whatever. But he's like, hey, I want to meet up with some of you guys or whatever from the anime again because you guys have been doing your own investigation. I want to help get back into doing stuff or whatever. And then you see another response, and the first response on there is from Mimiru, and she's like, hey, what's up? How you doing? Let's go meet somewhere. And you find out that they want to go meet in this first place, the place where they first met him, and they're talking about the Tsukasa when they first met Tsukasa, which is so you get to go to that location or whatever. When you get there, you meet this character called A20, who was actually in the anime for like a sort of like a side episode or whatever. She's not really that important, but she is like the first character that I guess you get to meet or whatever that's from the anime into the thing or whatever, so that's kind of unique or whatever. And she's looking for a golden grunty because it's rare or whatever, and her stuff is just looking for her stuff. Yes.
Can you go more in detail on what a golden grunty is?
I think I had a picture for grunties. Grunties are these little like pig creatures that you can like raise and take care of. Like if you ever played like Sonic Adventure 2 or whatever, like the chows and the chow guard.
Oh, okay.
Like that. You raise them like that, and you feed them and stuff. And like you get one thing in this game too that you can raise or whatever. And depending upon how you raise it or whatever, it'll either turn into like one of like 3 different grunties or whatever. It'll turn like edge grunty with like an edgy haircut, or like heavenly grunty with like wings and really nice, or just like hero grunty, which is just like anything normal or whatever. And you can ride on them and stuff like that, and move around the dungeon faster and stuff like that. And it's not really, it's just an extra thing. But yeah, the golden grunties are just rare things or whatever. And the whole thing about her is that she wants rare items because she wants to be more popular at school. Her whole school is playing the game. So then you go deeper into the dungeon, and you find nothing. And you're just like, well, I thought I was going to find people who knew something or whatever, But then you turn around and look who's there. It's Mimiru, and you're like, hey, wait a second. I like you. You seem pretty interesting. You seem like a cool kid or whatever. You said you're doing some weird investigation research yourself or whatever. We're doing other stuff or whatever. They don't really like come together and really talk to make like they're going to be a party searching and share information. But she's like, I'm here to help out, stuff like that. Oh, I didn't go back. So she basically is like, here, take my sword, and you get her sword or whatever, and you can equip it to Black Rose for the rest of the game. So that's kind of cool. Right. So one of the cool things you mentioned about like Sign not being like, or the characters what are they kind of doing or whatever. They, like I said, they're doing their own investigation thing. But one of the cool things is that throughout the game there are like 3 or 4 different times where you can go to like certain places like the cathedral, or if you just go to the cathedral on your own, they're not like prompted or tell you to go there. You get to have these special cutscenes or whatever of like stuff that happens within the anime series. So like this is like one of the scenes from the anime where they're all talking about stuff like that. And they're like, blah, blah, blah. What should we do about Tsukasa? I don't know. He's fucking an asshole. I mean, you can't find him. So then you go back, like I said, you actually go deeper, I think, that's a different dungeon. You go to a different dungeon or whatever. I think one that Aura had sent you or whatever, and you go there and you explore and you find this fucking weird ass room with all these bird cages open, and you're like, what the hell is happening? You get another like long message about talking about stuff or whatever from like some voice, and you're like, it's like Balmung of the Azure Sky, Orc of the Azure Sea, aren't you same goals because like was it Balmung shows up or whatever, and he's like it's you again. I fucking hate you. Get the fuck out of my game. I don't want to see you in my sight. And you're like, why do you hate me so much? We're both trying to do the same thing. Are we trying to help save the world and save our friend who's like in a coma or whatever? And Balmung's not having any of it. And he's like, yeah, I don't want you to go any further. I'm telling you, don't get involved. I don't like you in my game. I don't like you at all, period. And basically, he's just telling you to go away. This warm ring. So, you go back to the board, you see things. Black Rose found a thing about something else happened, something kind of weird or whatever. There's this guy named Wiseman or whatever, who's like giving out information and sharing stuff or whatever, things like that. And you're like, all right, well, let's go meet this guy named Wiseman. He seems to know a lot of stuff or whatever. What is it? Do not, there's no should work on this day, but. Oh right, yeah. So you got a message from Leos. Leos told you he's like, look. I know I haven't really been sending you guys messages or sending you on missions, but just stand by. Don't do anything, please. Don't do anything. Don't go investigating on your own. I don't want you to. You have to follow my orders or whatever, and you'll get in trouble. And so you kind of fucking ignore that and go talk to Wiseman anyway to try to find more investigation stuff or whatever. But he's like, I won't really do business with you unless you give me a specific item or whatever. So you go on an investigation thing. You go look for an item. So you get sent to a area that's blocked or gated. You're not allowed to go into or whatever. You go in there. You beat the fucking like bug monster down there or whatever, and you come back and get the item from the bug monster and go to Wiseman. Oh wait, I missed it. Anyway, I guess I don't have that in here. Anyway, but Wiseman did that on purpose because he's like, I don't really actually want the item. I just wanted to see who you were or whatever. And if you could get my item, because I sent you specifically to the protected area, which means that you have access to go around it. Who the fuck are you and how the hell could you do that? Because he's not even like an admin himself or whatever. He's just like if I remember right, he's also a 10-year-old little boy. And he's actually important. He also shows up in the series sort of later on in multiple different ways. So, keep going. Yes, Andrew.
Is there no like minimum age for this game, or they just lie and say that they're like 80 years old?
It's like any other game that you find. You can go play Grand Theft Auto. It's recommended for people who are the ages of 17 year old. That's not going to stop you from finding some like 13-year-old kid on there being like, ha 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 ha, did your mom run around with like a rocket and just screaming at the top of his lungs or whatever. So that's kind of what's happening here with a lot of stuff. So when you come back, I did have it on there. Yeah. So Wiseman said it was a trick or whatever. He's like, yeah, blah, blah, blah. I tricked you. I want to know if you could go around through the data protection, if it was actually possible or not or whatever. And so he's like, I just want to know. So you tell him everything, basically, and how you're investigating. And he's like, okay, well, that's cool. We can work together. I like you guys or whatever. So you start working together with Wiseman. You also get this game you get his member address or whatever, which lets you put him in your party. So you also join your party for the rest of the game. But before you went back, because you have to go, basically you can't just work from one dungeon to the other. You have to always go back to the main town in order before you can go to another location. So you warp to the main town. When you see there, you see Leos and you see Balmung. They're talking to each other, and you don't really get to hear what they're saying. But then they're doing something. They just kind of disappear. So then Wiseman sends you. Oh, I did keep it. Okay. So then Wiseman sends you an email talking about the stanza of the Epitaph of Twilight. This is basically all. This is not all. But this is like the main parts of what it says or whatever. The only things you really need to know about this are that there are these cursed waves that are supposed to be coming or whatever, and they come in these different phases. With the first one being Scathe, the Terror of Death. Second, Enos, the Mirage of Deceit. Third, Magus, the Propagator. Yeah, what's it? Drop from Heaven's Wave Doth. It's supposed to be the Propagator. Anyway, the fifth wave, Fitchel. What's Fitchel? I don't know what Fitchel is. Let's see, Fitchel. What's the rest? I can't even. Did I not have
Gore.
Yeah, Gore. Maha, and the final one is Korvanik. And those are once the 7 waves, that's supposed to be the end of the world. Oh, no, Tarvos and then Korvanik. So, those are supposed to be the 8 phases that are supposed to be the end of the world, or whatever. And you're like, this is just a game, right? You're just talking about the world ending, right? Just the game of the world, right? And if you were reading, like, the emails and stuff like that, or in the news or whatever and stuff like that, and on the thing, you'll see where things are happening, like pipelines are getting shut down, companies are having like issues with like their backdoor access or their access to like stuff to get for their company, and I don't even know how to explain it, but yeah, they're having bad stuff happening. So then you go explore a dungeon or whatever. You have a long weird conversation with some like weird thing named Pillar down there, where it's like half there, half not, or whatever. And Leo shows up out of nowhere after he went to explore the dungeon or whatever, and fucking deletes the weird looking dude who was like half there or whatever. And you're like, what the fuck? Leo saw this, he's like, I'm supposed to do this, is my job, that's a bug in the game, so let's get him out of here. Whatever. And Leos is also kind of mad at you because he's like, I told you to sit at home, and you're like, I'm just going to keep it, and you guys keep exploring and doing more investigation without my approval. So then you head back or whatever. Balmung is there. He gives you one of the virus course things, like, Leos told me to tell you to go visit these places. Even though he was literally like there 2 seconds ago and probably could have told you himself. But so you go to the gate. So you go there, you head to the area or whatever, and you find at the bottom of the dungeon, you find this Torii gate, and you're like, what the fuck is this? Why is it in the middle of nowhere? What does this even mean? And then you go through the gate, and oh, look, guess what? You're in the net slum now. And you're like, oh, this is the secret way to the net slum. Whoa, that's cool. And down there, you meet a bunch of weird fucking characters that don't look like they should be in the game or whatever. And they're down here in the net slum is, like I said, it's a weird place where all the rejects go or whatever. So this is where, like, reject NPCs that don't belong in the game, or NPCs that were sort of there but kind of scrapped or whatever are, as well as characters who sort of like, just like, you know, hackers and things like that. But there's also people down here who have been put into comas and are in the comas or whatever, but can't like log out the game, kind of like what Tsukasa was going through.
So while they're in the coma, they're still active in the game, they're just stuck in the net slum?
Some of them are active, and others are just completely gone.
Okay.
Like your friend Orca, he's not in the game at all. You have him on like your friends listing where you can like party members and stuff, but he's like not accessible at all because he's just isn't there at all.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You kind of answered my question a little bit, I guess.
Yeah. So there are certain characters that are there, but they're just like they're not. I mean, like they're technically some are like able to still play, and others aren't. So it's a weird thing though.
So, sorry. What happened with Tsukasa is kind of unique in that he can kind of go anywhere, and most other people just end up in the net slum.
Well, most people end up in the net slum. The thing about Tsukasa, what made Tsukasa special, is that Tsukasa was sort of being like, had this special thing where I talked about the Morgana factor or whatever, where it sort of was helping him give like sort of privileges to go wherever he wanted and do whatever he wanted. So he didn't end up here because he was like being sort of protected by an outside like AI entity that was sort of watching him. Anyway, that is the exact same slide. Nice. You do that sometimes. So then you start hearing weird stuff when you're walking around here. You hear, I must speak with Morgana to go where she is. The living flesh imposes a hindrance. But I must go for our aura. Emma, please give me a little more courage, or whatever. And by this point, I mean, like, these are the words, like, the voices at least it sounds like it's what's his name? Harold Holdwick, or whatever, the creator of the game, or whatever. These are, like, sort of memories that you kind of hear. You don't know this at the time, but, I mean, like, it sort of is to be implied that this is him talking, or whatever, and you're just hearing these weird, like, afterthoughts, or whatever. And when you get down there, text that Helba's down there or whatever. She says these over there. Helba is basically like like I said, the queen of all the hackers. So the net slum is like her domain that she sort of rules over in a sense, where everyone sort of comes there and she kind of helps them and does whatever, so they can kind of just live in peace and not be deleted or whatever. Because those characters, that's the thing. The characters who are in comas, who are sort of running around or whatever, if they're not in the net slum, the systems and like system administrators look at them as like they don't belong here. They're bugs in the game, so they'll try to delete them. In other words, so the net slum is like a safe kind of place for them to be, so they don't get, I guess, kicked out. But like I said, also net slum is a place where there are NPCs that don't belong, and then also just hackers that are hanging down there. So everyone's kind of like, what is it? They don't know who's who technically. Some people will be like, oh, I'm like, you know, a hacker or whatever. They're supposed to be like equal, living on equal like levels, and no one knows who's like what, or basically they just don't really talk about it. Yeah, and like I said, those are the words of Harold Howick, the creator of the game, whatever, of the world. He's not technically the creator of this game, but he's of the game they copied over and kind of just sold. Then when you get down there, surprise, surprise, man jumps down from the sky with his wings, and it's Bolmong, and he's like, and Elba's like, I see you've sided with Leos in this event. Why are you doing this? You shouldn't be following and stalking Kite around or whatever, because, you know, like, why can't you just talk to him, be a normal person, be you know, help work with him? And she's like, you've disgraced the name, descendant of Fianna, and that makes him kind of sad, because I think he's a little too into this role, so. There's more to that. Yeah, so basically she tells him that there's two different things or whatever that he said. You know, he says that he just wants to help fix the world. He wants to make the world a playable game / you know, protect everything else or whatever. And Elba's like, okay, so there's two things you want. There's the one that you want, and there's the one that actually should exist or whatever. And you're just kind of doing what you want. You're not really helping anything out. You're just kind of forming the world the way you want. And then guess who appears? Leos appears, and he's like, hey, look, the world actually should be the way that I want it to be, because I'm the system administrator and I can decide how it gets to be, right? I'm the lead guy, you know, it's my world to a certain extent or whatever. And he's like, I need to follow all of you here so I can figure out where the net slum is, so I can delete everything and everyone down here, basically, because these are bugs in my game. They don't belong, so they need to be out of here. And before you can do that, and the screen starts tearing, some weird shit's happening. And then everyone else is somehow, unfortunately, you guys can't do it because you guys are stupid apparently, but everyone leaves the net slum to go somewhere else, but you all continue to stay there, and you get teleported to this weird ass fucking area with the ground. And Black Rose looks in the sky and she's like, a leaf? She sees this leaf flying around, and oh look, it's Maze 3. Yes, Michael.
She looked at that and thought it was a leaf.
Yeah. Well, as you can see, there are little tiny leaves down here. I don't think she saw the whole thing, but yeah, there's another boss that actually does look like a leaf later, but...
Did she call that one a leaf?
No. Yes, Cliff.
It kind of looks more like a fish skeleton on first glance.
I see it. I 100% see it. It's just... You can't... The characters will say what they say. So then you fight it, do the same things with every other boss, whatever. And this one also turns into a weird, like... shape thing of rocks or whatever after you data drain it for some reason or whatever, and you beat it, it disappears, and you're like, great, we did it. And then you head back to town, and you get back to town, and town looks like this. This is not the net slum, this is the regular town, where stuff is now missing from the sky. There's like weird data cracks in the ground or whatever, and there's like nobody around or whatever, and you're like, what the fuck is going on? Are we destroying the world? What's happening or whatever? And it's the world's kind of falling apart or whatever. And your character's like, are we helping? Are we hurting? He says, yeah, from being fun to now just being something he has to do. And it's now spreading on the network, which is basically now the infection is sort of spreading on it. Which now we have the outbreak, so is everyone hungry now or no?
Yeah, maybe we should go to lunch now.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Woo!
Yeah, this is terrible. Well, welcome back, everyone. We are going into Dot Hack Outbreak, which is the third game of the IMOQ trilogy. As we saw in the last one, the world is becoming a little more and more corrupted through just the things that are happening. You fought at least 3 of the phases of Morgana. which are the cursed wave that's coming through or whatever. So, or we're going to move forward. We are now in the third game. Yes.
Is the cursing of the world of the game affecting the real world in any way?
Absolutely. Everything that has happened, sort of whatever, like all the sort of phases and stuff that you defeated or whatever, there's usually a sort of counterbalance that has been going on in the real world, but you have to check the news in the game to see that sort of happening, as well as some of it's explained in the liminality deities.
So when things happen in the game and it affects the real world, is it just because it's affecting people in the real world? Or like, if I blow up a continent in the game, will like something bad happen to Japan itself?
It's not, it's everything in the world. So like, for example, like in the you beat, I'm trying to think, what was the one was it Magus? You beat Magus. So because of that response, what happened? There was a huge like oil company that like lost like a bunch of stuff or whatever. I think there's like one of the like cell phone service companies have like completely nobody can make calls anymore or stuff like that. Yes.
Can I adjust your mic? I think it's rubbing against your shirt.
All right. But yes, the entire world is experiencing the effects of what's happening from the world game effects that are happening in there. So everything that is happening is connected one way or another. People don't really notice because it's a video game and not everybody in the world is playing that video game, so they can't make a full correlation. Yes.
Do other video games do this or just this one?
Just this one. So other video games, everyone's just like, it's just a video game. We're not seeing any experience in a problem. And like I said, there's plenty of like things that they can connect in the real world and the game, the world that's happening or whatever. But a lot of it is being swept under the rug by like the government, CC Corp, and the Alumet Corporation because they don't want to be sort of held liable for any sort of problems that would arise or whatever from this, so that they get in trouble and have to do stuff. But we will see how that will affect our characters. So at the very beginning, you run into Mia. Well, technically, the game starts. It takes exactly from like where you left off or whatever. You log back in, and everything's still kind of bad and the same. You run into Mia right at the front of the gate, and she's like, "Oh, it's you." And Mia looks like she's fucking sort of slumped over and kind of dying. She's like kind of groggy and moody. And she's like, "There aren't many people around today." And you look around, there's literally nobody there. So it's like, what the hell are you talking about? Yeah, there's not many people here. Yes.
Did I miss the part where her voice is back? Like she can talk again? Or is that...
No, that just kind of just happens or whatever. I mean, like, she's sure, like, before when she's trying to talk to you, it's that you can't get her, I guess she can't get, like, a proper, like, her voice won't come out at all, period, or whatever, or it's kind of, like, messing up. Now she's just talking, but she's, like extremely low energy talking, like she's, like, barely, like, she's sick or something. And so she's like, "There aren't many people here today," and you're just like, "Yeah, there's nobody here, no one's playing the game, because, you know, they're off on a different server that's not bugged up because the CC Corporation has actually blocked off this root town for people to come back to." And you just notice that, and you're like, "What's the matter, Mia? You're acting weird today. Why are you so fucking weird?" She's just like, "Whatever. You're a weird kid." So, let's see, gotta go. Yeah, so I kind of skipped through the slide, but so you're like, okay, Mia leaves, comes back, so then you have to go check your email to see what's happening or whatever. Like I said, you have to log out, go to the email thing, and then log back in the world to be able to go to the next place. You get a lot of emails from a bunch of different people or whatever, mostly your friends or whatever who are like your AI companions or whatever. They're like, "Hey, yeah, I'm still playing the game, don't worry. I know we were forced to log out the other day, it's just, everything was just acting weird, I don't know." And that's basically just to show you all the companions that you have available at the start of the game, which is all the ones from before or whatever. So, let's see. All right, yes. So at the very beginning, Mistral tells you that she has to talk to you, and you have to go see her or whatever. And so you meet her at this one here is actually the first city that you actually start in the game. The other one is the new city that you get at the start of the second one or whatever. But this is the same like root town that you usually start at or whatever. And it's also a little infected and stuff like that. So you go to talk to Mistral, and she's like, "Hey, look, I can't keep playing this game anymore." And she's like, I just I just don't feel like playing this. And she's like, I promise to help you to the very end, but I can't. And there's a reason for that. And basically, from this point forward, she leaves you from the game. You cannot invite her anymore back or into the, like, she's on your friends list still, but like her name is like completely grayed out. You can't invite her on any more quests or anything. And if you do like a random dungeon or something, you can't invite her. That's another thing I forgot to bring up and mention, was that basically any party members that you pick, for the most part, for the majority of the game, you can just invite them to just go wherever you want and, like, you know, take them to a random field somewhere, anywhere in the game or whatever if you want, even if it's like, you know, sort of outside the store. Well, most of them. Like I said, your friend from before you can't do because he's completely just like gone offline. You can't do anything about it. But there are like certain characters that will be like on and offline sometimes, kind of like real people or whatever, where you can play and invite to go whatever and do whatever you want. But I think there's specific characters like Elk and Mia are only usually like just lock the story things. So you have to invite them for story stuff specifically. Yes, sir.
Is that entirely random, or is that based on like story beats?
A little bit is based off of story stuff, but it's more or less. I mean, I feel random to me, but I think it is more or less based off of story stuff. Like it's like, oh well, you can't meet this person because then they'll show up in the story here. That's the reason why they weren't invited, because they were busy doing something else or whatever. But the reason why she says, I don't think I have the slide from the board. Do I want to see what hit next? Yes. The reason why she can't play anymore is because she is going to have a child soon, and she's scared to have anything happen to the child. Yes, sir.
Is this the pregnant girl from the other game?
This is not the same girl. She's actually married to someone in a happy, I guess, relationship, whereas the other girl was, you know, a country girl from the outside world getting dragged on by Mr. Fuckboy. Yes.
Is her husband jealous of how much time she's spending with this other dude online?
No, I don't think he even knows. But yeah, so she's like, I have to, you know, I don't want to put my child in danger. I don't want to do anything bad. I'm scared. So I'm just going to have to leave. And you cannot invite her for the rest of the game, which is really sad because she is a really good healer and like the only healer up until like you meet like Wiseman in the game. So, which you do have his member address now, but now it's like it's different. Did you raise your hand, Michael? Am I crazy?
I was just stitching my ear.
Excellent. All right. So basically, after your Mistral tells you this, you're kind of sad because you're like, shit, I lost another person to help do this, and you're like, the world's kind of still breaking apart and things like that. So Black Rose comes to talk to you, and you're just like, look, I don't feel like we're getting anything accomplished. But she's like, look, we're gonna do this. We're gonna make it through this. I know you're worried. I'm worried too, or whatever. But you know, it's all gonna be hunky dory or whatever. And you're still kind of like mopey and stuff. And then she kind of gets mad about it and kind of walks away from it because you're just being like, you know, we can't do anything. We're useless. When you log back out and you get a bunch of emails again, still, because that's how the game goes. It makes you just go log back in and out a bunch at the very beginning a lot of times. So you get an email from CC Corp saying that I don't remember which letters these are. The server is now open and you can go and play in the area. They say there's some distorted graphics, but it will have no effect on gameplay. And that's CC Corp lying to their player base, saying that we're just having a little bit of issues. It wasn't the servers was having some issues, but we got it basically fixed or whatever. But in reality, it's actually glitching out because the server's like infected with all the weird viruses that are going on. That's from you trying to figure out what's going on and stuff. And then you find a message on the board talking about your friend Orca or whatever, and they're saying that this is where some of the weird stuff where he first said stuff was going on weird or whatever before he got hit into a coma or whatever, because technically Balmo and your friend were kind of aware of what was going on before with some of the weird stuff happening in the world, but they just couldn't get like sort of a good basis or whatever. And that's all explained in like another, I think that's explained in the second AI Buster light novel. There's two of them or whatever. The first one actually has a story. The second one is like a handful of a bunch of different stories that are put together or whatever. So you go investigate sort of what's happening or whatever and stuff like that. And here, of course, you find a weird old data bug and things happening, stuff like that. And before you enter the room or whatever, it says the game. You hear a voice say that the ultimate eye makes mistakes, just like humans. There's no growth without error. Morgana mode gone. She rejected my intervention, and this is once again the voices of Harold that's sort of speaking to you in a distance or whatever, and you're just like, you don't know, you just hear these voices and you're like, what the hell is happening, what's going on? And then you go down to the bottom. When you get to the bottom, you see the bug, and Balmung, your fancy guy who fucking hates you and wants you to die in a hole, is like fighting him, and he's like, so you, of course, what you're gonna do, you're gonna help him out, you're gonna help kill the bug or whatever, and you're like, why didn't you just run away? And he's like, it was too fast, I would have fucking died or whatever. And then you have a talk with Balmung or whatever, and you're like, why do you hate me and stuff like that? And he's like, you know, it's because you have that dumbass hacking bracelet that lets you basically cheat through the game, so you're a hacker, you're a cheater. And he realizes that after you help him, that's like, maybe you're not such a bad person, you're just doing it. And so he's like, you know, maybe it's my fault for being such an asshole. And you have a nice little heart or whatever, and then you talk about how Aura said that a great force comes with great power comes great responsibility. The classic Spider-Man line, except in whatever way they said it. So, you know, they're talking. You're getting a nice heart-to-heart situation with Balmung. You're becoming buddies, and basically you say, yeah, Aura's the one who gave me the bracelet. I'm not actually a cheater or whatever, and you know, I'm a good guy. I'm trying to help. And Balmung's like, you know, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have been so mean. And he finally realizes that maybe he was being a little overreacting for some of the stuff or whatever. And he's like, I want to help the world, help change things. And so then you two take a nice little buddy moment, and he gives you his address, and now you can invite him to your parties. So you two are now good friends. Balmung is really good as a character. He's like super high leveled, and he's really strong when you put him in your party. So then you keep going down, you investigate more, and then you come upon this fancy room with a bunch of butterflies deeper into the dungeon, which is technically, you know, these aren't supposed to be here or whatever. And like some of the butterflies are like kind of flying stealth in motion. You can't really see it here. The same thing with the table. The table's like about to be flipped over, but you can't see it because it's a weird angle or whatever. But it's like all these butterflies at the table, and on the ground right there, it's kind of hard to see. Oh shit. Nice laser pointer. There's a picture right in the center there. That picture is of the lady that Harold Hardwick, the lady Emma. I'm saying Emma Watson. Emma. I forget her name. Holy shot, whatever. But yeah, that's the lady who's the leader of the Ultimate Corporation, or whatever, who Harold was obsessed with. That's her picture right there, and it's a fancy, really, like, to be honest with you, if you look at it up close, because the game gives you like an up close vision, and it's literally like a real like picture of like somebody. They never specified like whose picture that was or whatever, but it was like they inserted a like real life person in that picture. But that's fun. And you guys are like, what the hell's happening? So then you get a message from Black Rose to go visit, back at, yes, Cliff, sorry.
Does that imply that, like, it's just real people, like, not in the game world from the game's perspective, like, and not, like, anime folks, like there would be in every other property?
What do you mean, like?
They just put a real person to represent that person.
Yeah. So
everybody else outside of the world is just, like, it would be photorealistic people then.
Yeah.
Okay.
But they to portray it still through like people are anime or whatever. The idea is that people look like real people in the real world. It's just and people look like anime characters in the game. So it's just like they're doing their thing. Anyway, so Black Rose finally tells you that reason why she's looking is for trying to help you too is because her brother fell unconscious and got put in a coma or whatever too, and she wants to figure out why. She's still kind of mad at you because you were being a big old baby or whatever, and she kind of gets sad, starts crying or whatever, and you're just like, maybe you were right before. It took me a moment to figure it out, but look, we just we don't know if we're doing everything right, if we're breaking everything or trying, but we got to figure out what to do, and if we're going in the right direction. It doesn't matter, we'll just keep going. So you have some nice words of inspiration. You have a nice little sliding in, all right. So, and you figure it out, and you're both happy again, you leave. Let's see, what is next? Yeah, then you get messages from everybody. Like, basically, like I said before, they're just like, hey, this is now you can actually invite everyone back in the game, and you can actually play the game again with, like, everybody. You don't have to worry about the story lock mission. You get a butt ton of, like, side quests from the very beginning. Yes.
Even the pregnant woman?
She's the only one because, like I said, she said she's no longer allowed to play the game anymore. So she's like, I'm not playing anymore. Everyone but her. And there's some really dumb and really fun side quests with this. Majority are kind of dumb. Like, I think this is where I was talking before, where I said Gardenia says some interesting things because you go on a quest with her and she's like, today's the last day. And you're like, what? Stuff like that. And you're like, okay. And then she just doesn't elaborate. You go deeper down the dungeons and she says things like, what's your favorite flower and stuff like that. And you're just like, oh, okay, or whatever. And then finally, after you get the stuff order, she's like, well, this is goodbye. This is our last goodbye. I hope to see you, or whatever. And your character is like, wait, what are you doing? You about to just like hang yourself or something like that? And she's like, no, I'm just going on a long field trip. And it's like your character is like, you were saying this entire time, it looks like you're gonna die. And so I had to like get the police on the line and everything and stuff like that. That's my point.
Do all of these side quests take place on the newly unlocked Sigma server?
Yes.
So would this be considered part of the Sigma grind set?
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, and, I mean, to be honest, the missions really do help grind you. So it's 100% the Sigma grind set. I don't know if there's anything else fancy. None of these. I mean, all these missions are just the same. You just do something, pick up an item, and I mean, they're good. They're good as like they're separate. They're good in their own fun. If you're looking for story fun things or whatever to do, like and laughs and stuff like that. So then you get a message from Wiseman, who's like, it's like, I think I got more information about the cursed wave that's happening. I think I'm understanding it better and things like that. Keep in mind, this is like a 10-year-old kid who's somehow smarter than like every other person who's like at least 5 to 10 years older than this little man. So, but nobody knows that at this time. Everyone's just like, Wiseman, he's the wise guy. Then there are 5. So he tells you that there are 5 more signs before the beginning or after the wave. Before the wave that's supposed to end the world or whatever. And he's like, all right, so we just gotta figure out what they are, who they are, what's gonna happen, stuff like that. So So alongside of all those other companions, you get one new companion in this game. Her name is Terajima. She is a like axe lady, similar to one of the other girls from Hack Sign or whatever. She gets into a lot of trouble and she does some interesting things because at level 1 she goes into a level 50 dungeon at the very bottom and somehow makes it there without dying. So, hats off to her for doing that. Good job. Let's see. Then basically, like I said before, Wiseman is talking stuff, and so finally Helva and Wiseman finally meet, and they're like, all right, you know what, we can work together, try to figure out what's going to happen, how we can save the world and the world that's outside too. So then, you go send on a bunch of missions to go just kill like lots of bugs in the game and get rid of them, data drain them, and try to fix stuff or whatever. At one point, you get another message from Aura saying, Fischl is going outside with my fragment. I actually remember this one. Look at that. Something right back. I don't even know.
Please.
Yeah, please bring it back. That's what it is. So she's telling you that basically the Fischl, the next way or the next phase is going to try to leave the server basically and go to the outside world with her fragment, which means if it's gone, then she can't get it back or whatever. So, and they're like, what does that mean? What's happening going on? Your character has no idea what this even means, but they kind of help you throughout the thing with like no text and other stuff. So you go to a specific dungeon that came with that message afterwards or whatever, telling you need to go here or whatever. So you head there with Wiseman and Black Rose, and Helva's working alongside you, and so to make sure that Leos doesn't know what's going on because he's still kind of mad at you because you're technically supposed to still be working with them to try to do stuff. Elba has like a special thing to block that sort of information or whatever with the jammers. Make sure that, you know, Leos thinks that you're actually here when you're actually somewhere else doing the actual investigation stuff or whatever. So you go there or whatever, and you need to fight. Oh, really? That's fine. And it's time to fight the next phase. Official. Is that official? Official. The Prophet. It's like. So you fight Fischl, you basically destroy Fischl, but instead of this time of it just kind of disappearing, it starts talking, and it says, a frenzied horse that is driven in the unseen wind of plague shrieks across the border. And you're like, what the hell is happening? Why is it saying these things? Pandemonium, wailing, and stench of carnage fills the air. There's no place to run. There's no hope of escape. Those who are mourned will never return. The hands of time cannot be turned back. And you're just like, what's that mean or whatever? Exactly. Oh, man, what does that mean? And you're like confused and stuff like that. You're like, why is this one talking? What's happening? What's going on? And you just kind of ignore that, and then you go back. Here's some of the actual stuff that's happening in the outside world, where, like I said before, I think I said earlier, like, that might have been earlier, but I guess this was now. Yeah, like, bonuses have gone down, there's a shutdown on the stock exchange in Tokyo or whatever, and there's a bunch of malfunctions going on with, like, the commute systems and things like that, and people are like, oh, what's happening? I don't know, it's just we're having lots of hackers. And I think a lot of the corporations are like, it's hackers doing it, when they really don't know what's happening. So, next. Everything. So then you head back to town. Oh, I think I forgot to mention, you get sent to a new root town or whatever, because I think that's part of the Sigma server, but that's not super important. Sometimes you'll see ghosts along, but I think that's later out. Well, I hadn't like it. You see Elk talking to Mia. He's like, I haven't seen you in a while because Mia's been acting weird or whatever, and Elk is really kind of obsessed with Mia because they're like, oh, we're buddy and stuff like that. Like, Mia doesn't go anywhere without Elk doesn't really go anywhere without Mia or whatever, so it's kind of weird for them. And they're just like, oh, I haven't seen you, been busy or something like that. And Mia's like, I don't remember anything. My memory's fuzzy. I hate that. She's just like, I don't feel good or whatever stuff. So you see Mia walk over to her and she's like, who the hell are you? I've never seen you before in my life or whatever. And both you and Elk are kind of shocked by that sort of thing. And you're just like, okay. And then she leaves with Elk and you're like, okay, that's weird. So then, but your original reason why you went to town was actually to go talk to Leos because he is, you want to get him to join forces with Helba and Wiseman to try to be working together to help solve the whole issue going on or whatever. What's the bug down there? So Leos is like, how about this? I might come help you, only if you go do a bug run for me. And you're like, okay, fine, I'll go do your job for you, Leos. So you go down there, you see the big data bug thing, and you try to go squash it like you always do. So, I didn't mention that part. So way back where, I don't want to go back that far. Way back, there was a message that you got on the message board that said that some girl, or that they had saw some red girl, or some girl being chased by some red wand down there, or whatever, down in the dungeon, in one of the dungeons or whatever. You couldn't go there. I mean, you could have gone there, but if you went there and tried to get to the bottom, you probably would have gotten your ass beat by all the enemies down there, so you couldn't really go down there until, like, now, because now you're high enough level to be able to actually go and check down there. So you go down there, and you're like, oh wow, it showed the whole thing at the bottom, that's terrible. and you see the wand, and it's this guy that turns into out of the wand. And like I said, this guy's kind of important. It's the guy Sora that I was talking about way back when in .hack sign, and he pops out of the wand. And the reason why he pops out of the wand was because technically he was actually the first person to be data drained by Scathe in the entire whole thing starting or whatever. And
so is this guy also in a coma, or was he just like sitting at his computer for like a long time as an inanimate object?
No, he is in a coma, and he is still in a coma currently, even after this point where he gets him, and he's like, oh, thank you or whatever and stuff like that. Yes.
So he has been the wand the whole game?
No.
Okay.
So this is just sort of a vision thing that I think is happening. Because technically he's still in a coma in the outside world or whatever, and he's just like this. But it's just to show you that, oh look, Sora's here or whatever and stuff like that. And he ends up giving you, actually gives you his own like blade weapons that you can use for the continuation of this part of the game, which is they're actually pretty good. So then you get another email. You go back outside. You know, it's like, please come to Sigma Town. I must tell you something or whatever. And you're like, Aura never tells me to go to town. Why she gotta talk to me or whatever, stuff like that. So you go and meet her. And on your way there, you run into Black Rose because she also got an email or whatever to come to Sigma Town. And you tell her, oh, actually, yeah, Balmung, he doesn't hate us anymore. He's our friend, so we can all get along now. We can all work together. And she's like, oh, great. Anyway, but I heard Aura's voice or whatever, so he's sitting there. She Black Rose doesn't hear it or whatever, but Kite hears it, and I think Balmung also shows up at some point or whatever for some reason, or I think he's just coming to town. And she's like, tells us to go to this location or whatever, and so you, Balmung, and Black Rose all decide to go to that location. Okay, perfect with that. Double slides again. And you go there, you see her again, and two more of these red fragment things float out of you and float back into her. She looks at you and she said, does she think of anything? Right. Go back. It doesn't matter, but yeah, things fly out. Leos shows up there too. You don't see Leos. He's like in the background. He kind of snuck his way in or whatever because he was kind of following you guys, but you didn't know or whatever. He's just kind of hidden in the background. He's like, is that damaged data? What the hell's happening here? And then Black Rose is like, I think she wants to say something because she seems like she's trying to talk to you guys or whatever and tell you something important. And that's when this weird blue thing sticks out of the ground. And you have to fight, once again, the same monster, that big, gigantic blue monster that pops out around in Kubia or whatever. So you have to fight him. Again, once more, you have to kill the core things. This time it's just about as annoying where you have to get the magic one with magic only, hit the physical one physical only, and it's a battle. Alright. And then once again, you beat those cores, and you notice this time that it's even bigger than it was before last time. It flies up and teleports out after you defeat the cores. And so you go back to town, and you're like, okay, hey, how about we try to get Leos to come work with us, Black Rose? You can help us convince him too, maybe. And she's actually like, no, I don't want this guy. I hate him. He's a slime bag or whatever. Get him out of here, coach. So you go back to wait, dude. Yeah, so you try to go back to Leos and convince him to work together, but Leos is still like, I'm not having it. I hate you guys. You guys don't listen to my orders. Even though you do my job for me, I still hate you guys. So I guess Hoba shows up or whatever, and she talks about how there was a post online, he deleted it or whatever, and that how he needs to stop doing that because he needs to let people know so that people know not to go to those places rather than just deleting it and trying to block it or whatever. Yeah, so basically, Leo says, you know what, I will work for you. Yes, Michael.
What's the significance of the white dot that's been on the left side of a lot of these frames?
That was me, I think, fucking up and forgetting that there was a white dot there. Yes,
Does Leos ever not look like a shopkeeper?
No.
Okay.
He's every shopkeeper in town or in every town or whatever, but he's
kind of like Agent Smith.
Yeah.
Does he charge you significantly more because he doesn't like you?
Unfortunately not. he does keep that part. He keeps that part fair, but he's because you can get more than just like the stuff from his shop or whatever. You can always trade other players for items. So, but yeah, he's like, I will join forces with Helba under one condition: you go defeat an enemy without data draining it. And you're like, why does it have to be a criteria? What the fuck are you doing or whatever? And you of course accept. And you're like, all right, fine. I won't use data drain. Let me go beat a bug, and you better keep your promise too. And Black Rose is like, are you fucking stupid? We're gonna die. We're gonna be put into comas, and we're gonna die. And So you go down there, you find that bug or whatever, and you're like, now what are you gonna do, huh? What are you gonna do? And you're like, we're just gonna fight it. And surprisingly, somehow you did it. And you're like, whoa, we did it. How do we do it or whatever? That's when Leo says, that data bug, I actually made it or whatever. I want to test you guys to see if you would, be willing to actually cheat all the way or not, and all that stuff. Yes.
Is this actually like a hard fight in the game?
No, it's actually super easy.
Oh, okay.
Like when I first did it, I was like, this is way too easy. Because the way that you kind of get to be able to data drain an enemy, you have to fight them for a little while, whatever, until a certain protection sort of thing breaks around them, and then you can data drain them, and then they turn into either like a weaker form or I say weaker form. It's like sometimes they'll transform to like a small version of the same thing, or they'll either just lose their thing and just be like the regular normal enemy again. Yes.
So it's not really a required mechanic to beat enemies normally in this game.
It sort of is, just because to actually do the quest you have to fight the enemies or whatever. But technically it's not required that you have to use data drain to beat every enemy. Although it does make it 100% easier.
Okay.
So, but there's also a thing where a mechanic where if you use data drain too much, it will end your game. So it's like if you go to a dungeon and data drain every regular enemy that's not bugged or out or cursed or whatever, your character will have too much. They'll say data corrupted or whatever, and it'll end your game or whatever. So it's you use the thing, but don't use it too much. So because it just makes every fight 100% easier. Yeah, and it's is that a fake bug I made? Yeah, I want to test you guys to see if you were, real cheaters or not. Let's see. And so then Helba tells Leos that, hey, look, you really do need to work with us or whatever, because he's still kind of being a bit of an asshole, but he's like, I have to be the one in control. And Helba's like, well, look, if you don't work soon, the agencies that work around CC Corp are gonna tell everyone that, hey, CC Corp is responsible for all these comas happening, and when that happens, they're gonna shut down the game, and no one will be able to play or do anything anymore. So, they're gonna do the physical destruction of the servers. In other words, they're just gonna wipe everything and just remove it from the system, because they're gonna be like, people are getting sick and people should stop playing this game. And that wouldn't actually help the situation, but that's the best route they thought they would go, because those people who are in comas would still be in comas, if not dead. Let's see, they probably will say it's the hackers or terrorists responsible for this. Like I said there before, they were saying all terrorists and hackers are responsible for all the stuff that was happening with the trains and phone line and blah 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 blah. So that's just what they like to blame it on this world. So then you leave, you head back out, you get an email from Wiseman saying that he's really impressed by your work or whatever, and that you're able to do all this cool stuff, and he's like, oh, that's really nice. So he's like, we still don't know what the origin of the cursed wave is or whatever, what's starting this, where they're coming from, and why they keep doing what they're doing, but he gives you a location to go down to, and you're supposed to go investigate it. And by the way, they give you a nice little keyword thing, so you actually don't have to memorize all the combinations that they send you an email, because that'd be annoying to have to go back out if you forgot or whatever. So they're like, here, these are the words in some locations that are important to you. So you go down? Yes.
Did they give you that list in the previous games, or is that something?
That's been there since the beginning, so I think that was a very good mechanic. I've been very stumped to be like, you forgot, go back out and remember the codes, write it down this time. So you get sent to go back to one of the dungeon that Wiseman was talking about, and you go to the bottom, and you find this weird little shack in the forest with just it's not even a forest, it's in a white world, of course, like I said, with the background or whatever, but it's just at the bottom in this weird outside room. And you're like, what the hell is this? And stuff like that. You get another email from Wiseman after that saying, reflecting the mistakes we made, instead of running the jamming program on the area itself, we will now try to quarantine the area where we believe the wave exists or whatever. So Wiseman has a plan and thinks that he can sort of keep the sort of waves or phases to come into a certain location, so that they don't go anywhere outside of this server or whatever anymore. They think they can sort of contain it and help fix the problem. So then they're like, come to the net slum so we can discuss this plan with everyone. So you head down, but before you can head down there, you get stopped by Elk. Elk is like, I haven't seen Mia anywhere. Can you get in touch with her? And you're like, no, I can't. And he kind of freaks out at you, and you're like, you're lying. You're a piece of shit. You know where she is, and you won't tell me. And you're like, no, I don't know, because you honestly don't know where she's at, because you only seen her like twice this game. So he's mad. Then you head down there, you talk about the plan or whatever you're gonna do. Like I mentioned, where it's like, oh, they think they can contain it and all that stuff, whatever. So before they can start actually doing their plan, they need to set up some things or whatever. So Helba sends, Wiseman sends you things that he got from Helba, talking about you need to go investigate certain significant things or whatever and stuff like that, and then come back to the net slum after you're done or whatever. So you go do your things, and you come back to the net slum, and you all finally begin what you call the Violet Dragon. Wait. Yeah, Operation Breakwater, which is supposed to mean like your, like the, what's it called? Little like barge things that sort of help prevent water from overflowing. I forget what they're called.
Levy?
Not like that.
A dam?
Not like a dam.
Are you sure it's not Levy?
I'm sure it's not Levy. It's something else. I don't remember. I don't remember. Anyway, but that's what they talk about. You're basically, the idea is that they're naming it after containing the water so it doesn't overflow into the other places.
Reservoir?
Not a reservoir either.
Dam.
Not a dam. River.
Sluice.
Not a sluice.
River.
It doesn't matter that much.
Swimming pool.
Okay.
Bathtub.
Yeah, bathtub.
Okay.
You're trying to stop a bathtub anyway. But it doesn't matter that much. But you're about to start your first part of this operation that you're all planning. So now you go to a new area where you're going to help start the contain and quarantine, the stuff like that. So before you can start, they're telling you that once you start doing this thing, you can't talk to anyone, you won't be able to do anything for a little while, and that you have to be able to do this on your own or whatever. Okay, well, so then you go there, you do your thing, and it's time to fight Gore, the Machinator, which is a fucking, as you can see, is weird fucking little things. These guys are fucking freaks. They like laugh at you, and I'm like, whoa, and like and stuff. So you fight them, you beat them, and they turn into these stone things, and they actually talk. I don't think they didn't give them like lines on the screen this time around. They just start talking like, oh no, why am I dying? Please stop. Blah, blah, blah. They make a bunch of stuff noises, and you're like, okay, I'm gonna defeat it. So then Leo stops them and is like, hey, you know what? That was a good job. Good work, everyone. I guess we're going through our plan really good now, and everything's working out. All right, I'm proud of it, each and every one of you. But then all of a sudden, Helba's like, there's a massive fluctuation of data coming to this other server, and you're like, what the hell's happening? What's going on? Or whatever. And wait, hold on. What did I?
What's the rule?
Yeah, just realized the true rule of the game here.
It's the wizard's
Oh,
first
right.
rule.
So then you realize that really you thought you could stop everything and contain it, but you can't, and you realize that you have to listen to what the Epitaph of Twilight says to help sort of protect the world from going out of whack and or whack and stuff like that. So, and that's the end of the third game, which I think.
So they don't
No, this is not the
beat
end.
anyone?
This isn't in the third game. What?
They don't beat the final boss that wraps everything together. He's just like, I realized the rule and it ends.
Well, that was Gory, right?
Yeah, Gore was the final boss that you fought. Or
The
what?
two
Phase 5.
faces.
Yeah.
But is
That
there a
was-
fourth game?
That was the final boss.
That's
At the third game.
There's still one more game after this.
I thought it was a trilogy.
The third one is a trilogy. The first one is like whatever the
A quadrilogy?
Yeah.
I was mixing it up with GU.
Yeah, G is the trilogy. That one's got a whole different things. Things are a lot more smoother and make a lot more sense, and you don't need extra material from the outside to really as much bring it together and understand everything. It's all more self-contained. Yes.
And so, the subtitles of each of these games are the IMOQ thing?
Yeah, that's the IMOQ is just the quick acronym that they use to describe the this early half of the series of games, which is infection, mutation, outbreak, and quarantine. And that was Outbreak. So now we'll talk about the anime. I know I didn't talk about it at the last of Mutation. That's because these two episodes kind of go together because they're kind of The first one, the second one is actually more content. The third one is them just literally walking around the town talking 90% of the time. So you get a new character. Her name is Yuki. She went to the movie theaters one day right before she was going to go meet with Junichiro, the programmer dude or whatever, and Mai. And what happens is some things start bugging out at the movie theater, and they're like, all the stuff shuts down, the power goes out, and people are like, we need to evacuate the theater because there's like another explosion, some other stuff happening in the distance, and they're like, well, what's going on with the world? And this is like some of that stuff where I was talking about before, where you can see some of the effects from the game happening in the real world or whatever. And so they go meet her in the town or whatever there, and she's like, I can't, I'm busy or whatever, I gotta go see this movie first, and she's gonna see the movie. So they're like, all right, fine, we'll meet you across on the other side of town. And then that's when I said, explosions and weird things start happening or whatever, when she went to go see the movie, and you're like, well, now traffic's blocked up and we're gonna have a hard time reaching her. And then, like I said before, remember the thing with the cell services going down now, and you can't call her anymore, and you can't call anyone else because now the cell services are down. So during the movie that she was watching, the things that says "the world" appears on the screen, and everyone's like, "What the hell's happening?" And that's before everything just starts to shut off in the theater. So then Yuki meets this lady right here. While the whole panic and pandemonium was going on, people were running around screaming it's dark, I can't see or whatever. And she's like okay, well, I'll be your friend Yuki. And everyone basically gets under and goes into the place, and those two end up going the opposite direction to try to avoid, I guess, being caught in the mix of everyone running out in pandemonium and panic. So they have to crawl through a ventilation shaft and stuff like that to try to get out or whatever. And she's like, why are you doing this? Why are you helping me? She's like, well, I don't know. I'm just helping you because I feel like it. She says that she's an employee that used to work here or whatever. And she knows the actual way out. And if they go that way, they're going to get stuck and won't be able to get out. So they come through. They come to a kitchen or whatever and stuff like that. And surprisingly, which I'm very confused about, they're like, these kitchens are gas and not electric. So I don't understand why they're off or why they're on technically, but we'll just accept it and we'll move forward, I guess. I don't know, but maybe they have electric controls to it. I don't know. So that's your hand or am I crazy? Okay, excellent. So yeah, the gas is going out through the kitchen nails and some of the other stuff, because this isn't just a regular movie theater. It's a movie theater inside a mall or whatever. So there's the stuff like that. This is one of the kitchens and one of the places in the mall or whatever. Around the same time too, while Junichiro's trying to get to the to meet Yuki or whatever at the other side to see if she's okay or whatever, Mai has actually gone to the library to do some research or whatever and figure out some other stuff. And while she's there, she finds out about the epitaph of Twilight and starts reading it and trying to understand it and decipher it. Yes, sir.
Was that webpage that was on the previous slide a real webpage?
I did not try to go to it, but it might be. These are some old. Well, let me see if that actually might be a real webpage. So that's funny. But keep going. So they basically have to work their way through, and the only way down now is to go down a elevator shaft. At this point, the lady over here tells Yuki that, hey, I know this seems dangerous and stuff like that, but it's better than going the other way, because those people, the way they went, the elevator is going, or not the elevator, the escalator is going to break and collapse because it's already weak, and they knew that it was gonna collapse if the power had gone out again on her or whatever, and so it's better for you to go this way. And so Yuki has a moment where she's like, hold on, why? If you knew this, why didn't you just tell them that or whatever? And so she has a moment of I'm gonna go this way, but somehow the girl basically almost beats her into going down the rope on this one. So when I say beats her, I mean I think I remember her. She's like, I'll physically grab you and beat you. So she literally forces her basically down the rope. So now as I understand that this is what was gonna happen on the other side. Look at that wonderful white dot up there. She gets they're like, oh, these people are gonna get stuck and there's something bad's gonna happen. They're all gonna die if you go the other way. So she's like, I gotta go back, but she doesn't go back. So they end up going down the chute or whatever and stuff like that, and they basically get knocked out for like an hour or whatever. And when they get up, they see that basically the town is a little bit in shambles. A truck ran through the store here or whatever for some reason, some other stuff because electronics and other things are acting weird or whatever. And they get outside, and this lady looks at her and is like, hey, I was lying to you the whole time. The only reason why I actually helped you was because I'm actually a friend of your sister's or whatever, and some weird stuff was happening. We're gonna help her. Yes.
So is the breakdown of the game kind of causing the Y2K that was supposed to happen previously?
Sort of. This is actually like a second Y2K that's happening. So I probably didn't make that clear, but the games take place in like 2009, basically, or yeah, like 2009, 2010, and like the Y2K happened in 2005, or at least in this world. But yeah, she's like, I went to help you, only because you are my sister's friend, or because you were a friend of, she's the friend of her sister or whatever. So she's like, yeah, I felt like helping you and something like that and things like that. And Junichiro eventually makes it's like midnight or whatever, and she's like, I finally made it here. You like rode a bicycle to get the rest of the way or whatever. And he's like, what happened? Blah, blah, blah. I'm glad you're okay. Do you think you can tell me about everything that happened in the stuff? And she's like, yeah, I'll work with you or whatever. And I think I forgot to mention that one of the people that she said that would help was this girl right here or whatever, who they were trying to reach also as well, but they couldn't reach her either because the phone lines were down. So this is, I don't remember her name. I think it'll pop up in the next slide. Anyway, that was the end of Liminality. Oh, did I actually jump to quarantine? I might have jumped to quarantine to try to find balance. Whatever. Either way, that was actually the end of the second DVD. But all the events that happened in the second DVD that you get in the second game happened basically at the same time this stuff was happening in the third game. So I thought it would be better sort of time lined up with what's happening, what's going on in the world. So now we get to Quarantine, which is the final game, which is extremely expensive online because people are assholes, and if you want to buy it, it's ridiculous. All right. So it starts off right after you had defeated that last wave or whatever, or the last phase or whatever, and you're basically, it's saying that certain places in the game won't be able to be, that are like in trouble or whatnot, and he wants you to come to this new Omega Town. To meeting, stuff like that. It's Leo, so go forward. There we go. So, once again, Elk comes up to us and is like, you know where she is, you better tell me right away or else I'm going to do something bad to you. And once you tell Elk, I have no idea where Mia is, do something else, go leave me alone, we're doing something important if you're not going to help or whatever. So I think you actually go to a dungeon with Elk, if I remember right, to try to help find Mia, but things start bugging out a little bit. Then you have to go back, and then you have to head back or whatever, and you're like, okay, well, we didn't find Mia, that's too bad. So then you head back to the net slum where Wiseman was like, all right, we need to talk about this wave thing, this is actually dangerous, things are happening in the real world, people are getting sick, and we need to figure this out, so you going after figuring out what to do. You find out that Helva is developing a sort of program to help sort of mitigate maybe some of the problems or whatever, and sort of stop the waves from sort of occurring. And this is supposed to help you defeat sort of the next couple of enemies that are supposed to show up or whatever. They're hoping this plan will work. So. Meanwhile, to get started set up for stuff, Leos needs you to investigate Bigfooted snowflake caps. Bigoted, I can't read. But even still, they're still funny names. But you go to visit it or whatever, and I don't know what happens in the investigation. Oh, right. So you realize that when you went to that one dungeon with Elk and things started bugging out, the effects on that in the real world was that a specific hospital was having some issues or whatever, and all the electronic equipment became malfunctioning. This is the exact same hospital where your friend Orca is actually in a coma at. So you're like, uh-oh, so shit. So then you go to check on him, and luckily he's actually okay, but some of the other people that were like around this area are dead, so... yes.
Would you say more than 10 people died in that?
Yes. Yes.
I think I read in that little blurb that no patients were seriously affected, but you said people died?
People did die. They said in the news article that people died, but you learn out later on that people did die and that they kind of covered and pushed it on the rug. So. And the reason why that was so important because it's like, what is it? Technically, Orca was still being sort of protected by some other thing or whatever, but everyone else was in trouble. So you head back to the net slum or whatever to talk. You talk to this weird guy named Spiritus, and he's like, I'm going to help you guys, help change the world. We're going to save the world. We're going to do some cool things or whatever. So he tells you about a specific special dungeon to go visit or whatever. So you go to visit the dungeon, and when you walk down, you hear another voice say to you, evolution does not always mean progress. Evolution sometimes leads to an undesired vector. It is arrogant for one to reject the change because it is undesirable. Rejection of change is the rejection of possibilities. Then you're just like, what the hell is going on? He freaks out and stuff like that. It's time to go deeper into the dungeon, and you run into this thing down here in the weird, like, outside part, which is a woman with this umbrella, but there's no woman there. It's just the dress and stuff, and it's holding and standing it. And you're just like, what the hell is this? What's going on? Or whatever. So then you head back to town, as you always do. You check your messages, where Wiseman's like, hey, look, we got things ready. I think you can come on in and come set up this operation. Technically, at this part, you can also go on free quests with your companions and just do other stuff and completely ignore the important part about the world being in trouble, which is really funny because it's like, I gotta do
side quests.
Yeah, I gotta do side quests or whatever. But if you choose to go back, you go back to this place and you help Wiseman start the operation. They call this Operation Orca because you're supposed to trap them like orca whales do, like when they go hunting. Yes, Michael.
It's not related to the character Orca.
Not at all. So, like I said, you go down, you figure out what you need to do. I think Leo, is this before or after? I think Leo says that he'll bring in people from from outside that he can trust or whatever, and the corporation to come help you guys or whatever, figure out how to do this stuff. So you go back to the thing, you go to the target location where you need to go, you get there, and Leo says like, the target's vanished and I don't know what happened to it. I don't know where it went, I don't know what's happening, and you're like, well, this is fucking stupid. So then you get another message from Helba saying, sorry, did I see a hand?
I mean, I was just kind of thinking, is there a time when Leos is, like, actually helpful?
I mean, right now he's actually being helpful because he's giving, like, everybody who needs to, like, do admin stuff to try to help contain the stuff from going crazy. But most of the time, he's not really that helpful, so. But, you confirm, Helba says that there's a weird thing happening in the other side of the world, or on another location or whatever. So then you're like, all right, fine, we need to go check that out. So when you get there, or before you get there, technically this is a cutscene that happens. Before you get there, you see Elk, and he's like, Mia, I found you, or whatever. And Mia's like, Elk, is that you? And he's like, yeah, it's me. And Mia's like, I have no other memories. I don't remember anything else except your name, Elk, or whatever. And she's just kind of sitting there moping on the ground. So then, the only memory I have is when I am in the world. So she doesn't remember anything unless it's like her being in the world, I guess, or whatever. Besides, just doesn't remember anyone else, their names or anything like that. So that's like the only memory she has. So then you show up or whatever. You see Elk talking to Mia. Mia's like, oh, it's boohoo, acting weird or whatever. And then Mia starts bugging out and acting freaky. And she's like, Elk, I'm sorry. And then big old weird things start happening or whatever. Little fleshy eyes pop up. And from where Mia was, this weird thing pops out. And look at this. It's actually, she's Maha, the temptress or whatever.
Oh, no.
And if you remember Maha before, Maha was that like floaty cat from I was talking about in Sign or whatever. And that was technically Mia at the same time, even though Yes.
So was Mia always Maha, or is this Maha pretending to be Mia in this scene?
Mia was always Maha.
Okay.
She didn't know it because
okay.
because like she just was sort of that AI, but had lost certain parts of the thing or whatever to try to blend into the world. Because that's the one thing I think that they don't really talk about too much or whatever, is that AIs are slowly trying to hide into the world and become part of just like everyday life and everybody, and trying to mix. And that's what part of the net slowness too, or whatever. Their AIs, like the NPCs that people had created or whatever down there. Yes.
It's kind of funny because like that's the reverse of what Leo says. He's a person pretending to be an NPC.
Yeah. But then you have to fight Maha the Temptress, and as you always do, you beat him up. They turn into rocks or whatever and stuff like that, and you're like, we did it. Yes.
Did the Temptress make middle school Richard feel funny?
No, not at all.
You weren't tempted.
Not at all. Yes, Michael.
Do her little eyeballs on her skirt look at you and like
Yeah, they do.
follow you around during the fight?
Yeah, they do.
That's cool.
They're kind of weird. She has a lot of really OP things. Like she has the super like OP charm, where like she charms everybody in the party, and then everybody starts fighting each other until there's one person alive. And then you can easily lose a fight because if someone's at low HP, she can just hit you once. That person who just won everyone after knocking them all down, just like, it's dumb. And then you have to go back, a huge save, and then you just like get dumb. Anyway, but you beat Maha, and as you're falling from the sky, Mia's like, oh, I'm falling from the sky or whatever. You go to catch her or whatever, and she's like, oh, thank you or whatever. You're like, okay, whatever. And then she just poofs away, and you're like, oh, goodbye, Mia. I'll be honest, I didn't feel anything. Like I think some of the characters, I'm just like I don't really like her. But to think for especially for her, because she really doesn't show up a lot throughout the entire story. She's just there or whatever. But people who had never like watched the anime or anything and stuff like that, you saw that it was Maha. It was like it's just she's gone or whatever. But you have the other information. You're like, oh, that's pretty interesting or whatever. So anyway, we'll keep moving forward. Yep. So then then you find out, the data that had just disappeared, what you had left, wherever to go here or whatever, and you fight Elk or find Elk and Maha or whatever, stuff like that. It's like, the data came back, and we need to go back and start the operation, go back to that place where you were before, and get there quickly so that you can actually do your job or whatever. And they're like, go back, hurry up. And you're like, come on, Elk, we need to go do this. Well, no, maybe Elk was supposed to be stationed here. No, Elk was supposed to be stationed here anyway, so he needs to do his thing. And you're like, come on, Elk, cheer up, don't worry, everything will be okay. We're about to help save the world, fix things, whatever. And Elk is like, just leave me alone. I fucking hate you. Mia's gone. I'm a sad little boy. Yes.
So every time they beat one of these bosses, like horrible things happen to the real world, and the more they beat, the worse it gets.
Yes.
Why don't they just stop playing the game?
Because it'll be even worse if they leave it alone. So basically when they don't do something, it becomes worse or whatever, and people get put in comas and stuff like that. But when they don't do something, like, it's usually a more negative effect from what I understand, but that's like more of like in Egypt reading like the novels and stuff. Yes.
So have the people who made this game and normally control it, have they just lost all control over what's going on in here now?
Yes, they have no control.
They have no power to stop the game. They can't unplug the servers.
They can't unplug the servers, and that's what they're planning. They were planning to do or whatever.
Yeah.
But they don't want to do it because the people, like these people, know or whatever, and they think that unplugging the servers will not change anything about the people who are stuck in comas or having other stuff happen. It probably would fix some of those stuff in the regular world from happening, but then those other people who were stuck in the game are dead or whatever. So, yes, Michael.
Are the real world effects like electronic devices being hacked by the game, or is it more like corrupting reality?
It's stuff being hacked by the game, basically. So, like, all technology is sort of just malfunctioning and breaking and things like that. And it's not just stuff that's, like, connected to the internet. It's, like, all electronics and everything around it. So, yes.
The fact that it's all electronics suggests, like, a metaphysicality to it.
Yes. And you'll see more things as we continue forward. So Elk's sad and stuff like that. You go back, and then you find out when you get there, Elk left his position where he was supposed to be guarding, where you had just fought Maha or whatever and stuff like that. And Elk just
Let's wait a second for the leaf blower guy to go by.
You should invite him in.
He just delivers like it just cuts and there's just a guy. The leaf blower delivering the presentation.
Yes.
Richard, why does the corrupted data in the background say 0 bone?
Oh, well.
That's a good question. I don't know, but I think that's really good. Anyway, you find out.
Great question. No idea.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
when did the white dot disappear?
because I
Oh,
think I
no.
realized that the white dot was there.
How long ago has it been gone?
I don't know. It's
I'm
probably,
sadder about
Yes,
that than
Mike.
What was
yeah.
the white dot? Was it the dot hack sign?
It was, I think, going to another because like when to make the next slide, I don't hit new slide. I just push duplicate slide and then just paste a picture or replace the.
So it was just a
background.
shape that was left behind.
Yeah,
Or like a leftover period?
yeah, or bullet point probably.
Mm.
Anyway, but yeah. So you find out Elk left his position where he was supposed to do the thing to like be ready and stuff, and everyone's like, "Elk, what the fuck have you done?" Leos is like, "All right, we can't do this. We're aborting the operation because at the same time where Elk was supposed to be, because it was supposed to help Leos's men who were doing another one or whatever somewhere else." And they all get wiped out and put into comas. And he's like, well, now everyone's gone. We only have a couple people left, and we can't complete this. So we got to leave back. So, yeah, they ate the vaccine and upon, so I ate the vaccine and stuff like that. And then Leos's men got all put in comas and stuff like that. So now there's not happening. Things are just going wrong or whatever. But then at the same time, Aura appears in front of you, and Leos is like, what the fuck is happening? Everything stopped. I can't. There's no more like data thing. We can actually go back and actually, he doesn't say resume the operation again or whatever, but he's like, we can actually do this or whatever. Like, everything starts working out or whatever because Aura showed up or whatever. But usually, as you've seen before, when Aura shows up, something usually happens, and oh, look who's back. It's the same fucking big blue tree dude, Kubia thing, that comes out from the ground, and he's even bigger than he was before last time. I just need weird images. And he shows up, and he's like, no, you must run, you can't fight Kubia. And you're like, shit, I'm gonna fucking kill Kubia, because I gotta battle him. And you fight Kubia, you fight him again, you beat him again for another time again, if I remember right. And you're just like, oh no, that's the start of the fight. So you fight him, you beat him, let's see if we can get through it. Yeah, you beat him, and as he does always, he floats from the sky and teleports away. And as soon as he teleports away, it says the waves are moving, and they can't figure out where it's going now because it was there for a moment, stopped or whatever, and it's like, all right, now I can't figure out what's happening or whatever. So you guys decide to go back to town and try to talk about it and figure it out. And he's like, my men are in the hospital, and how are we going to do this? So what are we going to do? We don't have any people anymore. We're out of options. The thing that Helba made didn't work or whatever to help stop some of the stuff or whatever. So what's going to happen? Hope seems kind of lost. And Helba comes in and is like, it's time for Spy Kids 3D, everyone.
Yeah.
And everyone shows up. All your friends, all your companions come to help for this mission. Yes.
Even the pregnant one?
Hold on. So like Leos is like, or Helba tells Leos, I'm gonna answer your question this way. Helba's like, it's like we can do this. Leos, don't give up just yet. We can still do this. Don't you want to, avenge your men? Make them feel like they actually mattered or whatever. Everyone's
Yeah.
including the pregnant one who's like, you know what? I want my child to play a game like this one day. But she's like,
I want to raise a
why?
gamer.
Like, that's nice, but look, lady, you need to stop. It's not a safe game. So Elias is like, let's keep going. All right, resume the operation. I don't know why he gets to say all this stuff, but they just like him. So then it's like, all right, you go back to try and do the same thing again, except this time I think it's a little, which is crazy. I don't know why you're doing the exact same thing again if it didn't work last time, but you're going back. Anyway, the perimeter is successful or whatever. You've actually figured out how to sort of corner it this time without actually having it sort of destroy and kill people, which I guess it worked. So then, guess what shows up? Tarvos, the Avenger of the 7th phase, and you have you beat him, he turns into rocks again, you have to fight the rocks, you kill the rocks, and the rocks shatter as usual, and it doesn't say anything. I don't think it said anything this time, but because I would have probably put the tag for it, or things slide for it. So, what is this? Right, you get a weird message or whatever from some guy or whatever talking about Harold or whatever, and you're like, Harold, what the hell is Harold or whatever? And he says he remembers seeing something weird or whatever, an AI named Harold or whatever, in a specific place or whatever, and you're like, what the hell is that? So you're like, maybe we should go check it out, and you look at it. You also at the same time get a message from Aura saying, I wanted you to something Morgana, because of it, Orca, I'm so sorry. You cannot fight Kubia. Kubia and the bracelet are basically one and the same. I think that's what it says. To defeat Kubia is to defeat the bracelet. Do not fight with Kubia. So she doesn't. Aura's telling you don't fight with Kubia, because if you fight with Kubia, then something bad will happen to your bracelet and stuff like that. And this is where now we switch back to the anime order. This is the one where you encompass episodes 3 and 4, which are the last 2 episodes of them. Because episode 3, nothing really happens at all. You just go, like you'll see. Basically, you go to a mountain village. This guy, he's like, let's go to the mountain village. You talk to Kyoko, who is the girl who was in the last episode who you're trying to get in contact with also, but couldn't because of the phone things or whatever. She takes you around her mountain village town, and you're like, oh, blah, blah, blah. And you start talking about stuff, and you find out that Emma Wyland has actually been dead for a long time, and that since Emma Wyland died, Harold went absolutely insane, batshit crazy, and focused on creating the fragment part about a world and why he did sort of things what he did or whatever. He wanted to create the ultimate AI or whatever, so that he could prove to Emma that he was, super cool or whatever, and want to preserve her memory and life or whatever by making the game based off of that poem that she wrote, the Epitaph for Twilight. And so, I don't know, that was a picture of Aura supposed to be, I don't remember. I think it's like showed up on TV screens or something. Yes.
Was her poem like a prophecy? Or was it just extremely edgy with all these like cool boss names in it that he later was inspired by to make in the game?
Her poem, I think, originally was not like a prophecy, but because of the way that Harold designed sort of the game itself and stuff that happens, it became a prophecy, in other words. So,
But like, what was she talking about with like Tarvos the Avenger and stuff?
I have no idea. I could not tell you. That's just something I think she was just going off making her own edgy like story about or whatever. Yes, sir.
This feels very plot relevant and important, and this is the only way you see it in the OVAs.
What, the like stuff I'm talking about, like
right now with the backstory.
The backstory, yeah. So like that stuff you don't see unless you're like, what is it, like you see the OVAs, but the expectation is that you'll get the OVAs if you play the games or whatever, because they come boxed together in the same thing. So it's like, which I think that helps balance out some of that money you're paying for. By the way, like I said, games back in the day, $40. Now they're like $60. So I miss those days. Anyway.
But weren't these each a quarter of a game?
I mean, yeah.
$120.
Still worth it. Regardless, I'm still getting like almost like what 5 times my investment return. So it's good.
Do the math on that.
What does that mean?
Like if you want to buy the 4th game now, like on like any place like in Amazon, it's like $500 plus or whatever. And like if you want to buy like the entire trilogy in a box, people sell it online for like $2,000 to $3,000. So it's ridiculous. So I'm glad I have these, so I don't have to go buy them somewhere.
It's your retirement fund.
Yeah. So you go to lunch, or he goes to lunch with Kyoko and another guy who will be, I'll introduce later or whatever, because he just kind of shows up there. He is a CC, not a CC Corp. He's an Almet corporation, like I don't know, like not investigator, but like sort of, he's like investigating a thing, but at the same time he's not supposed to be like trying to help them figure out and fix things or whatever. But he's like a high executive employee. Anyway, so then that was actually, the lunch was the last part of the 3rd OVA. This is the part of the 4th OVA. You start and you're having a nice Christmas dinner with your family of these 3, I guess. But that ends shortly because you're actually on that boat only to be a distraction so that you can get off on another boat with this man named Ichiro, who is going to take you to CC Corp Island out in San it's out in San Diego. Yeah, they're out in San Diego. So you're going to CC Corp Island to try to figure out and break into their like actual servers to try to see if you can fix something. Because Ichiro got a fancy message from Helva saying that I need you to go into there and make a backup server or a backup copy of like the specific server for the game or whatever. And you're like, okay. So you go to do that. Or they go to do that. And they're like, okay, we're breaking into this place. They're like, whoop. They get on the island, and then they make some comments of like, there's no security. Why the fuck did we just take a boat? And they're like, though there is plenty of security, you just didn't see it because we took a boat. Because for some reason, security on the naval part is like just not caring because it's like, who's going to drive a boat at night across to this island over here? Apparently they will. Yes.
It is an island. How else would people get there?
There's a bridge that does connect to it, but that's where so their expectation someone would drive across or walk across to go to the thing. So they go into the thing, they break into the main server control room or whatever. Cool. Look at that. Double flag. Cut in half. Little fun thing, the desktop thing down here is the exact same desktop that you get when you play the game basically. So they have the same sort of setup with like all the news and the world game and stuff like that. That's really cool. So yeah, so Ichiro starts again, like right away, trying to create a copy for the server and trying to get the information and things like that. Like BBD, boop, 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 hacker man stuff. And they basically able to complete his assignment and they make a second copy of the server. Yes.
So if this game is like so destructive for the world and is already kind of falling apart and really corrupted, why do they want a copy of it as a backup?
Because they still want to save the people who are in comas and other things like that. But they don't want to. I mean, they don't want the bad stuff to happen technically. And to be honest, a little bit, people still want to play the game too.
Isn't that download of the game like riddled with bugs right now?
Yes, it is. But they need it because whatever reason, Helba said to make a second copy. So I don't know. You don't know why they just did it or whatever. So at the same time, why do I have sound here? I don't even know what that sound's supposed to be. Anyway, so Mai logs into the game or whatever to help sort of do something with the process to make sure everything's right and everything works in the server. Meanwhile, Yuki and Kyoko are distracting the guards by trying to keep them from coming up the stairs and doing stuff and stopping them from doing their stuff or whatever. At the same time, while Mai's investigating, she hears that's where the ping should actually be, because that's the thing that freaks her out or whatever. She hears the ping, and she's like, I need to log out quickly or whatever. And he's like, I need you to stay there just a little longer, just to make sure everything's working. And they double the slide again or whatever. And so basically, they accomplish their task and get through it. They have to beat a guard with a big stick. It's pretty well. He's tackling the other dude, so whatever. They get through and they make it back to this little thing where the fireworks show off, and they're like, we did it, we did our job, and they're like, yay, we did it, yay, and that's the end of the liminality thing. So now we head back to the quarantine. So, yes, Andrew.
So that is where this happens chronologically within this game.
Actually, that happens, to be honest, it actually happens a little later in this part, but I thought it fit best there because it's good to have that information to understand.
The context of it.
Yeah, because that'll be important for later with them going to do their thing. So today, you and Black Rose are going to investigate that weird sort of message that you saw on the board of some guy talking to AI, a weird AI named Harold or whatever. So you go investigate, and you find this room here with a big stone tablet or whatever, and this thing with like a bunch of picture frames. And did I have a picture? Yeah. So on all the back is actual pictures of people or whatever and stuff like that. And I don't know, they're all black and white and weird or whatever. And I think, if I remember reading something on the wiki, I think it's supposed to be Harold throughout his life or something like that. So I don't know. Anyway, you go back around, I guess, the front or whatever, and it's like, my name is Harold or whatever, and it's the big stone thing that's talking or whatever, and he's like, none of the passage of time is irreversible or whatever. Now only these two choices remain or whatever, and you're like, just a little more. Birth or death, okay, we said, or the child of light, Emma's daughter. And you're probably like, what the fuck does that even mean? How is it Emma's daughter? What's happening? It's like, well, this makes no sense. Technically, Aura was created as an AI as to be Emma's daughter or whatever. Aura is basically Harold's sort of like OC child with Emma. Yes, Andrew.
Isn't there a very similar plot line in Sword Art Online where there's an AI daughter to the main
Now
character?
look, yes, there are similar things. I'm not gonna lie, there are definitely things that they have similar, but it's not. Yes.
Doesn't that happen again in Sword Art Online in the movie?
Yes. However, the difference I think is that as you can see, this is created by some crazy dude, whereas Yuki is,
Created by a crazy
dude.
yeah, but it's not in the same way, is it? I don't remember. It's in a while.
I think he had a daughter that died, and he
Okay.
replaced her. So
Yeah.
this is at least an OC.
Yeah, this is Harold literally being with a woman who did not like him and making it that this is our daughter or whatever. So that's and he's like, this is Emma's daughter, and he's like, it's my daughter, and they're like, Black Rose is like, this guy is a fucking freak. I don't know what the hell is going on. What's happening with all this? He's just talking and saying a bunch of nonsense or whatever. So, Kai is Aura has something else to say. I want to. All right, yeah. So Aura's actually here. It's not actually a picture. It kind of looks like a picture when I look at it now, but it's Aura's actually there, floating above near Harold or whatever. By the way, that is Harold. I did not take a picture of it, but there is another one of Harold that shows up in .hack sign and looks absolutely nothing like that rock. It looks like kind of like the real Harold, and he's like red and sort of upside down. Like if you see the OP for the show, it kind of looks like that, but it's more man rather than woman, if that makes sense. But anyway. Basically, what had happened was that Harold actually took his own consciousness and uploaded it into the game so that he could live forever as an AI. Yes.
Why did he choose to be a rock?
Like I said, in this, he's a rock. In the anime series, he actually looks like a person, so... Yes.
He really thinks the MMO will live longer than a person's lifespan?
Yes. Well, like I said, yes. I don't think it's all that, but, he wants to be with Aura, his and Emma's daughter, so... This man is insane, but, yeah, you ask, why can't I fight? Yes, Michael.
Does he love Emma for any other reason than her stupid poem?
I think he just thinks she's really interesting or whatever, but I don't know. Like, I don't know. I can't tell you his entire thought process. He's just like, I love Emma, and that there's not much to elaborate on that except that he like tries to take her to lunch and do other things and stuff like that. And she's like, I actually like this other guy who's like literally 40 years older than me or whatever. And he does not take no for an answer. So it's just he just keeps obsessing. Anyway, but yeah, you ask. Aura, like, why can't he fight Kubiya? What's wrong? What do you mean? What do you mean Kubiya and the bracelet are the same side, are different sides of the same coin or whatever? And Kubiya is the shadow where there's burning light. In the darkness, in the darkness, a shadow is born. So, like, they're saying that Kubiya and the bracelet are two sides of the same coin, that one can't exist without the other, and that if one disappears, the other has to disappear. Whatever, so... Yes.
So can't they just break the bracelet right away and you just instantly destroy the final boss?
You say that, Michael, but they need the bracelet because how are they going to beat the last phase of the wave?
Isn't Kubiya behind everything?
No, Kubiya is not connected to the wave because Kubiya is not in the poem. The waves and Kubiya are on two different the phases and Kubiya are on two different levels, so it's interesting. Kubiya is just something to find out what Kubiya is. You have to go deeper and deeper or whatever into the story stuff. But Kubiya is technically a different thing that is not on the same thing as the phases, at least from what I understand. Therefore, if you defeat Kubiya, the bracelet will be destroyed. Kubiya will no longer run away because I have finally been released, which means Aura has now received the majority of the things that she needs to come back to make herself, I guess, whole together again. She's not fully broken apart in the way that her data was segmented before. Wonderful, look at that. Double slide. And then you get a quick message that says, Leo says, there's a bunch of data heading your way. Get ready, be careful, what's happening. Yes, Andrew.
Was that rock on a rocking chair?
Yes, it's a rock on a rocking chair. That rocking chair is very important. Specifically that rocking chair, because it shows up, I know we're close to the end, but it shows up a bunch in the second half of the R2 games. Yes.
Is that the same rocking chair that was like surrounded by holes earlier?
Technically yes, but also no.
It was like a representation of it.
Yeah. Yes, Michael.
It looks like you could fit about 3 people on that rocking chair based on the size of...
Yeah, it's a big rocking chair. There's only one person that ever sits in that rocking chair, though, so...
The Rock.
Yeah, The Rock. Aura tells you, run away, it's not too late, or whatever. And then Harold starts saying some cryptic stuff or whatever. He's like, it is the darkest before the dawn. And then explodes in the pieces. You're like, what the fuck, Harold? Why'd you just die? Then at that moment, the ground starts to fall down or whatever, and go underneath in this a weird black world. And you fall, and as you fall, you're falling towards this big old root-looking blue, purple. Not purple now. It's it used to be blue, but now it's changing colors anyway. Big old purple thing, and it's Kubia again. And this time he's so fucking big that you have to run around his branches to go fight him. So that's interesting. So you go to fight him. You do the exact same things that you did before, where you had to fight the little swirly ball things that are physical and magical damage, except they're a little stronger this time. You fight him. You do work next, and after you beat him, he actually just instantly heals back up to full health, and you're like, well, that's not fair. So Kite, during the fight or whatever, now it turns to a cutscene. Kite's like, wait a minute, hold up. Hey, Black Rose, hit the shit out of my bracelet, like Michael said. Because that's the only way to beat Kubia. And they're like, if we do this, Kubia's the 2 signs, we'll end this. We'll get rid of Kubia, or whatever. And Black Rose is like, are you stupid? We can't do this, because then we can't beat the last phases, or what it's supposed to show up, or whatever. And that's the only thing that can data drain anything, and how are we supposed to do it if we can't data drain it? And, well... You're like, you're gonna die if we don't. So then they break the bracelet, they smack each other, he goes, psh, breaks, a little thing chunks off, and then the bracelet starts freaking out, does some weird shit. It fucking spreads and shoots, and Kubia turns into Data and then disappears. Come on, Kubia, disappear for me. There you fucker. And then, so, you're like, we have defeated Kubia, but we've lost the bracelet. And Kite's like, well, we're alive. That's what's great. So then Kite goes back to town, tells everyone, we did it. We killed Kubia, but we don't have the bracelet anymore. And everyone's like, dude, what the fuck? We've lost everything. But then Wiseman starts to drop the thing talking about hey, actually this was in the poem or whatever. And it's like, dropless the world dwindles into twilight, just like in the epitaph or whatever. So it's like there's still some hope or whatever. I think there's more to that line, but it's basically, he's like, this was actually in the poem, so you can actually, we still have a chance. It's Aura, and when I look at her, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, so basically, they're like, I have hope or whatever. The hope is Aura, whatever. She's our last chance, really. I think she's the actual, key of the Twilight, the epitaph thing or whatever they talk about in the epitaph or whatever. That Aura is the actual key and not the bracelet the entire time or whatever. Because people thought the bracelet was what was the item that lets you do whatever you wanted. And I remember reading this and I'm like, I don't know this. I should have looked it up more. But they say the word Twilight means both dawn and night, I guess, or whatever, dusk. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, I had never heard that before, but I guess that was, I guess that is what it is. So they're like the word Twilight, and so then you start putting stuff together. And they said if Harold really wanted to destroy the world, then he would have made it the epitaph of Twilight, and it would have ended Emma's sort of thing. But they actually say that it is the epitaph of Daybreak is what they actually mean. It's not the epitaph of night, twilight, or whatever. So you're like, oh shit, okay, so actually this is good, which means that the actual poem isn't predicting the end of the world, it's predicting the beginning of the world or whatever. So everyone's like, oh, okay, well, so all we gotta do is just beat this wave or whatever, and everything works out. And I put the same slide twice again. That's great. So basically, the idea is to do the same thing that they did the last one, which is just move it to the same sort of area, encapsulate it, and make sure that it can't, run away, and you can kill it right there. As you can see in the background, there's a figure in the back that's just watching this whole thing go down or whatever while everyone's talking around. They're like, okay, stuff like that. Let's get forward. There we go. Very well. This is neither an obligation or an order. They're saying that this is your chance to, if you want to leave now. Otherwise, I'm not going to make you stay and fight or whatever. They do a little countdown, and down the count of 3, those who join can stay, and those who don't want to stay can leave or whatever. We don't need you all here. So it's been decided, and that is that everyone is going to stay, so no one walks away. Everyone's like, yeah, we're all here, whatever. Even the fucking pig thing in the back. It's like, I'm gonna be here anyway. Next. Then after you all decided, you have a weird wave thingy. Thing starts like, I've lost my words. You have the screen tearing and freaking out or whatever, and it's like the wave is coming. And you now must fight the 8th phase, Korvanik, the Rebirth. Korvanik is a bastard and a fucking bullshit boss or whatever, because he can do. I'll be honest, all the other bosses are bullshit, but this one's really annoying because this one has 3 different phases. The first phase is this one where you have to fight, whatever, he's like this little thing, and then he transforms into a leaf. Like the actual leaf.
Oh,
like the
there
one
it
before.
is.
See if I can actually get it.
Is that a leaf?
Yeah. So these actually like leaves and whatever, and he does like really fucking bullshit where he like goes spins around you and fucking like does a shit ton of damage, and you fight. It's also really funny. As you can see, it says like, "What the hell is this kite? Cure me." It's like your teammates will still like type out shit or whatever. Like it's kind of funny. Like they're like like you're just playing the game like it's a normal game or whatever. Yes, Andrew.
Why is she asking for a heal if she's at full health?
Because she has a status debuff.
Okay, so she's carrying the status.
Yeah. Yes.
Isn't she also the healer?
I think this is Black Rose actually.
Oh, okay. I thought it was Mistral.
So it's like they're just saying stuff, and I thought it was really funny. Yes, Michael.
Piggybacking off of that, why does she want Kite to heal her and not Mistral?
Because Kite's supposed to be the party leader, and basically you're supposed to command everyone to tell them to do A, B, and C or whatever. And you don't. I mean, like really in the game, she should be asking Mistral to do it, but it's to make the player character understand that you need to do this. Yes.
Is your Mistral really underleveled, or is she supposed to have that much less HP than everyone else?
She's underleveled because you cannot bring her with you until this point.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
She's been out of like all of 3 and then like most of 4 or whatever. So she's like super low level. Yes.
So they do not bring her level up to standard.
No. You could if you want. You could take her out to a field and grind and level her up, but that's too much time. Michael, I think I saw your hand too. I'm sorry.
I think they got
perfect. All right. So then you fight Korvanik, and after the leaf phase, he gets an even more leafier phase. Looks like a green leaf, but that's a shield that makes him impervious to damage, and you have to fight that for a little bit, where you literally just fight it and just a 0, 0, 0, 0, and it's like, how long do I have to do this? And you do it for maybe like 2 minutes or whatever, and then everyone's then just like, this is impossible. We can't fucking break this. We need the bracelet. We can't do this. We're gonna fail. And then Black Rose is like, if we give up now, we're gonna lose. We're gonna die if we don't do this. And Kite for some reason says give Orca back. I don't know why he's like but he's it's like everyone's talking. Kite's like, I just want to see Orca again. So then poof, I don't know where Aura comes. It's like that's your hope, your key of the Twilight, who's supposed to help you fight or whatever because she heard that you're in trouble. And when she comes here, she brings all of the people who are stuck in comas and whose souls are sort of like stuck in the game, which are Black Rose's little brother. Come on, game. I said game. Orca's here.
Oh, yes.
Come on, next. See, that is the guy who's stuck in liminality. That's the guy who's stuck in a coma. Who's Mai's boyfriend. Who's like stuck or whatever. So you get to see him. Like I said earlier in the game, if you see him, you'll see him walking around before this stuff happens or whatever to him. And then all the CC Corp employees show up. And even Sora shows up and be like, I'm here to help too. So like I said, he's important only because he has some. So then they all like fly into the fucking thing and break the shield or whatever. And it starts cracking, which allows you to be able to strike it and break it, and it falls apart. And then guess what? It doesn't stop because now it freaks out and starts to fly up high into the sky and drops a bunch of petals around you. And then it falls back down, and these petals turn and flip around. They show eyeballs that are looking around you, and then they start expanding, and everything starts being weird or whatever. And now you have to fight these like million eyes or whatever that are all over the place or whatever. And yeah, so you have to beat the big eyeballs and stuff now that's watching you. And what do? Yeah, you kind of beat it. And before you like after you get its health to 0. Stuff starts bugging out in the cutscene or whatever, and you're like, what the hell's happening? What's going on? And hell was like the server. The server is crashing. It can't sustain. We're about to lose everything in the server. Shit. We're going to die. And where is it? It's crashing. And the server, it recovered. And that's exactly why it brought the liminality thing back, because that copy of the server is them basically copied over from the server. So they saved their lives at that moment when the server was actually crashing. They had just uploaded the second copy of the server. Yes.
So did they just like the server crashed and they died, but then the new upload came in and that's why they think it recovered?
Sort of, yeah. So like it's basically within like the couple minutes or seconds of each other. So that's the only reason why they survived, was that they had an actual copy of their conscious. Yes.
If you didn't watch the anime DVD that came with it, would you have any understanding of what had occurred there?
Nope. And I think a lot of people did. Because a lot of times they think, like they tell you to watch the DVDs after the after you finish the game or whatever. But in this case, it would have probably been, I guess, better to watch it before or in the middle. That's why I put that thing there. They don't even give you like a thing of how do these line up? You have to I had to go to the wiki to figure out where they timed out, but it doesn't matter. This time we're gonna win. We're gonna kill the thing. So then you fight the thing. You break it. It starts cracking. And and before it can die, it decides, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to data drain all of you to keep myself in check. By the way, I didn't never mention this, but your data drain sort of evolves through the game or whatever, so it becomes a little bit stronger. So like your data drain will evolve. I don't remember the second skill, but the last skill, which is like this one here, which is called Drain Heart, which drains the data and like restores all of your HP to full and like SP and everything. Yes.
Why doesn't the new copy of the server crash the same way the old one did if it's a copy of the same thing?
I don't know. Maybe they just have a better connection. I don't know. In theory, that would probably, I feel like it would be the exact same thing. Like you said, it should still crash. But I don't know. Maybe it's not trying to break it this time. Maybe it was trying to break it and they couldn't and can't figure out. Because technically, all these things are technically like, artificial intelligence, and as we know with how AIs work, sometimes they'll do something and then they'll just slightly change it up a little bit each time and try to do. So it tried that, it didn't work. So it's like, I'll try something else now. So, but you'd think it'd try it again, but just change one or two things. So instead, it goes straight for Balmung and fucking blasts him. He goes to Black Rose, it hits Black Rose and kills her. And now it's coming for you. You look out, but look, a footstep comes in the thing, and it's Elk. Elk pushes you out of the way and ends up getting hit by the data drain and disappears. And now it's just you versus the monster. You dodge all the little data drain thingies or whatever. You run at it. You jump. You ping. Oh, I love that. See? And guess what? Aura steps in front of your blade and you end up stabbing her instead of the eyeball. And you're like, what have I done? Why have I stabbed Aura? And she's like, good, I needed this or whatever, because then her like stuff sort of segments again or whatever she does. Gets like a really big red flash of light and flies directly into the eyeball and then blows it up. Boom. Okay, there we go. Come on. There we go. And Aura's like, yes, we did it. Thank you. And all the little souls and consciousness of all the players who were stuck in thing get ported down into the thing, and they're technically back into their consciousness and bodies and start to be able to wake up in the real world or whatever from their comas. The data stabilized and we did it. So Morgana, she was born, both her and Morgana. So basically now Aura is technically born and alive in the world or whatever after everything that just happened. To be born, they must have had to die first. Because they're like, life and death is the same cycle and everything lives into each other. That's where the ecology thing sort of comes from, where she's like at the corporation, is that it takes death to bring life and it takes life to bring death or whatever, because we live off of each other in this world at least. Yes.
How's the corporation doing with the whole impending ecological disaster?
They're doing nothing, really, to be honest. Like, if I remember right, they talk about it being super, like, trying to, like, save the world. And they do a couple things where they're like, let's try, using solar panels and more renewable energy and things like that. But in reality, it's like, everyone's like, no, oil companies still making the fat buck, and I'm still gonna fucking use my car to drive to work, so... It's more efficient, or at least for us, for this time, until someone can be figured out how to do something else. Apoptosis is the patterns of life and death that they talk about. Like I said, life, death, this, and blah, blah, blah. Wise men acting all wise, being literally 10 years old, still don't get that. And Kite's like, all right, we did it. The world has just begun, because it's now day by. And then a few months later, Orca and I started our journey again. Although Orca is now the under-leveled one, and you're the one who's the high-leveled. So you get a message from Leo saying, thank you, please enjoy the world. You can now play the game without having to worry about stuff or whatever. There's no more stuff. You get messages basically from everyone. Black Rose is like, my brother's better, yeah. Hope we can have a party. I forgot to go back. So the party, this actually does happen. There's a party that is on the 20, I guess, like, it's technically the 28th episode, I think people listed as, but it's like the second OVA of the .hack anime series that comes out. That actually came out, I think, maybe a month after this game came out or whatever, that actually shows all the characters from .hack Sign and this all together doing like a big party in the net slum and having fun and other stuff like that. To be honest, I thought it was pretty cringy, but it's pretty good. And like everybody's there. Yes, Michael.
Is the net slum like nicer now that all the data stuff has been fixed,
No,
or is it still like a dump?
It still looks like a dump, but it's like the dump that everyone can hang out and have fun now. So because people aren't there to be like I have to be here, or else I'm gonna get deleted or something. You also get a message from Aura, and her words are actually in like legible English this time, so it's fun. She tells you to go to this field, to go meet her there. Which is, by the way, I forgot this. This is the first field that you actually go to at the beginning of the very first game, where all the stuff happens or whatever. She tells you to go meet her there, so that's always nice. It's like, Orca's like, I'm really having really bad flashbacks. I'm not gonna fucking die again, am I? Or whatever. He's Aura and go there with Black Rose, stuff like that. Well, you can actually choose who you're gonna go there. You don't have to go with Black Rose, but it's a symbolic thing, I know. Anyway. Then Aura talks to you about the Spider-Man thing of you have the bracelet in your hand. With great power comes great responsibility. You can bring the salvation or destruction of the world. Yes.
Did he get the bracelet back?
Actually, he's about to get the bracelet back.
Oh, okay.
But she was just talking about, and then you get the Book of the Twilight Daybreak, which is just your same thing. Your bracelet bags basically back. So that's the item that's like what the item is listed as in your inventory. Then you get another message after you log back out. Aura says, this is my birthplace, this is where Mother was born, and another life is about to be born here at the same time. Something wishes to prevent its birth, only you can stop it or whatever, stop these mistakes from happening. So you have to go to this place that Aura tells you to go to. When you get back to town, Elk shows up, and Elk is like, can I go with you to this place or whatever? Because he kind of feels bad for all the stuff he did before and kind of fucking up and almost getting everyone killed. And he's like, I just want to do right, and I feel like I need to go with you. So you go there, and look who you see. You see this fucking floating cat, Maha, back from the fucking grave, and you're like, Jesus Christ, are we about to have to fight this thing again, or whatever? And Elk tries to actually talk to it, and like, where are you going? Where are you going? For some reason, Elk immediately is like, you're Mia, aren't you? You're Mia, I know you're Mia, or whatever, and Elk is like, nope. So then you have to fight this little weird ball-looking thing, which are the exact same things that showed up in .hack Sign, except they were like more, I guess, like brown rather than purple, transparent, or whatever. And you gotta fight this thing. And so you fight it, you break it, the key drops down, and then guess what? You go into a second phase where now you have to fight Temptress Lover, because the bracelet falls out. Maha puts on the bracelet, gets into the gooey, weird middle part, whatever thing, and fight it again. You fight Maha, you defeat Maha, or Temptress, whatever you're gonna call it, and what's this? Yes, Michael.
Do you think it's weird that all of the furries' boss forms are like Temptress and Seductress and stuff?
Yeah, I'll explain about that maybe in a little bit. But it looks out. It's Mia who shows up from the thing. I'm so happy you're back, Mia, and stuff like that. And Mia comes up to you. Why do I have the little white thing up there? I messed up. Mia goes up to you immediately and is like, "Hey, that's a really unique bracelet you have." And you're like, "Yeah, you can see it," or is this the same interaction when you first met her for the first time? And she's like, Mia, your memories, because she doesn't remember anything or whatever. And I think this actually does take place after or before the OVA, because I think both of them show up at the little after party thing. So that's a fun thing. And even though she says, even though you can't see it, as long as you know it's there, it's the same thing as seeing it, right, or whatever. And it's like, technically, no, you're wrong, but if it exists, it exists. So it was always alright, because you'll be with her or whatever, because he's like, Elk, you'll take care of it. Elk's like, yeah, I'm cool. Hey, you can call anytime, don't forget to play the world, and they leave off together. And that's actually the end of the 20th anniversary. Happy anniversary, everyone. That's the end of the series. Now, we don't have to go into this part, because like I said, if I was going to end this, I would give you just the first R1 world part, and that would be the exact end. This is super short or whatever. I don't think it's that many slides. It'll probably be 3 more, so you all can run away in peace, and I don't have to harass you all with this old man series talking. Anyway, so Hack and Legend of the Twilight is a manga and a anime series or whatever. The manga is the actual canon. The anime series is not canon. So, I mean, there are different things that happen in both. I mean, it's basically the same sort of route for the most part, but they do have a couple of different things and a couple of different stuff that's not the same. The reason why the anime is not canon, because the anime in short and changes 3 different character changes or 4 different character changes stuff. I think maybe I've written here. So basically it's about these 2 siblings, Shugo and Reina. I pointed backwards, but yeah, Shugo and Reina or whatever. They won a character contest, or they won a contest or whatever, which allows them to get the famous skin characters of the legendary Dot Hackers, Kite and Black Rose or whatever. And so they're like, we get to look like these characters or whatever. Yeah, that's cool. All the characters that show up, so some of your friends show up from the previous, Balmung is actually there, Sanjuro, the South Dakota Japanese teacher or whatever, and that is not Mistral, that is Millie, but even though it looks the same, she looks basically the same character, but she's not. She's a different character. Then you have 2 new characters, Oka and Hotaru or whatever. Hotaru is seen in actually other stuff before this or whatever, but she doesn't really show up. Yes.
So there are some characters that do return that are themselves, and there are some characters that return but they're someone else, but they look exactly the same.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yes, Michael.
Is that healer outfit the best in slot or something? Is that why everyone wears it?
No, yes, I think it's... No, I don't think actually the outfit is... I think it's just a character costume thing. So I don't think you really change your armor at all really much in this game. You do get different armor sets, but I don't think it has an actual cosmetic change to your character. But Sanjuro is one of the characters who's not supposed to be here. He does show up a little bit, I think, in the manga, if I remember. Am I crazy or not? I don't know. I'm sure it was a while ago. I'm just asking. But basically, Sanjuro is friends with Hotaru or whatever, and Sanjuro in the manga is replaced with Wiseman, if I remember correctly. So it's a whole different ball game. Hotaru, Oka, blah blah blah. Next page. There we go. So basically, the story is about Shugo trying to be a man. And trying to impress all these women as well. I'm not even joking like that. So as he's trying to impress basically all of them and his sister Reina or whatever. There are very interesting moments where Shugo is gets very embarrassed when his sister tries to kiss him or just something where he's like Reina, you can't do that. It's he's I don't know, he's a weird little boy. He's not really little,
weird.
But yeah. Yes.
You call him a weird little boy because he gets flustered when his sister tries to kiss him?
Yeah.
That is pretty weird.
It's just his sister.
Where is she trying to kiss him?
Just on the cheek. No, it's just regular. He's just trying to, like, when she hugs him and stuff like that.
Oh boy.
But I think he likes, I guess, her design, but I don't know. He's an interesting little boy. I'll be honest. Look, you should watch it. It's a nice series. It's actually more, it's loving, it's caring, it's good.
I hope it's not that loving.
It's not that loving. There's some pretty good things in there. There's some pretty okay things there. Just go watch it if you have any questions. Yeah, I think I put Sanjuro. Sanjuro is there. He's basically trying to help teach Shugo to be a man and stuff like that. And there's stuff like, they go on this thing. They have this Tanabata. This Tanabata episode is the actual split of where the sort of like manga and animes like split off or whatever. And this is where they sort of start to diverge. There's Aura. She's in the Sherries, as usual, things like that. Yes. So this is the actual girl who's supposed to be in the manga, who's actually canon. I think her name is Zelfie, if I remember right. I should have wrote it down. I don't remember. I'm sorry. She's replaced with Michael.
Is that what happens when an elf becomes a Sith Lord?
Yes. She is a true Sith Lord. She can do fancy Sith Lord AI magic. There's another character, Reiki. He's in this or whatever. He is Ballum's like coffee boy or errand boy sort of thing. He works a lot with him. Yeah, coffee boy. He's like, go get me coffee. Yes.
So you're telling me that a little boy wins a contest, gets a skin for the video game to look like a character that's so famous and well known that they made a skin for other people to look like him, and somehow he ends up hanging out with that guy's real life friends?
Yes. It's insane. So, like I said, it's weird. You see Aura and some other people too, and it's just like, wow, this kid's lucky, whatever. So, if I remember I mentioned before, back in AI Buster, there are the Crimson Knights. The Crimson Knights are not Crimson Knights. The Cobalt Knights are back in this as well, or whatever. They are the CC Corporation's guild of actual data busting and data bug sort of removers or whatever. So they're back in this, and also Balmung is actually a CC Corp employee now. He's not just a kid playing the game with everyone else or whatever. And same thing with Reiki, they're both technically employees or whatever. See, that's the girl who actually replaced the actual character who was supposed to be Zelfie, who was supposed to go through the story with, and she's like, I'm going to follow Shugo around and his friends because Shugo actually does get the bracelet of the Twilight Tube or whatever from Aura, and that's like in the first episode or whatever and stuff like that. But she follows him around basically through the series ever since he got that bracelet, blah blah blah. They do some stuff, and I think I put on here some of the differences. Yeah, so they're siblings whose parents are divorced in the anime, and I think in the manga, I don't think they're divorced, but they're just having issues or something. I don't remember. I should have read it, but I didn't because I was like, I can do this. Who needs to read it? No one's gonna know. I could just make up whatever. I could become the true.
None of this lecture is real.
It is. It's all it's real. Yeah. So that is Zelfie and Morty. Yeah. So Zelfie is replaced with Morty. Wiseman is replaced with Sanjuro, and Reiki does things different.
And Morty.
Yeah. And Reiki does things differently in the anime than he did in the manga. So. And then, I guess I have this too. This is important. Yes.
Is the lore and story of this series plus or the manga, is it actually important to any of the rest of the series coming up after it?
Yes.
Okay.
Because this helps lead to this, which is the end of the world, which is a special DVD. If you bought the, I think it's the deluxe, or the limited deluxe edition for .hack.gu Volume 1 or whatever, you would get this DVD with it, which is like a...
So it was really important.
It is really important. Yes, the CD is actually designed like this because it's supposed to be like like, I guess, acting as like a fake record of this guy's like diary, that virtual diary he wrote, which the end of the world happened in the 16th of August, or is that August? Yeah, August.
August 31st.
August 31st, you're right. I said 16th of August in 2016, so not too long ago. And Jun Bansoyoa, that is the brother of an important character in GU, and he works at CyberConnect and talks about through this thing about how they sort of have shut down, or they're going to shut down the world, because everyone actually kind of found out a little bit about the corporation covering up stuff of people getting sick and things like that, and that they're like, well, now everything's back to normal and we don't have to worry about people being stuck in the game, so we can actually shut it down now because it's actually kind of dangerous or whatever. And until this game came out, they didn't really. The ending was technically the stuff that happens in the manga of Twilight. The reason why that's sort of connected or whatever is because the stuff that happens with the AI Zelfie shows up a bunch in this or whatever, and does a lot of talking and explaining things with that guy Jun. I'm just gonna call him Jun. So first in Graceless Union, it's a bunch of different like collectional things or whatever of him just talking about stuff. This is actually not available in English. This is actually only available in the Japanese version, deluxe version of the game, which is funny because they have it written in English up here like this, but that's because, once again, CyberConnect Corporation is based out of San Diego and California in their world or whatever. So they try to make it fancy or whatever. So they talk about stuff. There's this thing that connects to the next part of the series where they have this program that they call, what is this project called? It's like the I don't think it's the RAP. It's like RA something.
RA Planet?
It is RA. Oh, perfect. You're right. RA plan. I guess it's on there. Thank you. Yeah, the RA plan, which is actually called the Restore Aura plan or whatever, because they want to keep some of the files or whatever and stuff like that of Aura, because people found out that Aura is actually an AI who wants to live peacefully and sort of wants to learn and coexist with humans or whatever and things like that. And so their idea is to sort of bring her back. Yes, Michael?
Didn't the AI back in the very first chronological manga also want to coexist with humans and live peacefully, but got killed for it anyway?
Yes.
So what changed?
Well, that one, what changed was that Aura is better than that one technically. Because Aura is the quote-unquote ultimate AI. She's the one who can do things and understand things better. Yes.
So that one in the first manga is actually dead and not coming back?
Yes, that one in the first manga is actually dead and not coming back. And also, Zelfie, the one from this manga, will end up dead as well by the end of this. So, the only one I think that... Well, and yes and no, because if you go play the like later R2 game, you see everybody comes back. That's one of the things about one of the R2 like Link games or whatever. It's like an after the main GU story. It has like every character from all the series come back in. You can like play with them and use them in the game, so it's fancy. And there's like some other story elements they go along with it. But so the RA plan basically is that they will delete basically 80% of the game and keep 20% of it. So this 20% on a floppy disk, which is really funny, it will be preserved into the next part of the game or whatever. Yes.
It looks like that floppy disk is 4.7 gigabytes, which is almost as big as this PowerPoint.
Yes. Who's to say there's an AI not hiding in this PowerPoint? So, basically, the RA plan is to preserve Aura and stuff, and then he goes to visit places that were sort of important to the series and sort of explains things from Sign and stuff and how they sort of all connect and all that other stuff or whatever. So it's it's really good if you're trying to understand, like, I guess sort of the universe stuff and how this all sort of is matched together. Luckily, there's a wiki and people who are willing to look through it and translate it, so you don't have to worry as much about trying to get copies of these things. And this is actually from one of the later animes that actually come up in R2 or whatever. But the guy with the white hair or whatever on the left is he's actually the lead developer sort of for the new world that they're building or whatever, and sort of the lead project guy for the RA program. And the other guy is, I think, the brother of the person who's important in the next part of the game. Basically, this is the part where the guy who wrote the diary thing or whatever for the game, or this like disc or whatever, excuse me, was telling the guy in the white, or the guy with the white hair that, hey, maybe we shouldn't do this. Remember how there were bad things that sort of carried over with the AIs, and how, people went into comas and stuff like that, and how we should just cancel this project. I'm sure it seems like a good idea. Oh, wait. No, it's the other way around. Wait, what's the other way? I don't remember. I'm sorry. There's a lot of lore things. But basically, someone was telling someone we shouldn't do this, and that it's bad because we might end up causing more coma problems. Yes, Andrew.
I see there's a figure on the console there. Is that a Dot Hat character, or is it like a different reference, or is it just nothing?
I have no idea.
Kind of looks like a Gran Jita from Grand Blue Fantasy.
I mean, I actually couldn't.
When did Grand Blue Fantasy come out?
2015?
Did most of this stuff happen in 2002?
This part actually must happen in 2016.
Oh, okay. Right, you said this is one from way later.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Actually, I think Grand Blue came out earlier because 2015 was when FGO came out.
Gotcha. So that'd be like 2014, 2013 then. Yes, Michael.
What's wrong with that PlayStation controller?
That is the PlayStation controllers of their world.
It's like melted.
It's just, someone...
It got dot hacked.
Someone could have done a better job, I guess. But yeah, so basically they're saying that we shouldn't bring all of the stuff, we shouldn't bring anything from the old world into the new world or whatever. And that the preservation would be kind of bad or whatever. And then the other guy is like, no, we should bring stuff over because we need to keep Aura alive or whatever. And specifically, the guy, one of the brother of the character who's important, actually goes in the corporation and steals a very important PC that he was not supposed to take, takes home or whatever. Something bad happened to him, if I think I remember, and then his sister inherits the PC, so, which is important for the next part of the series, but...
Bye.
Thinking.
Yeah, so, sorry. We can skip this. Can I skip?
No, let's watch it.
I want to see your movie.
This is slide number 429, so...
About halfway through.
Yeah. Yes.
What was that?
That was the opening for the World R2 for the second half of Dot Hack, this is where we can stop. We can stop here. We don't have to go any further. This is a good point. Yes.
Was that Kite?
Where?
The white hair guy in the OP.
No, that is Haseo, who is the edgiest boy you will ever meet, edgiest anime character you will ever meet, like in any series. I feel like I'm not even joking. He's kind of an asshole, but he's the main character. He says some interesting... There's one point, like, it's not really a spoiler. There's one point where you're hanging out with the character in the game or whatever, and she's like, oh, isn't it beautiful? We can enjoy the game and have fun and play. And he's like, there's nothing beautiful about this game. What the fuck are you even talking about? These are just polygons and pixels all around us, and you're just saying this is beautiful, you're having fun? And he, like, calls her a fucking idiot, and she, like, runs off crying, and he's like, yeah, you're a stupid bitch. And I'm like, that's basically the words from his mouth. And it's like, you can chill out a little bit. People are just trying to have fun. So... But yes, that is the opening for World R2. There's some interesting things. Haseo is the main character of the series. This is not exactly... I don't know if I should really share. Maybe I can wait. No, maybe I should, because I told you guys to keep track of that. So I will tell you right away from the beginning. Haseo's character is the same character as Sora from the original series or whatever.
Oh,
this is him 7 years in the future after he has been through the coma stuff and all that stuff or whatever. So
whoa,
he's kind of more grown and stuff like that. Yes.
So you're saying one of the main characters who had a really bad experience in the first round of this game that you're trapped in decided to come back and play it anyway.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. He has no memory of anything that happened, and his parents decided not to tell him about it or talk about it because he doesn't.
It's just I feel like I've heard that plot point before.
Like I said, they said his friend introduced him. Like I said, they said his friend introduced him to this game. The parents didn't tell him about it, and he just started playing the game again. Yes, Reed. Sorry.
I was pretty much going to say the same thing. Just kind of seems like Sora Online, doesn't it?
Yes, there are a lot of similarities.
Is there a dot hack game where everyone used guns except the main character who uses a sword?
Actually, in this game. Yes, Michael.
So Richard, it sounds like the very slight differences between Boomer SAO and SAO can be chalked up to the fact that this is the Boomer version.
No, let me elaborate a little more on that gun point. So in this world is completely different from the previous one because this world is more of like a steampunk generation, whereas the old one was like a medieval Final Fantasy kind of thing. So they have guns and they have swords and they have all this stuff or whatever. There are characters that do use like these special guns or whatever, but there are also plenty of characters out who still use like broadswords and like daggers and things like that. You actually in this game you will go through three different phases and forms because of your character type that you picked, which is called an Adept Rogue, which allows you to pick up extra job extensions on your class or whatever. So you get to go through dual blades, then you get a heavy sword, then you get a scythe to be edgy as fuck, and then you get guns at the very end. So it's you go through a bunch of different stuff. So, but yeah. Andrew, sorry, I still asked your question. Yes.
Well, why do you think it is that the Sword Art Online franchise seems to be more popular than the Dot Hack series? Where do you think Dot Hack failed to reach people the same way that Sword Art Online did?
I think that one of the big things is that they pushed Dot Hack at a very like different time than Sword Art. Sword Art definitely pushed at the big anime like sort of boom time when like anime was getting a lot of global appeal and people were being able to get more access to it easier. Whereas Dot Hack, it ran on Cartoon Network cable television when we were kids. Not everyone had cable television, or whatever and things like that, or easy access to those channels and whatnot. As well as like it didn't run online or whatever. Like if you guys remember, there was what was the streaming service? It was like Toonami Jetstream when we were younger or whatever. And to be honest, that service could have probably gone really far ahead, but at the time when it came out, not everyone had a super strong broadband connection to be able to stream that stuff or whatever and things like that. But now you see things like Crunchyroll and stuff, and they're like able to stream everything and get those animes. Yes.
I think if the Dot Hack people want to compete with SAO, they should stop locking the story behind a $500 PS2 game and make an anime about it.
You say that, Michael, but it's more than just the $500 PS2 game. It's a $500 PS2 game, like a bunch of different like novels and manga and all this other stuff and things. As well as I think that, like I said before, I think that Dot Hack is a lot slower, and like if you watch the episode, if you watch Dot Hack Sign, I will say to you that it's like I will give you a thumbs up and say congratulations because there is literally nothing that happens. So you could watch just like the first episode, the like middle, somewhere in the middle of the episodes, and the very like last episode, and that's all the information you need to be able to understand the series. Yes,
I'm pretty sure that the one episode I saw of Sign was the last one because I remember him waking up in the hospital.
That's all you need. Yes.
How would I fare just watching that sequel series that comes after the games about the kids pretending to be the characters from the games?
That you technically...
So that seemed the most appealing to me.
I'd say watch it. It's all good. I would say watch it. It's not like super encompassing with like I guess sort of the lore and stuff like that. There are some things that are sort of important that are in there that teaches you everything, but everything that goes to this part of the world has almost little to nothing to do with the first part. That's why it's broken up into the R1 and R2. You could technically get through all of R1 or the first world stuff without having to know anything about it. Or sorry, you get through all of R2 without having to know anything about the first part of the R1 world. Yes.
You said there's a game that's all of the other games in one package, or is that only for the second half?
That it's all of the games of this second half for just...
So the first half doesn't have that sort of combination?
No, the first half has never gotten any remakes or remasters or anything, and that's why people are able to go on the online and be like, I'm going to charge you $500 for this translated game. So
would you recommend, regardless of price, would you recommend playing through these games or Crystar? Which one would you recommend more?
To be honest, I'd recommend playing through these games. The R2 games are so much better and so much more better paced and so much more stuff and action and make more sense. I mean, I love Crystar. Don't get me
I was talking about the original ones that you just talked about.
Oh, the original ones? I would not. I would say go play Crystar. easily. The original games are slow. They're kind of annoying, and you just I swear I got mad so many times. And it takes and then each game is 30 hours, 30, 40 plus hours over each. And then you got to go through 4 of them, and so it's like, what, 120 plus the extra content, like if you read every line or whatever. Yes, Michael, sorry.
Aside from the character who changed his design and carries over, and like aura and stuff, does this one, the second half, kind of just stand on its own, or does it like depend heavily on the events of the first half?
It stands on its own, but there's a lot of like really good and really interesting references that you'll see in this game. Like there are a lot of characters that, well, not a lot, but there's a good number of characters that like I'll give you another one. Like Elk in the previous game, he shows up as another character in this one too, and technically Mia is there too, but in a different sort of sense. And there, because basically the way I look at this is that the game sort of goes in a flip-flop reverse order side, and I know that probably you're probably thinking, what the hell are you saying, what are you talking about? But like when they talk about Kubia and stuff being the same size of the same coin, or 2 sides of the same coin or whatever, that's sort of like this or whatever, where this is reflected on the same side of the other stuff or whatever.
There's a lot of parallels.
Like, I mean, I could tell you all like something right now.
Would you say that this is the Xenoblade 2 to Xenoblade 1 from the original?
Unfortunately. Yes, except for some of the parallel things. Yes.
Is QB going to be back in this one because the bracelet came back at the end of the first one?
Yes. But not because of the bracelet stuff. Yes.
So, like Kite and the main character of the anime that I don't remember, the first anime, I guess the second one too, are they just like out somewhere, like we just don't see them again because they sort of reset a lot of this with this?
Yes, but actually, I mean, if you want, I'll give you like a couple quick slides or whatever. There's something that's interesting that'll kind of give a hint of what's actually. So,
sure, let's have a sneak peek for when you give us R2 in like a year.
So, like I said, Roots, we can skip this. Roots is a prequel to the games or whatever. It's 26 episodes. This is also kind of slow, but it's a good story. You see a lot of the characters or whatever. I think it's
26 episodes.
It's better than Dot Hack Sign, but I don't think it's as I don't think it's like an amazing work of whatever. Let's see.
So when I see people online say that they're fans of Dot Hack, they mean the games, not the shows?
Yeah, more than likely. And if they are fans of the shows, all power to them. But I don't know how they do it. That's all I can say. Unless they're talking about the movie Quantum, that one's the only. That's really good. I love that one, where they also get the same sort of character contest things and dress as the same characters, but they're all completely different this time. But that's in this part of them.
That's a CG one, right?
Mm-mm.
No.
That's the. I think it's like the beginning of the world or something. It's like a different one. Anyway, let me just do a quick thing. Roots. Why did it go backwards? Did I like double these slides and just don't remember? So Haseo, blah blah blah. He's a noob. He gets beat up in the first beginning part. PKers love to bully him throughout the series or whatever. He becomes super edgy because of it. There's a guy named Ovine that he really likes, and for this part of the series, he's actually not as much of an asshole. He's pretty cool and a pretty chill guy or whatever. Then the other characters, Ovan, he's another important character. He is not anyone who is in the previous series. He's a new guy or whatever entirely. He's the guild leader of this guild called the Twilight Brigade. They're called the Twilight Brigade. They're looking for the key of the Twilight or whatever. And he is friends with Chino, who is in the character I'll show you in a second, who saves Haseo or whatever. Well, at the very first time when he first starts to play the game or whatever, from PKers or whatever. And he's like, I'm like this guy or whatever. He's very important to the series later on of the R2 series. And there's Shino. She is important because she's a sort of leading factor or whatever that follows through. Like, if you want me to just tell you what happens through the first part real quick, and because you could literally sum it up in like 3 episodes, but it's 26 episodes. So, you want me to tell you just what happens straight through the first 26 episodes?
Yeah. Are we just doing R2 now?
No, I'm trying to give you your thing. It's going to give you this.
I don't even remember my question anymore.
it was like Kite. You were asking about Kite and all of them.
I am asking about Kite.
Yeah. So, she's the guild assistant to Owan and Hayo Twilight Grey. Blah, blah, blah,
I feel like this is about to go staticky and go back to Crystar.
No, you see, this is where I'm going to actually switch to Call of Duty, and you're going to have a whole timeline where explaining where Reznov and Captain Price and
Kevin
every
Spacey.
game. You can't do it without him. So, kind of nice. Haseo really likes her or whatever, things like that. And some things happen. Yeah, you see there's some things. He goes, the town's different. That's the same. So technically, this is the same like root town that you start off in the previous games, where it was like, yeah, okay, I ain't going too far. Look, just work with me a little bit here. We're gonna make this work out. If you don't want, I can stop. But
Richard, finish your thought.
I'm just trying to give you a little bit of a touch to explain. This does answer your question, I promise. And so, like, the town's a little bit different. You know, it's a steampunk generation. Oline, some things happen to him. Shino has... let's go back. So, there's Kite. There's Kite in this game. Like, Kite is technically here, but he's not actually here. This is a character who is known throughout this timeline in this world or whatever as Tri-Edge rather than Kite. And he is famous for killing players and putting them into comas for some reason. Yes.
I was about to ask you why he looks evil.
Yes.
But I guess because he's killing players and putting them into comas.
Yes. You kind of went at the same time. Okay, we'll go even first.
Well, my question's stupid. Did they ever make kite-related merchandise, as in, like, kite on a kite?
Probably.
It feels like a missed opportunity. All right, now real question.
Yes,
so is this the actual Kite who's turned evil, or is it just somebody using Kite's appearance?
See, that will be answered throughout if you play the games and the stories and stuff like that. There's a lot of really like crazy things that are happening. We're not going to go into that because then we'll be sitting here for another like 6 hours plus talking about this stuff or whatever. So I don't know what to like. Basically, you can just stop here. You want me to stop here? You want me to?
Do you want to do an outro?
I have one last question.
Yes, I still need to. I will answer the question. Is that the question you're about to ask?
I'm not sure if it's the question I'm about to ask.
Ask this question again.
Is the company or the developer behind this game a furry?
See, that was the question. So basically, from what I understand, the developer, to be honest, I don't know. But there is another game that they have created called a series called Fuga. Fuga. That is basically all like animal characters. It's like a strategy sort of strategy RPG sort of game or whatever. I've never played it. I don't know anything about it. But I feel like that sometimes there are characters that are a little... there are lots of furry friends, as they say, that show up in these series, and I feel like sometimes he has a little bit of a helping hand or a pushing hand to be like, yeah, let's put them there. Like, there's a character, if I could just skip through it, excuse me real quick. I'll see if I can find the character. Nope, I just go right to the game. Okay, so, we'll go back. I think there's another picture further back. There's a character in here, almost there. I'm sorry, here we go. So this character right here, they make her more important than I feel like some of the other characters that probably get more screen time and stuff like that. Whatever. Her story basically is that she is just a girl who's playing the game. And that's literally carried throughout the entire thing. And she hangs out with them and joins the thing. And it's like, by the end of it, it's like, I'll be honest, she does not show up at all in any of the GU games. Until, I think actually, maybe she does show up. She shows up at the very, very, very end of like the game series. But she doesn't, she's not important. And I feel like they push her on a little bit too much. Yes.
Are there any characters in this series that pretend, they're guys in real life and they pretend to be girls to get money from people? Actually, because that's the real MMO experience.
It's actually the opposite way around.
Wow.
There are some characters who are girls who pretend to be guys, but not really getting the money.
That's the anime MMO experience.
like Tsukasa is actually a girl in the entire series, but they don't really talk about that, and they don't until the very end.
Wait, which one's Tsukasa again?
Tsukasa is the character from .hack sign that has like the markings.
That looks like
the main character.
The main character was getting beat by their dad.
That's a girl.
That was a girl.
How'd that not come up?
They asked Tsukasa a bunch of times throughout the series, and they're like, "You're a girl, aren't you, Tsukasa?" And he's like, "Nope," and then just walks away or whatever, and then won't tell them anything or whatever.
So she just wakes up in the hospital at the end? Is that when you realize it's a girl?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because like throughout the series, they basically keep baiting you, saying that no, this is a guy, they have the wrong person or whatever, and then it turns out to be actually this girl who is basically because Tsukasa was trying to deny that I'm not this person because I don't want to go back to the real world because I like it here better in the game world rather than going back to the real world and being beat by my dad or whatever.
How'd you not have a slide about that?
I didn't think it was that important. I thought, to be honest, like I said, Sign is dumb, and I don't think it really is a good prequel, but it is a prequel, yes.
So if someone were to just start with the GU retellings of the R2 games, would they really miss all that much important if they knew the basics of, like, the world got reset?
No, they would know. I mean, like, if you played GU games, you won't know anything that even existed, that there was an R1 world even before it. Basically, it is standalone. It's complete in its own sort of, like, bubble sphere or whatever. You don't have to worry about it. Yes, Cliff?
You mentioned the Haseo Sora, though, right? How does that not come up if you, like...
That's more of, like, an expanded thing. And people,
that's novels of stuff.
Well, no, I think that was actually... Well, is it in the last recut part or is it in the novel? I don't remember. I think it's in both, maybe. But they basically, if you say Haseo, they don't really say Haseo is Sora. They say he's this guy in the real world, and his name or whatever, whose name they also said back in R1 or whatever. So then you find out that they're the same person, but also it's because you also find out Haseo Sora for another reason, because of stuff that happens in, like, with him and around him or whatever as his character. Okay. And there's stuff that happened to Sora and stuff like that in the previous one that affects him into this one. That's why people get that understanding. Yes.
Is this second half also like SAO?
The second half is... I'm trying to think. The second half, I think, is a little less like SAO. Because
a little?
Yes, a little. Like I said, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that they're not completely, they're not completely different. But they have similar themes, they follow similar ideas and concepts. However, the way they present them and they do things about it is completely different. Yes, Michael.
Does the main character make a new best friend later in the series?
No. Well, sort of. But the best friend is because it's your bond levels that you can make with your character, because the special thing about this game is the bond levels matter because you get a special wedding scene with any character that you have a high bond with and you choose at the end of the game. So,
nice.
Anyway. But, yes, Michael.
What did, what's-her-face, Black Rose and, like, the main character of the previous one, did they, like, do anything after that adventure?
No. So basically they're done with everything. They just play the game as it is or whatever, and they really don't show up in much of the media after this point, except for maybe in, like, I think they get mentioned in the Key of the Twilight and stuff, and that's about it. Is that a hand? Or no?
That was an okay.
Okay. But, yeah, yes, Michael.
Is Herald.ai still around?
No, Herald.ai got deleted along with... no, actually... I'm trying to think. Is he... Technically, he's not around anymore. Yes.
Did he choose the rock form so he would make sense being in a rocking chair?
Technically, no. He chose the... but yes, that's really good. The reason why he actually did choose the rock form was because it's supposed to be a stone tablet that has the prophecy of Emma's poem written on it or whatever. Is the reason why he chose... And he felt that being a rock that is the embodiment of Emma is the way he's going to express himself to this woman. So
it's kind of cringe.
At the same time, so all right.
Why was his daughter not half rock?
You know, she I'm sure she's got some rock in her. A little bit of roll maybe, but you know, she's an AI. I don't know. Yes, Michael.
So I did a little bit of math earlier, and if I did it right, based on that 4.7 gigabytes being 20% of the game, the entire developer's copy of the MMO world is only 23.5 gigabytes, which is less than any video game you can buy today. What are your thoughts on this?
I think it's incredible. Congratulations for them to be able to mash something in so small and make it at least accessible to players, because in their world, like I said, they're living in a more economically, or kind of living in a more economically friendly world, so good for them. Yeah, save some power, save some data, save some internet, yes. More than that. Any other questions, any other comments, concerns, derogatory or otherwise? Alright, Reed's hand went first.
It was a good lecture, Richard.
No.
I liked it.
Michael.
It's Boomer SAO.
Right, we can have a debate about that, but we can do that later off somewhere else. And I'll explain to you why I hope you all learned something. I hope you all have some sort of knowledge, and if anyone brings it up to you, you can, if you want, like I said, part of this was for you to all to determine whether or not you think it's the same.
I know the worst parts of .hack now.
Yeah. Exactly. You see, that's what, Andrew got my message right. Andrew, you get 100 for this course.
Yeah.
But yeah. Second part, good, have fun. I'll explain all this stuff later. There's a lot more like interesting things and stuff, and it makes more sense anyway. Yes, Cliff.
I'll note that that remaster usually goes on sale for about $20 on Steam. So for a game
I think
that
even
big,
less than that nowadays.
probably, yeah,
But-
that was closer to release. So
I will definitely say they are worth playing. I think that, like in comparison to most other RPGs, it's probably one of the better ones because it's an action RPG. It's not just like it is an MMO. It's not. I'm not saying MMOs are bad. I'm saying, but you're actually feeling a little more active in the game. Combat mechanics are actually pretty good, as well as some of the story elements and people. Anyway, this is the end, and have fun, everyone.
GG Richard. Yay. Woo.